ค up, guys?
Coming into today's games, we've got a really cool setup. The winners from yesterday play each other, and the losers from yesterday play each other.
Vulcan and Cloud9 just dominated yesterday.
The top two teams in the LCS really just showing their prowess right now.
Curse has just been slowly winning a couple games after that horrendous start to the season, and if they can overtake Cloud9 today, it's going to be monumental for them.
Last time we played Curse, Edward destroyed me with his blitzcrank.
But a nice hook by Edward.
Wow, Lemonation is probably going to go down.
So we'll see if he does that again.
In our match against TSM today, I think it's just going to be a whole bunch of aggression. It's going to be who's up in their face the most. It's going to be just all-out fighting, I think.
We have to win. We've been on a losing streak for far too long. We're not used to being bottom. We need to get back on top.
Velocity's 2 roster changes started them off with a win coming into this week, so hopefully the momentum builds there.
And they're playing against Vulcan. They beat a double AD composition yesterday.
Let's go, let's go!
Nice job, guys.
And Vulcan ran a double AD composition. If we see the same out of them, maybe Velocity will have Vulcan's number.
Welcome back to Week 6 of the North American League Championship Series. I'm Rivington Bislin III, along with Sam Kobe, Hartman Kensler.
And today we have 4 big games coming your way, starting with Team Coast taking on TSM.
But before we get to the matches, we've got to talk about yesterday's action, starting with Velocity Esports picking up their 3rd win of the year.
It was Velocity's first game with their new roster, and it led to their 2nd win of the year against CLG.
And while Velocity struggled to find wins in their first LCS split, Cloud9 has won 14 of the 16 games they've played this summer and have had first place locked down since week 1.
Yeah, that was business as usual for yesterday. Cloud9 against TSM. Hai and crew went ham and just rolled to a 25-minute victory.
And the only team that looked as good as Cloud9 in yesterday's matches was Vulcan. Their double AD comp beat down Dignitas for their 11th win of this summer. That puts them just 1 win shy of their spring split total.
And thanks to some big stats in that game, ManCloud continues to lead the league in the North American LCS in kills, and Bloodwater remains the league leader in assists.
And ManCloud had some incredible true shot barrages as Ezreal yesterday. Like Zuna said, ManCloud is a god, and if you didn't get a chance to see his snipes, let's check him out along with all the other highlights from yesterday's 4 matches.
The first match of the day featured the #1 seed in the North American LCS, Cloud9, taking on a TSM team who are currently in a mid-season slump. Cloud9 took control early behind the potent CC combo of Ashe and Zyra.
There it is once again. They're trying to draw this one out. There it goes. Throws down. They throw down everything and the gauntlet along with it. Special follows.
That was brutal by Cloud9.
And Cloud9 made their presence felt at every turn.
Cloud9's coming around the top.
Back with the team. Entering the lane, they say this is your exit and your entrance as they go down.
It was a decisive win for Cloud9, and the victory improved their already league best record to an impressive 14-2.
I'm going on Turtle. I'm going on Turtle.
Wow, Turtle's on the outside. The focus is him. He goes almost down instantly, but he's able to trade back down to 15% health.
He has nothing. He has nothing. He has nothing. You catch. See Baron?
And there is just too much damage and too much pressure coming out from Cloud9 right now. They will finalize it. The flash, the Q crush. They ninja the game right away from Team Solo Mid.
20 kills to 4, an incredibly decisive victory here for Cloud9, extending their lead on the rest of the league.
We've really tried to be humble the whole time, and we just take it 1 game at a time.
In the second game of the day, Team Coast and Nintendo X fooled us all with the selection of Gragas. And that Gragas came barreling out of the jungle to set up first blood.
Oh, he gets caught back. The exploding cast. Can they get the last attack down? They're almost out of mana. They get him with the root Daydream and hits it nicely.
Although he went down for first blood, Cop's Twitch had his revenge.
This could be the second time for Daydream, and one after the other. Almost 100-0, but Cop right into the Cataclysm. That was sick.
Cop went crazy in that fight. He flashed in for the kill, and that created everything.
Team Coast showed that it's always good to have Baron on your side.
Edward! Oh, the Baron! Oh, my word.
The steals potential.
Tries to go in.
He got it.
He does get it with the Lux Laser. The final spark takes it.
Despite those 2 plays at Baron, Curse would roll to their 7th win of the season, putting them into a tie with Coast for 4th place.
And Cop is just cleaning up the end of this fight.
Curse do find the win, and they do take down Coast.
This was a close, long, drawn-out game where Curse just powered through Coast in the end.
It was a battle of the deadly mid laners in the 3rd game of the day. Vulcan's ManCloud versus Dignitas' Skara. Vulcan focused their early attention on NA's all-star mid laner, and they would take down Skara for first blood.
You see Smithy coming in from the side. Ice Blast lands. ManCloud gets the last hit, and that's first blood on the board.
ManCloud showed off the depth of his champion pool.
Are you a god? Are you a god?
Yep.
You're a god! Oh, nice. God damn!
It lands from downtown.
Vulcan dominated the game from start to finish, and they pick up another win to improve to 11-5.
The poke there from Ezreal really paying off, and he does get it!
He got it with the true shot barrage. That is a 5 versus 4 now. Crescendo locks him back up. Cutie Pie has been dropped. In the background, Cutie Kid is now down. Vulcan are going to secure the win.
Congratulations to Vulcan. Well-deserved win.
28-6. That's a pretty one-sided shutout.
Yeah, showing that they deserve to be where they are. What inspired the dual AD composition for you guys?
The Koreans, basically. Cloud's been wanting to try it for a while now. He saw Link playing it, and it's been working out really good for us.
The last game of the day featured Velocity Esports versus CLG. Velocity only has 2 wins on the season, with one of them coming against CLG. The story of this game was Velocity's ability to win seemingly every single team fight.
There's the hook. This is perfect for them.
The death sentence lands. Play goes backwards. The box is immediately up, but a Crescendo locks up 3 members of Velocity. CLG are on the retreat, but you cannot run away.
Another team fight win would give Velocity a 13-3 lead and control of CLG's base.
The death sentence catches onto Link. The Flay pulls him backwards. The box is in position. Vile Rose goes all the way forward. The first kill is onto Link. Now they drop that in the end. That's 2 members down already.
Maple Street emphatically closed out yet another team fight, and Velocity would go on to secure their 2nd win of the season against CLG and 3rd overall.
Maple Street closes up. That's a quadra kill for the Odd Bro. Velocity pick up their 3rd victory of this split after their 2nd substitution. Vile Rose moved to the top lane, Echo in the mid lane, and Maple Street just bringing the pain from the back line.
A lot of momentum gained yesterday, and after yesterday's epic action, let's take a look at the standings. Cloud9 is in first place with an impressive 14-2 record, while Vulcan is sitting in 2nd at 11-5. And holding down 3rd at 8-8 is CLG.
And then coming in 4th is half the league. We've got Coast, Curse, Dig, and Team Solo Mid, while Velocity is bringing up the rear at 3-13.
And coming up today, we have 4 more matches, starting with Team Coast taking on Team Solo Mid, followed by the first place Cloud9 battling Curse.
After that, Dignitas climbs into the Rift against Counterlogic Gaming, and finally, Velocity Esports takes on 2nd place Vulcan.
And remember, you can predict the winners of today's games by going to lolesports.com.
Just click on the matches in the top right, go to week 6, and vote. It's as easy as that.
And once you're done picking today's winners, head over to Twitter and tell us, what is your favorite pro champion combo in the NA LCS? And why? Like, for me, I love watching Balls play Kennen. Obviously, you think of Balls and you think of Rumble. Rumble in the top lane, yesterday taking out Dyrus, 2v1 situations. But that Kennen play, it's something I love to watch. He really utilizes it well. And he shows that, you know, once they remove the energy off of Kennen's ult, you don't have to E through everything anymore. And it's really interesting to see how he engages each fight with that champion.
For me, it's got to be double lift on Vayne. I love me some good trash talking, and he can back a lot of it up with those Vayne mechanics.
All right, so now it's time for you guys to send us your answers. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS.
And if we read your answer on the air today, you could win a Logitech G510S gaming keyboard.
All right, we've got to take a short break, but when we return, Team Coast will face off against Team Solo Mid in our first match of the day. The North American League Championship Series will return right after these messages.
TSM's strength has always been in their team play, not necessarily their individual skill.
If they find their groove, they can beat a lot of the top teams. If they don't, they just lose to everybody for some reason.
Welcome back to Week 6 of the NA LCS Summer Split, and now it's time for our first game of the day, Team Coast versus Team Solo Mid. Both these teams are coming off rough losses yesterday and are in danger of dropping to 7th place with another loss today.
Yesterday, Team Coast tried out a new composition that didn't really work out as well as they'd hoped. Nintendo, he's known for innovative junglers like Leona and Tank Fiddlesticks, but his Gragas jungle just did not work out yesterday. His ults hurt his team in team fights more than they actually helped him. He saved a few members of Curse one time by knocking them out of Lux's ulti.
But Shifter's Lux still shined through and was one of the bright spots for Team Coast. Not only did he get 4 kills without a death, but he had an epic Baron steal with Lux's final spark.
Unfortunately for Team Coast, it couldn't spark a comeback. And Shifter and crew are going to have to find themselves feeling, oh, they were free-falling through the standings now.
Yeah. So Team Solo Mid has been on their downward trend lately, and their beatdown by Cloud9 yesterday gave them 3 losses in their last 4 games.
The game started out bad for TSM, with Balls managing to pick up a kill on Dyrus, even with the odd one standing right next to him, and it only got worse from there. TSM's communication problems continued and showed that as they were outmaneuvered across the entire map.
And Reggie and his squad today will look to bounce back when they take to the Rift against Coast, then that they have already beaten twice this summer, once in the first week and once in the 4th.
So the last time that these two teams played was week 4. And even though Team Coast got first 5 kills, the first Dragon, and they had an early gold lead, TSM were able to come back thanks to their all-star laner, Dyrus. In fact, Dyrus had 2 of his best games of the summer against Team Coast. Back in week 1, he wrecked House of Shen, and then in week 4, it was his Jace. That was the difference in the game.
And a sweet haircut, too, to go along with it now. So shutting down Dyrus will be key for Zion Spartan and Team Coast if they want to win their first regular season match against Team Solo Mid and climb back towards the top of the standings.
Really ever beaten TSM during the season. We only actually took 2 matches off them during playoffs. So it'd be really great if we could actually take a match off them. And if we have better teamwork, I think we'll be the team that prevails. And I think that's the biggest deciding factor for us against TSM.
You know, it's interesting between these teams because they share a bit of champions that we'll talk about as we get into the game.
Yeah. Never beat them in the regular season. That's a big hill to overcome.
A lot of times you hear it's we beat them in scrims and then we can't online, or the other way around. So let's go ahead and take a look at the lineups as we're almost ready to get into the game. On the blue team, it's Coast. Zion Spartan in that top lane, Nintendo X in the jungle, Shifter in lane, Mashmade AD carry, Daydreaming on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Solo Mid. Top lane is Reginald. Jungle is the odd one. Mid lane is Dyrus. AD carry is Wild Turtle. And supporting is Special.
And before we jump into Champ Select, let's take a look at who you think is going to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 76% of you think that TSM is going to come away with the victory.
Pretty high percentage. You know, I saw a nice idea on the internet over the weekend, too, that TSM should actually switch back their Dyrus and Reggie in the mid and top lanes, because ever since they've switched Reggie up to top lane, they've started losing a lot.
It seems like it could have been a little troublesome for them. The communication seems to almost hinder as if they're beating themselves up more than they really need to over a situation like this. But to get into, you know, as I was saying before, these matches kind of replicated each other. Draven was played for Wild Turtle in both of these matches, which he's kind of been hovering on and off of. And Elise was traded back and forth between Zion and the odd one between week 1 and week 4 as they matched up. So we'll have to see if those are kind of contested picks.
The thing about this game is going to be the 3.9 patch. Draven's passive is completely changed.
Yeah, that's true.
He lost a lot of early game bullying power. People definitely know that it's a nerf, but they're not quite sure if they still want to play with Draven, because nobody has really had time to experiment with the new passive and see how the extra gold, you know, can come into a new item at a specific time, or how they can actually roll with the new kit. So I think they might shy away from this Draven until they've actually adjusted to the new passive.
We'll see what they do. Renekton's out. Week 1, TSM came into this matchup with a heyday team. They had Kha'Zix, Shen, Thresh, the Draven that they wanted, like you said, passive change. So taking out the Zed, that's at Reginald, Kha'Zix-ish. You don't want that single target assassin coming in too hard. But we'll have to see what they decide to ban out. Jace already off of there, obviously, coming into this matchup between these guys.
I'm really wondering why Reggie has not pulled out his Lissandra, because when Lissandra first came out, everyone was banning it against TSM. I feel like after a couple weeks of it continuously being banned against Reggie also kind of forgot about Lissandra because he's like, oh, I'm not going to be able to play her. But now teams are not banning it against them anymore, and it's open, but he's not actually picking up that champion even when it is available.
It is interesting to see that they don't use it, and it gets used a lot in Europe in the LCS and whatnot. So, you know, maybe these guys looking for the momentum before they try to branch out, but maybe branching out is the answer in the first place.
It fits his playstyle so well, and he actually put in a lot of practice when it did first come out, and then stopped after it was getting banned so much. But we are going to see the go-to pick here for the odd one. His favorite jungler at this moment is Elise. That's what he used to climb up into the Challenger, and she's just so strong right now because of the amount of damage she can put out without having to build any offensive items. Just because of her Qs, the percentage damages there combining to keep her relevant all game long.
And those first 3 picks are some of the ones I was just talking about that TSM had all of those first 3 picks on their team in week 1 game. So already Coast trying to take away that Shen from Dyrus and not give him that global pressure or presence.
Dyrus now hovering over that Rumble. It looks like he wants to be the one in charge of the
He
Yordle
knows
today, because he really got schooled yesterday by balls out in that bottom lane.
So what is the matchup now? Jarvan, obviously we know Nintendo likes to do the Doran start. We've seen some other junglers doing it as well. How's that fare against the odd one, or against Elise when you're not going for potions?
So the normal Doran start that we've been seeing on the Uders and the Lee Sins are because either the Uder player is taking a 2% lifesteal quintessence, and they're using that plus level 2 turtle stance to lifesteal back up, so they don't have to have any potions, or the Lee Sin with the safeguard also has lifesteal doing the same thing. Now Nintendo's Doran start on his Jarvan, he didn't take any lifesteal. He just skipped the jungling altogether after getting both buffs. He takes both of his buffs and then immediately recalls and goes to their solo lane that's being 2 versus 1. So that depends a lot on how the actual lane matchups come out. Because if you make that start and TSM makes the switch to go 2 versus 2 in their lane and then have the solo laners go against each other, then we'll see Nintendo making the moves for the early ganks instead.
Let's see what they lock in for these last few ones. What will help those ganks assist in the lanes? It was a Graves and a Twitch for the last 2 matchups that Don't Mash Me brought to the table for TSM. We'll have to see what he decides to do some pew-pews with this game. He is up against that Vayne, a late game team comp coming in. It looks like he may be thinking about that Twitch once again.
Yeah, he's thinking about it, and he does lock it in. Don't Mash Me there. He really loves the crit Twitch style. He's gotten the Sword of Divine a few times actually on the Twitch, going for the 3 guaranteed crits to get that burst damage down for a team fight. But with TSM already having Rumble, their sort of mid-game team fighting, you know, especially around the Dragon Pit, is going to be very scary.
Looks like TSM with their last pick here in our first game of the day. We'll be starting off against Coast. And like we said, these guys started off the summer split, so they're well aware of what they have for each other. Each game has been watched diligently day to day, and the homework has been done. We're going to see, I like the shifter on Ahri. Hasn't really been one of his top champions that he's brought out, but that champion pool is ever so big for him.
They definitely use him as a playmaker too, though. And Ahri, with her 3 dashes and the charm, is a great one for setting up picks. She can catch a single target out of position, and that's what they want to do against this TSM team that's running this dual combo here of the Rise and Rumble that are looking for the AoE damage. They'd rather just snag somebody out of position, either use the Ahri or come in with a Shen Stand United to just turn the small skirmishes into their favor, whereas TSM is looking to just wipe out everyone at once.
See if this works. With their late game strategy lately, with Wild Turtle just farming off on the side, the composition they have can hold the siege at turrets quite well, so they should be okay if they get to that mid game without losing lanes too bad.
And they do have Rumble, who's decent at wave clearing. We've heard Meteos talk about how he doesn't like Vayne mainly because she doesn't wave clear well until she gets something like a static shiv or gets much later into the game. So that is one of the weaknesses of that Wild Turtle split push. They just are trying to focus more of their farm on him, kind of like a double lift strategy there for CLG.
So in a strategy like this, you have a Jarvan and a Shen. So when you go to gank that lane, you have hellacious amounts of crowd control. Do you focus Dyrus down and make sure Rumble only has an equalizer to fight? or do you just kind of feel it out? Because nobody really knows what TSM is going to do lately.
Well, you always have to be very careful when ganking a Rumble lane. Every time we see one, I restate this as a warning to all junglers. When you're going to gank a Rumble lane, you have to be very careful. Yes, because if he is in the danger zone, that 50% extra damage on his Flame Spitter is AoE, and it can bring both of you down, and it opens you up to being counter-ganked very successfully by the enemy team. An Odd One on Elise is definitely in the position to get there very quickly and repel down in to turn the tides of that fight.
All right, getting on to the Rift. We'll see what these teams have to do. When Coast took on Curse yesterday, Coast, I referenced what Curse was doing in the beginning of the spring split, is they put up a human line of scrimmage with the least amount of wards possible, and then once they start to leave, they reward that spot because they were obviously a human ward for it. So we'll see if they continue with that. A lot of teams, towards the end of each day, it seems like they invade a little bit less and a little bit less. It's odd.
It's interesting that TSM, they have 2 Explorer wards, too, speaking of how many wards they're grabbing. So those are short wards, you know. It's only going to last the 60 seconds. But because Ryze goes full utility, they have the option of grabbing another one. He doesn't have to get that, by the way. There's plenty of really strong masteries in that utility tree that he could opt for. So having both of those makes me think that they will look for something early, and they are going to try and get an advantage in the jungle. Because not only do they have 2 Explorer wards, but they also have the possibility of grabbing someone with an early death sentence. And we've seen so many times how grabbing an early death sentence and First Blood like that can just continually just snowball an entire game.
And how does the lane work like this for Mashme back in the other favor, right? Because if you hold the death sentence, it kind of acts as aggression as well, because then you always have the chance to use it. But there's sustain in that lane from Daydreaming. Are they going to match that up and want to go 2v2 since they know they're just going to be healed up?
The big story, if this happens to be a 2 versus 2 lane matchup and both of them do end up meeting each other, is going to be ward control of the side bushes. It's so important as a support when you're going up against Nami and Thresh specifically to get the vision inside one of those bushes, because if you can see a death sentence being started, it's so much easier to dodge. And the exact same thing with Nami Bubble. But if you're blind, the cast of a Nami Bubble landing is way too difficult to dodge if you don't see the cast coming out. So they definitely are going to have to use a lot of their wards for the side bush control just to be able to stay in that 2 versus 2 lane and fight competitively.
All right, looks like we're going to get this one restarted right quick. Nintendo Dex just loaded in with the incorrect runes. I think, obviously, he selected the right ones, but it just kind of blipped out on the way in. So we're going to get those fixed up. No reason to head around the jungle without any runes. Hotshot did it in the spring split, and he kind of saw that it was good. But he played Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath becomes a giant beast. So there's kind of that factor in there.
We always bring up that point all the way back in the spring split when Hotshot went into the game with the no runes, and actually they won that game.
They won that,
so
yeah.
It's a viable strategy, I guess. Proven, 100% win rate.
If you don't say anything, nobody's the wiser. Nobody's going to click on you and be like, wait a minute. That's a complete empty page. We should just gank that lane over and over again. Zion Spartan on your screen as they get themselves back in. Picks and bans are going to be the same thing as they go down. And we're actually just going to get this locked in and not even have to worry about the bans.
Yeah, look at Nintendo over here. I'm happy that he didn't go back and use another one of those unorthodox jungles because he's had so much success on this Jarvan. He's actually, what is it, the last like 3 games or something before that Gragas, he's been using the Jarvan very effectively, and especially with that Doran start that you talked about where he doesn't waste any money on consumables. He gets an early power boost from Doran's blade stacking, and it really shows in his ganks.
A lot of what they do is, you know, calculated by them. They're not trying to be gimmicky. It's just very high risk, high reward, because if that risk gets, you know, completely slaughtered in the beginning by the opposing team, that reward never really follows up.
That's always something I'm looking to do. I'm a very stingy person too. I don't like to buy too many pots or too many wards for people. I definitely always looking to cut those down. So I kind of like that stingy Nintendo style.
And we got to remember, how far are we into the season now? We're talking about the spring split a little bit, but these guys are 3rd time playing, which means they only play 1 more time. Each team plays 4 times as you go through the spring split or summer split, and we're flying through this already. it's almost over. These teams are going to definitely have to start making these changes count if they've made them.
And Coast already talked about the fact that they have never beaten TSM in the regular season. So it is actually a mental blocker for them and does add a little bit of edge for TSM.
So it turns out Elise does find her way into the game, Coast versus TSM, for a third time. This one back into the hands of the odd one. We'll have to see how they contribute with that in the jungle. Looks like TSM is actually going to be setting themselves up pretty wide across the map.
Reggie prefers to have the spiders on his side.
Yes.
He won't have to deal with them ganking him from behind. And Nintendo did start with the Doran's Blade once again. So we'll have to see if they make the lane swaps to go for that 2 versus 1 and just send him as backup to sit there in lane and help Zion look for some extra farm, or if they actually do. Oh man, this is going to be an interesting interaction here with Dyrus. He is at the far end of the tri-bush though. This is probably the safest spot you can be.
Nothing has been grabbed here for Shipter. He is waiting, so that charm could still be a possibility. We don't see anything as well onto Shen, so everybody's running in here with 0 abilities to level it up at that last second.
And this is pretty much the textbook reaction as soon as they see the invade on their red side. TSM goes in to lay down the counter wards, and both teams are going to have vision on the opponent's red side jungle. This is pretty much how the normal LCS games are going nowadays. Everybody invading red sides over and over again.
So what does this ultimately provide? Is it safety for the lane, or just knowledge for the jungler, kind of both the same thing?
It's definitely a lot to do with knowledge for the jungler because of the importance of those buffs, and because both of these are very mobile junglers. They can get off to very early ganks. If you see them, the direction that they leave their second buff tells you a lot about what lane they're trying to go to, and then you can play accordingly. But it looks like we're going to have the red start here from Nintendo, actually taking away Odd One's red.
And we will get the 2v1 lane setups. They are going to be able to grab that nicely. Xpecial doing what he could, but too little too late. So they make their way out with the red buff. Nintendo looks like he won't be getting any help at level 2. He'll be fine at that blue. And the lanes now to start. Oh, Xpecial is roaming.
And Odd One has actually not opted to go counter steal Nintendo's red. Even though he saw Nintendo steal his, he's coming over to get the blue instead. And it's a funny rotation here, as Nintendo predicted that Odd One would actually steal his red. Now they're actually just both going to have 2 reds on Nintendo and then 2 blues for Odd One.
Very interesting.
I think that favors the Odd One here, because blue buff will actually speed up his jungle quite a lot on Elise, whereas red buff for Nintendo is not going to speed it up that much. And he's starting with that Doran's Blade. It's going to be very unhealthy in the jungle right now.
Walking through a ward to this bottom lane. Looks like Dyrus will know. Kind of hug the top side of that wall to bait him in for a little bit, but also stay in a safe spot. Dodging out Aqua Prison. The top lane is pushing just about the same right now. Everybody trying to hold their own, and no pressure coming in from Jarvis just yet, except for the bottom lane. So Zion Spartan here is going to be pressured in the same thing that Dyrus is.
So both junglers have the same idea, going for the 3 versus 1s instead of trying to defend this time around. So really it's just who can get the damage on the turret quick enough, and the advantage is in TSM's favor because the Odd One is running a range jungler, whereas Nintendo being melee, it's very dangerous for him to go in for those tower hits because Odd One's got Flame Spitter, or Dyrus has Flame Spitter on him.
Dyrus just keeping near that silence range to overheat himself. Doing his maximum damage. Turret in the top lane taking a lot more damage here, Kobe, than that one in the bottom. TSM usually the one to grab that first turret, but it's everything slows down after that for them. It's like that's what they know to go for really quick, and then kind of stalls.
It's the advantage of having a jungler that can change to a ranged form here, as Dyrus takes some extra harass, getting a little bit too far out from his turret.
So they are going to be able to take this down. 4 minutes in, TSM, very TSM-esque. It's going Wild Turtle. No kills on the board so far, but it is going to be an 800 gold lead for that little buff back and forth, and that turret going down.
And Vayne getting off to a good start like that is essential for their team. Dyrus, you could see, canceled his recall in the bottom because that turret went down top for TSM. He's waiting until Odd One can arrive to support that turret so that they don't let Coast even up the gold.
No Arya mid. We just saw Ship to go back. He buys 2 rings. Dyrus with a good bit of damage going down. Looks like he will be able to stay off on the backside. Is Expunge going to be enough? The true damage ticking, but it looks like he stays alive. Just so much turret aggro going back and forth, but they're able to get out and give it back to the minions.
That was a beautiful flash from Dyrus to get out of the way of the Jarvan combo, and Reggie does get juked here.
Oh, ring around the rosy. Daydreaming trying to make it out. He goes to the right. Reggie goes to the left. A high road and the low road have been chosen.
Our second game of hide and seek this week in the North American LCS, and it looks like Daydreaming comes out ahead in this one. He gets out alive.
Getting himself back to base. Trying to get to that sight stone soon enough. They know the pressure in these lanes is going to start to get heated now that turrets are falling down.
Okay, so we got excited about the fact that Daydreaming pulled some sneaky moves there and tricked Reggie, but that's not to say that Coast came out ahead in that. That was making the best of a bad situation. Yes. That was a very bad failed 3v1 dive that cost them a lot of extra damage and free minion farm for the AD carry. Wild Turtle spent that entire time just farming up in the top lane, and they pushed the wave all the way down to the secondary turret of Team Coast.
A whole bunch of summoners went with that as well. They might know Mashme and Daydreamin', both flashes will be coming up at the same time. We'll see if they try to act on that or use Dragon as an advantage point to pressure those. 6.9 to 7.5k TSM grabbing a bit of gold as they're still just going back and forth. It's all about the CS and that turret for them. There are no kills on the board right now.
This is so dangerous for Don't Match Me and Daydream right now. Just because they failed that dive, they have 0 summoners at their disposal, and Daydreamin' didn't bring any wards to this lane either. So TSM can call that out to the odd one, and they can gank down bottom very, very easily.
He bought that health crystal, now goes back to pick himself up some wards. They have switched Dyrus into the top lane. As you can see, Zion Spartan now heading off in the 1v1, so the 2v2s to match up. Nintendo there. Looks like it's only going to be for some turret damage, though.
And Dyrus, again, he can use that Flame Spitter under a turret to damage both enemies at the same time. Shifter, however, was able to shove Reggie back because the early rise is so weak, and now that's freed him up to come for another 3v1 dive.
They try to go in, Shifter up top, he gets the charm on, but he's behind the turret. Will they be able to pinch themselves in and get out at the same time? They do. The aggro onto Shen. It looks like there may be a dragon coming from this, though, so they got to grab that turret.
TSM not wasting any time. They are going to answer with this one, and Nami and Twitch cannot contest that. It's much too dangerous for them, especially since they don't have summoners. Now that Ryze has hit level 6, Reggie does a good job of using his ulti and that AoE to clear out the minions on the turret.
That's pretty big. A Dyrus for a dragon.
Yeah, great trade right there for TSM. They're continuing. Oh, here we go.
He gets it. That ignite may not be enough. It's going to take a few times. He should be good. The potion's going. Zion Spartan to turn Reggie back around. His flash is down there. He gets a little hyphy in the top lane.
Yeah, flash and ignite down for Reggie. But because he kept 2 people up top, the rotation from TSM focused over to go to middle, and they're taking out the essential middle turret.
They have control of their lanes. Control of every turret so far still. This bottom one finally about to go down. 2 have already fallen, and it's 4 minutes later that they're able to grab their first turret. They do have that kill on the board in their favor, and that gold goes to Nintendo Dax, who is a playmaker for them and is one of the ones you want to get.
Ooh, as Odd1 just steals away his blue buff again. This is one of the things Odd1 focuses most on, is continuing to keep track of the timers of his opponent's buffs. All 4 buffs he writes down in the chat. And it just paid off right there as he was a few seconds ahead of Nintendo to that blue buff.
With that timer still in mind, we'll see where TSM starts to move. They do have pink and regular sight going down onto Dragon, so the battle there is in their favor. And really, Coast only has something for aggressive laning, for getting the farm down, not for taking that Dragon back.
Coming in.
Shen on the bottom lane, Mashme gets it, the taunt does land, Dyrus gets exhausted, they're using quite a bit to take him down, and he gets out, the Vorpal hits him right in the end, and Reginald on the backside is just gonna have to hit some.
That is a large cooldown, not gonna be available though, and Dyrus really, TSM have been switching him to always be in a 2v1 or 3v1 situation. So he has been kept down very well by Coast, just because TSM are always putting him on the off foot here. Odd1, able to secure his own buff.
4 blue buffs for Odd1 this game. He absolutely loves the cooldown, so he's going to take it again. 9 minutes and 40 in, he's racked up all of those, and really it's going to be Nintendo X to start getting those plays in for his team. Everybody's starting to hit level 6. We're going to see those big fights coming out. It's not Onyx Special yet, so TSM may be waiting for that to really engage on something.
That was actually a much bigger win for TSM than you would think, because Wild Turtle has been free farming up top, and the Odd One did get the golden experience from taking that blue buff, even though they were trying to give it to Reggie because Odd One had already stolen Coast blue buff. At least they still retained the experience and gold from it.
Not a lot of pressure being allowed from each lane. These 2v1s really allowed Team Solo Mid to do what they needed to, is get out of laning phase without too much pressure. They are down 2, but like you said, they want to get Wild Turtle farm. So they're going to kind of leave him where he was before, and hopefully he's not still in that slump that we saw, because he was before off in the lanes farming with Caitlyn or with Draven, but wasn't presenting in the fights.
And what they need to do is have a special ward up the lane that they're going to leave Wild Turtle in, because he is very vulnerable at this point in the game.
Boom.
He hasn't even finished.
They can hear you.
Thank you. The Blade of the Ruined King. Once he does finish that, it actually adds a lot of disengage for Vayne, and she can be very slippery. But the range on the Cutlass is much shorter, and it's a bit harder to use.
And we've actually seen when Doublelift played Vayne, it was actually against a Rise, and he built the Frozen Mallet and whatnot. So different builds coming in for different people. We'll see what Mashme decides to do. They're not using Rise for split pushing, so different things coming in from every point. 11 minutes in here, 2 kills on the board, and still that 700 gold lead for Team Solo Mid. This is really reminiscent of what they used to do in the early part of the game. Nintendo X can't get there to help his lanes. Team Solo Mid is just going to kind of slowly do this until they find more mistakes.
Yeah, the only lanes here that are staying where they were is Reggie at mid lane and Shifter at mid lane. Still, just going about even here, just Reggie a little bit down in CS because of the roaming that he's been doing and trying to come in and shore up those towers.
Reggie going back, he has a good amount of gold on him, picks up almost that rod. That is going to be stacking up soon. We're only 12 minutes into this game, not seeing too many core items yet, except for the junglers who have been making those moves for themselves. Pressure here on the mid lane, it's only Dyrus. He's going to get some help from McSpecial. TSM is doing a great job at making sure they're at a turret when it needs to be guarded and really spreading themselves thin, but keeping enough power where they need it.
Coasts right now are trying to bait in TSM for the next Stand United. It just became available again, so Zion Spartan can use his second one. The only thing that Zion has to be aware of right now is the condemn from Wild Turtle. So he does have to get out of range, unless we have the sneaky Don't Mash Me trying to make his way in. Nope.
With that free farming Wild Turtle's been doing, Mash Me also at that 100 CS mark. 95 to 83 between Reginald and Shifter. And we can see the junglers, a little bit of a discrepancy, but not too much. Everybody quite close in this game so far. The sight stones are out, so a lot more caution being taken by both teams here as they see those in the inventories. Maybe even see the oracles a little bit earlier too with its recent change.
Ward control at this point is extremely important, and 20 seconds on the next dragon is going to mean that Team Coast will probably try and use that Shen ulti, the Stand United, to get an advantage in that dragon fight. They can actually have him split pushing and have TSM the ones that are going to have to tank the dragon.
They finally got that Sunfire Cape finished up onto Shen, so even more split pushing happiness for him. Odd One getting bubbled up, takes a little bit of damage there, and they go on to Mashme. He's the first one towards the fight, and he gets taken out.
And that was through the Stand United shield, so they just blasted him before they even had a chance for Shen to get there. This is huge for TSM.
And that really wasn't a pink ward. They were able to grab that on regular sight. Daydreamin gets hit. The equalizer cuts off the team, and Daydreamin back entrance into the fight. They're able to take and answer back. Now a 2-2. Very low health on the Nintendo X as well. He's able to get out of the fight, and they turn the tide back onto Zion Spartan, who was able to make it down. And it looks like he is going to be chased. Nintendo X makes it out. Zion may just hang out for the party.
But Wild Turtle's not here, and now Odd One's actually in trouble because Zion is so strong. He skipped boots to go for Sunfire.
Oh, he's overheating right now. Zion, Sunfire Cave doing a bit of damage. Odd One to come back. The repel coming in. Where's the Q? It's going to be the Flame Spitter from Dyrus.
Looks like Dyrus burns hotter than Zion Spartan right there. He does come out with the victory, and Wild Turtle leaving that fight did not cost them. So they went for the little bit greedy play there where they sent Wild Turtle bottom to grab a few extra CS and shove that into the turret, and it paid off there. They still came out with the kill.
Very, very aggressive by Coast. They're losing Mashme right off the bat and still choosing to go in. I like it. They're going to get this mid turret off it as well. And Dragon still stands.
That one's still going to be a magnet for team fights, too, because Reggie showed himself up top.
Oh, Shifter coming across the mid side. He's going to have to go coast to coast if Reggie wants to get in here. Special up. It looks like they're kind of taking this one slow. No, it's going to be Nintendo to the back line with the flag toss. Special gets exhausted on the backside. That might have been a misclick, but they are going to get out safely.
It's definitely a misclick. Exhausting the Thresh is not the main target there. They're trying to get that one onto Wild Turtle. Now all characters have joined the fight, though, and we'll have another 5-on-5 reenactment. This time, you're going to have to watch out for the positioning of the Twitch, because Twitch players will get a little bit overconfident and say that they can misposition themselves because they are invisible, and it gives them that false sense of confidence. Fighting around Dragon, though, where pink wards are littered everywhere, opens you up to being picked out like that and can cost you dearly.
And these fights for Coast are kind of scary. Obviously, Shen's going to be split pushing and stand united down right now, so he's near the team, but no boots on Shen, no boots on Ahri, which is a bit safer because of that ult. But look at the team. You have that Scrap Shield Rumble chasing you, Wild Turtle on Vayne passive chasing you, and it looks like they're actually going to be engaged on this fight. Shifter is going to be in the front. The equalizer goes down the backside. A really nice disengage. They ride the wave on the backside, and it looks like, again, they stall out the Dragon.
It's at 50% life, but TSM still don't want to try and go for that one. Equalizer being down is huge. Now that it's reset, they're going to try and finish this one.
They're able to keep that HP down. He doesn't get the expunge. They're able to get the execute and smite.
So TSM able to zone Coast off the Dragon, and Reggie coming up big there. Blue buff Rise extremely scary at this point, with everybody being so low health, even Equalizer being down and only getting a few ticks there on Ahri and then a few ticks on Zion. They are able to grab the objective finally.
You know, with the items we see Shifter building here, the Deathfire Grass coming out, the Rise pick comes into play even more, and even that Thresh to keep Wild Turtle safe. The Rune Prison as Ahri would try to come in and just one-shot out Vayne.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we have any early Negatron cloaks built by either of those two. Rise definitely would love to just go Spirit Visage next. As soon as he finishes that Rod of Ages, then if he can grab the Negatron cloak, it would protect him against that all-in from Ahri. And that's a very common build right now. Popularized by those Koreans. You always have to shout them out. But it just adds so much to Rise's kit because cooldown reduction is very important to him.
17.5 minutes in, the kills have been evened up as those are going in favor of Coast, which means TSM has been making the moves. They've been pressuring the Dragon fights quite well and making sure that everything going accordingly to keep the gold lead. It was 700 for quite some time, but now they have about 3K in their lead. We'll say 2K as they're about to approach 22,000. 2-2 in turrets, so they've evened that up against TSM, who we know to be a formidable team at dropping turrets and wanting that at global gold really fast.
And it's an interesting difference between the AD carries and how they've spent their gold. I talked about Don't Mash Me loving the crits for Twitch, and he's definitely stayed true to that style where he's going for the Infinity Edge. Whereas we have Wild Turtle talking about that duelist Vayne that he likes to be the split pusher now for TSM, and he's gone play to the Ruin King for that chasing ability or the disengage.
He just almost filled out here for the magic damage coming in from Coast. That's going to be a huge thing coming into the fight fights for auras.
Now, it seemed like a lot didn't happen in the last 40 seconds, but that was actually a big win for TSM because they had auto and special shove this bottom lane into turret, so Coast lost a lot of experience at that turret as all the minions were just throwing their lives up against this turret and dying over there and being wasted, while two members of TSM could fend off this four-man team of Coast that are wasting a lot of time in the middle there. And that's the power of these dual AoE AP mages that they are running.
Gonna try to stop down onto Wild Turtle here. He could be,
Yeah, he knows what's coming. He knows he's getting hunted.
He's in a whole lot of trouble. Actually, he's safe because he still has that turret behind him. Darizo walks into the bush. He throws down the equalizer, flashes the flag toss, but he's going to go down.
They could actually start a fight off of that, though.
Reginald able to catch Nintendo. He is definitely going to get taken out. Mash Me. They have Shen coming in, but he gets taken. He gets hit right away with the Blade of the Rune King.
Oh!
They burst down Reginald. They had no idea what happened. Not even a chance to breathe there. Wild Turtle's fending off 4 members of Coast by himself, but they say, wait a minute. It's just a Vayne. Finally turn around and take him out.
And Onwa now comes in from the base there. That is very unfortunate for TSM. If he would have come to that team fight, I was going to say they could fight off of the back of Dyrus getting his equalizer off before dying. That's still a lot of damage because he landed a good equalizer. But we saw the difference there in the aftermath where Reggie has gone for the spell penetration boots and a blasting wand instead of that Negatron cloak that we talked about that could build into a Spirit Visage. So he's trying to upgrade that the tier first, and it definitely cost him right there as he got blown up.
He's getting blown up, Kobe. The plays Coast are trying to make right now, getting themselves in the jungle. They have no wards to be worried about when they were in there. And TSM, I wouldn't say getting complacent, but I feel like they do know they're ahead and they aren't making the moves necessary. Odd One, though, trying to make plays for the team, knows they need to get something back off of these and start adapting to Coast, adapting to their strategy.
Yeah, he was trying to make something happen here. And he has to be careful because there's a minion on him following.
Oh my
so
word,
Team
that's
Coast
damage.
are aware of
So
this
much.
one. Because they saw the minions following Odd One, and he made a beeline straight for that Baron. So now they're going to fight.
Nami ult is down. That's a big disengage and a lot of damage they would take without being able to answer back to Baron.
No Stand United
it's going
either.
to go down. They get the smite. They're going to have to fight this. They turn there, but nobody's there to gap close with Nintendude. He just says, let's party in Cataclysm, and then you guys can go.
So now all the people, if they were criticizing Reggie for the earlier fight where he bought offensively instead of buying Negatron Cloak, you can give him credit for that last call because that was 100% Reggie going into the Baron and even starting it up himself, making the entire TSM act as one. And you can see in action right there the difference between a TSM that is focused and following the calls and a TSM that is confused and not making the decisions crispy like that. Crispy? Crisply.
Crispy decisions, making it happen. We'll see what they can continue to pull out of this. Coast looking to make the magic happen now. They try. Oh, special just to the outside. No, he plays back the taunt, and he got hit by the flask, and it still didn't matter. That was a flay that just ended all of the engage.
X Special has shown time and again that he is definitely a contender for that Thresh title. That was an amazing flay to stop that
Bobby
taunt.
flay.
That right there, it just saved his life. That 100% that play.
Dyrus in the mid lane, pushing minions. Shifter has no minions, so they're going to not do anything. No, 22 minutes in, 7-6, 4,000 gold. It's not been increasing that much. Somehow Coast is holding it to 4,000, and Team Solo Mid is getting all of these objectives, which
they're not going to hold it. Yeah, they're not going to hold it for 4,000
It's going to go up
for
a little
long.
bit, but watch them grab a turret or a few kills off of this. Team Solo Mid still spreading themselves thin, and that's what Coast has been able to act on.
And TSM are traveling as a pack right now because you can see how sparse their ward coverage is at this point. They need to give X Special the time to walk through the jungles here as they escort him and allow him to place more wards so they can see the movements of Team Coast before they get into the danger zone.
Keeping Dyrus in the top. This glow lets TSM know that that area of effect magic damage is not there from Ari.
Dyrus is in the danger zone. He's being cornered.
Oh, the flash from Reginald goes into the fight. Starts that one off for the team, and it looks like they called to go through with this one. Odd One repels under the turret. They call back. Shifter has 1v1 Dyrus up towards the red buff, and it looks like they will continue. Nintendo locks him up, and the turret goes down at the same time.
X Special with the death sentence for Nintendo. It was actually a pretty good sacrifice there by Dyrus. Two members were converging on him. I thought he was the one in trouble, but Reggie made up for it by flashing in for the initiation.
Getting in there on to Shen. Zion Spartan forced out of the fight. He has no energy, so he's kind of just a figurehead right now to the fight. Also very low on health. These guys are not rocking the home guards yet. He has his first boots. He bought them very late. 24 minutes in. Team Solo Mid's going to take the inhibitor, and they're going to waltz out of the base.
And there's the upside of building all offense on the rise. The burst damage that Reggie was bringing actually allowed them to land the kills before there was time for a reaction from Coast. So it is definitely a trade-off, and TSM are looking like they want to keep up their undefeated regular season against this Team Coast.
Going through the consideration, the Negatron Cloak's actually coming out onto Shifter as he goes for the Abyssal Scepter. Zion Spartan going to be able to do some good damage here as these guys do-si-do it up the river. Mastermy's going to meet him. He has nothing to repel to right now. Looks like his special may go down. A good shield and help from Wild Turtle. And these guys have just continuously been in chase fights. They cannot find what they want, and this means they haven't been pushing something they want. They're just chasing.
That was very lucky for TSM that they actually got out of that
no, it
chase.
just keeps happening.
Coast almost were able to get a pick off, and that's what we talked about their comp being oriented around with that Ahri and the Shen. That's exactly the play that they wanted to pull off, but they couldn't quite close it there. And Wild Turtle showing up to defend his support right there really just saved his life.
It's like Jat said yesterday, always 50 range. It's always it's like 50 range away. You can't get it. 25 minutes, still the score just equaling out always after these fights. They are finding the kills they need. There are not a lot of bounties to be had, though, since everybody continues to go down. So the gold is always coming from the move on the objectives, the move on where they can push the lane and figure out how to fully ace the fight, because we haven't seen it yet.
And TSM need to continue to be decisive and follow the singular calls here that Reggie's making, because the other team has a Shen, and if they dilly-dally around outside of the base, then Coast are gonna get back into this game. So you can see they're not wasting any time. They're going straight for these hard objectives, taking down the turrets and forcing Coast to react so that they don't let Zion make use of his global ulti.
So Baron has now worn off of Team Solo Mid. Doesn't look great for Coast to fight, but it does look a little bit better for them. So they're feeling that. Pressure relieved. The Abyssal Scepter finished out onto Ahri. We have to remember that last fight in the bottom lane, Ahri and Dyrus, like you said, they were keeping Ahri back. They didn't have that magic damage in the fight, so we'll have to see how that contributes if they can get their full 5v5. We haven't seen it happen from Coast yet.
And for Coast, you can see Zion actually trying to split push in that bottom lane, but because he's built all tank, he's having trouble even dealing with a super minion wave. So he's not going to be able to push that one and put the pressure onto TSM to act here. They're easily going to be able to walk in and get more shots on that turret.
And this is really TSM just flexing their muscles at this point. We're behind everything you have. We're going to dive you behind turrets. Oh, going in. That's the Deathfire Grasp onto Reginald, and he locks down Shifter. It's going to be the damage they need for this. Oh, he might get her. Oh, he goes down with the last Q. Shut down both ways.
And that was the Stand United shield used as well. So a huge cooldown and a 1-for-1 trade. That is fine for TSM, even though it does bring Coast a little bit closer here. You can see Reggie, never the one to run away from a fight. He will stand and fight you until he goes down.
They still have good siege onto the turret with Dyrus there. They have the equalizer up to really separate a fight if anything goes wrong. And it looks like they are still just going to, as I said before, flex their muscles and stand in front of Coast, as they really can't get out of their base.
Because it's so early in the game, though, and death timers are not that long yet,
That's
only
true.
5 more seconds on Ahri means she's going to come back up, and that will be a 5 vs 4 for Coast. Reggie's got much too long of a walk to be able to join them, and it does stall for the Baron to respawn.
So even in this early part of the game, is it gold right now, or a contribution of those death timers to why we aren't seeing home guards just yet?
It's both, really. I mean, it's a bit early in the game to spend all that money on just a boot upgrade.
Especially
but
when it kind of
Team Coast would definitely be considering now, anytime you get pushed to your inhibitor turrets is the time where you start thinking about buying those. TSM, it's not even in their thought process yet.
Oh, no.
But Team Coast, definitely thinking about that one. So you can see some of the boots being upgraded to level 2, and that's just the first step to get to that home guard.
We'll see what they can do. Daydreamin finally picking up that Oracles. He's going to start roaming around and taking back their jungle. They've been in almost a complete blackout, which means they've been fighting in the choke points and the stairs of their base, losing one person at a time, but gaining one as well. 8-8, now 9-9 after that last little battle, but the turret in favor of Team Solo Mid here, they're going to be able to grab that. See what they can do off of this.
This turret going down and the fact that they have a super minion wave inside of Team Coast's base means that they can easily force this Baron, and it's going to be very, very hard for Coast to contest this one because Zion does not have his Stand United to join the fight here. So him going down there means if TSM can catch any of Coast at this Baron contest, then it will be a 5 vs 4.
There's the equalizer. There's the Nami wave coming through. It looks like they're going to be okay for this one. Reginald again into the fight with a flash and an engage for his team. They continue to go. Odd One picks one up. Wild Turtle is going crazy now. He's got the attack speed going, and he does. No, it's going to be Dyrus picking that one up. A long-range cocoon over from downtown. The Odd One helps to take out Daydreamin'.
Like I said, that was a very risky maneuver from Coast from the very beginning right there. At best, it would be a 5 vs 4 with a little bit of extra Baron damage on TSM. But as I said, TSM, they grabbed the pick and they turned that one very easily, even after burning down Baron. So TSM working on the inside of the base.
Still, those low timers may thwart them off here, but it's very much so been a TSM slow and steady game, playing very smart and very strategically here. The Nexus turret's in their eyes. It looks like for the 3rd time on the summer split, they will be able to take down Coast, unless Nintendo has something to say about it.
He just got silenced there. Nothing else to say. They don't want to hear what he has to say.
Here we go. Day 2, 6-1 TSM versus Coast. Looks like TSM gets the Nexus to 50, has an easy way down from there, and they're able to take down the Nexus for a win.
Special typing a little GG well played there at the end. You can see quick fingers. Want to get that one out before the victory screen pops up.
This is a very well played game by both teams. TSM was just, that was a really, I guess, a perfect game that we can say of to go back and look at of when you win a fight, being able to do something after it. Because the score was even every time, but TSM always did something after it.
I have to say, the really crucial turning point there was that Reggie call for all of TSM to rush Baron while 2 members of Coast were in the base. And he even started up by himself on that rise. Odd One, even though he was drawing minions over, allowing Team Coast to know that they were doing Baron. It was too little too late, and they were able to just burn it down because they acted as one, and they may or may not have solved those communication issues they always refer to.
One thing that really stuck in my head about that game is the instance when Dyrus got caught in their jungle, right? And Coast was making moves. They were pushing down. They had just taken mid, so they had a little bit of entry into the jungle. And then they saw Wild Turtle by himself. And 4 of them hesitated, which tells you they were a little worrisome about even just facing Vayne for a quick second. And I think that definitely helped in the initiation onto the Baron. They weren't going to re-engage. If they were afraid of Wild Turtle a few minutes ago, they're afraid of our full team.
And that hesitation also means that they need to work on their ward coverage. Because if they have full vision of the map, then they would be well informed and they can actually make those decisions.
A really great play there. We've got to take a short break, but when we return, TSM's Dyrus will join us to talk about picking up the win. Then it's time for our second game of the day, first place Cloud9 versus Curse. The NA LCS Summer Split will be right back. Stick around.
I think the fastest way to learn a new role is just to watch the people who are proficient at it and just blatantly copy what they do. And as you copy, you sort of understand why what they do works and why some stuff they do might not work. And then you can eventually develop your own play style.
Have people that know the position, talk to them, have people that understand the game, do research.
You can do a couple things to pick up a new role. You can either just spam a small amount of champions, but I prefer learning all the champions so I can have a better understanding of what they can do to me.
Play a lot of solo queue, watch a lot of streams of tournaments. If you watch a tournament stream, you can see what they're doing to win, what they really want to do.
Learning how far you can go, like how much aggression you can put out, how much damage you do, how much damage they do. Just learning the game all over again from a different position.
In order to test your limits, you have to like die testing your limits, and that's what being aggressive does for you. And you can learn how to be more aggressive, how to be better in lane, how to be more proficient, and eventually how to, secure these lanes and be really scary at another position.
Welcome back to week 6 of the NA LCS Summer Split. Coming up, Cloud9 takes on Curse in our second match of the day. But first, I'd like to welcome Team Solo Mid's top laner and North American All-Star Dyrus to the desk. First off, I'm super jealous of your jacket. Second off, congratulations on the win, Dyrus.
Thank you very much.
So today you decided to bring out Rumble. Does this have anything to do with yesterday?
Well, I've been playing it forever.
Well,
and
obviously.
C9 first picked it, and I got put in a very uncomfortable position. So it was pretty much a tragedy and probably my worst game. But today, I did a lot better. I can't do much worse, so it was pretty good.
I noticed some things today. Not only was the other team camping your lane with repeated jungle pressure, but also TSM were switching you to the 2v1 every single chance they got. So you were always sort of being thrown under the bus as the punching bag here. Was that the plan from the beginning?
I didn't plan that from the beginning. Otherwise, I would have went utility and gold per 5. But anyways, how it went out was I ended up being in 2v1, which was fine. I had a Doran shield. I set myself up for having as much gold efficiency as possible. So starting with a Doran shield and not buying too many pots where you're going to get dived anyways, save some money. I also copied Balls' setup from his runes and masteries because I also learned yesterday that York gets beat up by Rumble pretty badly, and I was too greedy. But anyways, when I kept swapping, they ended up, the first time they tried to dive me, Nintendo was really low, so it didn't work that time. I actually could have killed him if I didn't play so scared. And then the second time they dove me, I actually barely got away. And then the third time, there was a 3-man dive top, and my team got Dragon. It's weird how I remember all these times. The next time I died was they're 4-manning mid, 1 person top, and Turtles play pushing bot, 2 people bomb, 2 people middle. We were able to hold the turret middle. They're running top, so I'm like, all right, I've been the punching bag this game, so I'm just going to run through our jungle through the semi-safe way. There's the full retard way, the medium way, and then the super safe way. If I went the super safe way, I wouldn't have made it to Turtle in time. So Turtle and Reggie are pretty much the hyper carries with Vayne and Ryze this game. So I might as well try and go up and save them in time, get a few kills. Every time I've died, it's been meaningful, except when I got picked off bottom that one time, and it's not too bad.
What's the communication like for you guys when that's happening? Because it was pretty much like 4-4, 8-8, 9-9. So for you guys, the only thing that looks like you're ahead are kind of the items to show you that you're up in money. What's the communication to say, we can keep going, let's take another turret kind of thing?
We think of that after looking at our team comp and how strong we are. Do we have Baron? Even though it was 8-8, we did have Baron. We have Vayne, Ryze. Ryze literally one-on-one'd Ahri with 3 of his teammates, well, 1-on-3, and he still killed him. And that showed that, wow, we're already this freaking strong. So usually when I die a lot, I go on tilt, but unless I die for a meeting, I usually talk a lot, tell my team to kite a lot. Even though I'm dead, and even though I'm the most useless member on the team currently because of all the deaths and no gold, I just try to do as much as I can and talk a lot. And that's something that's big for our team morale. Because usually when I go on tilt, I'll say nothing and we'll just straight up lose because everyone will be all down in dumps and there's no chance of coming back after that.
Speaking of that, how did you guys come back from yesterday's loss to Cloud9? Did you do anything special, regroup or anything?
Surprisingly, we handled it quite well compared to before. After the game, I kind of raged at Special for a minute because he likes the nitpick, but we talked. and I was still down in the dumps. We had 2 team meetings, and we talked about everything. We had our little circle, like, you know, we told everyone, like, what are you doing wrong? What can we get better at? Instead of all of us having problems with each other and then not telling each other. And we finally got that out of the way. We're going to be a lot more serious for the next 3 weeks. And although this game was pretty sloppy, it was a lot better than before, and our morale was up, and it'll only get better after that, or at least I hope so.
And what was the communication like for this game? Was it kind of Reginald on top making that Baron call? It seemed, from the fans, obviously, it seemed very clean from our point of view. Was it like that in game for communication?
Yeah, you could see that he was the first one on Baron, and he got took down to 25%. So I was like, oh my God, this could turn out really bad. But I knew that since Odd One stopped them from going back, and we were all there, I could just use Rumble to zone out, or I could use Rumble to kill Baron faster. It could have potentially been a steal because Nintendo was very close both times that we got Baron. And for team calls, it's like it's Reggie making most of the calls, and I just been constantly talking. Every time he says something, I repeat it. There's a lot of times when he says something, so like he'll say it once and no one will hear it. So I just keep on repeating it. I ask, like, I've never talked so much in my life.
Now, something else that we've noticed recently, Skara got a lot of attention for his haircut, and now you come out and done yours. Are you trying to one-up Skara here, or you just needed a change?
I needed a change. Right after that game, I was literally most down in the dumps I've ever been ever since Worlds. Mm-hmm. So Odd One keeps thinking that, or my team they saw me when we had that meeting and they were all sad, and then they saw me and they all started laughing. And I just totally changed the mood, and I guess it was a positive effect. But I wanted to cut my hair because it was always getting in my eye. I would always have to move it. Like that affects my play just a little bit. That's not really anything, but my teammates think I look like Flame, so Odd One keeps on doing like, you have to do the Flame thing, Flame on. Like, it's like, and Reggie's like with his theories, like, oh, you had the microwave, you almost burned down our house. This is a foretold prophecy. You are to become the American Flame, and they just keep bothering me about it. But it really lightened up our mood. I feel a lot lighter to be carried, and I just want to forget about the past, learn from my mistakes, and not remember it.
It's all about the little things. Dyrus, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck in the rest of the summer split. And now it's time for our second match of the day, Cloud9 versus Curse. And yesterday, Cloud9 proved again why they're the best team in the league as they dismantled Team Solomid in just under 26 minutes.
Yeah, Cloud9 was in control from the moment they entered Champion Select until they took the Nexus. Balls first picked Rumble and played him to perfection, landing one beautiful equalizer after another. And then there was Meteos, the league leader in KDA. He was the big dog in Cloud9's team fights and was able to bolster his stats with his 6-0 and 10 performance.
And today, Meteos and Cloud9 are facing a Curse team that has been flashing back up the standings. After yesterday's takedown of Team Coast, Edward and crew have now won 3 games in a row and climbed back into the playoff hunt.
And a big reason for those wins was Cop. All of his time spent on Draven is really starting to show. He's becoming much more Draven-like. He's offensively oriented in his play. He's not hesitating to flash towards the action like he did yesterday with his double kill on Twitch.
Oh, so crazy. Just going ham, as you would say. And this really is new for Cop. We didn't see that type of aggression from him in the spring split, and now we'll see if he can continue to have success with his new playstyle against the most aggressive team in the LCS. Unfortunately for Cop, so far this summer, Meteos and Cloud9 have cuffed Curse in both of their games, including a 29-minute win back in Week 4.
Cop and Curse were solid in the laning phase of that game, but once the team fight started, it was all about Cloud9's sneaky AD carry. He picked up a triple kill and a double kill in back-to-back team fights and ended up with 12 kills and 0 deaths as Ezreal.
And even though Sneaky wrecked house in their last game against Curse, Cloud9's Meteos thinks there's another reason why Curse has struggled against Cloud9 and the rest of the LCS so far this summer.
I think Curse's root problem is mostly St. Vicious. He has a huge ego, and I think that brings down his team a lot because he doesn't play very well, and he blames his teammates for a lot of his mistakes, and I think that's keeping them from improving a lot.
Shots fired right there.
We hear that a lot. A lot of junglers focus on St. Vicious because he throws out a lot of
Absolutely.
opinions.
It's the back and forth. You get it, and you deserve it. All right, so let's check out the lineups. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. Top lane is Balls, Meteos in the jungle, High in mid lane, Sneaky at AD carry, Lemonation bringing up the support.
And on the red side, it is Curse. Voyboy is up top, St. Vicious is in the jungle, Jackie's at mid, Cop's on AD carry, and Edward is supporting.
And today's featured matchup is the battle between Cloud9's top laner Balls and his counterpart, Curse's Voyboy.
Balls has had a great summer for Cloud9 that includes winning our Week 5 MVP. In his interview after the win over CLG last week, though, he said that the top laner that gives him the most problems is Voyboy. So we'll have to see if Voyboy can be his Achilles kryptonite today, and if Cloud9 and Balls are going to be able to continue to roll to their 15th victory of the summer.
We will have to see. I always remember back in the day if Voyboy was one to actually say, just like Mega Zero, I don't like the 2v1 lane. Now, obviously, Voyboy has become completely accustomed to this. But obviously, Ball's very good in the top lane. Hasn't really, if nobody's not going to face the 2v1, which he's pretty accustomed to, Voyboy's going to have that upper hand in that lane and win it, even with the jungle pressure coming in 3v1.
Yeah, if we've seen anything in the history of the LCS here, it's been Voyboy taking advantage of Balls. Even if he does get Rumble, he's been one of the few people that's been able to win the lane against the Rumble Balls.
Shen and Rumble going out right there. So Kennen's still big to come in for these guys. I believe Voyboy played Kennen in the Week 4 matchup. Balls was not able to, but I think he had Rumble in that one. So they already are getting these guys out. They don't want, interesting enough, blue team banning out Jason this time.
And that's, you know, we increased the cooldown on the acceleration gate, and the few changes with the tier stacking and the Murmana stacking did hit him a little bit, but he's still very strong champion, and it is one of the champions that both Voyboy and Jackie enjoy playing. So it's kind of a double threat for Curse.
We'll have to see what Cloud9 decides to do. You can see Lemon right there. He is thinking, the mad scientist support of Cloud9. Always has that pad in front of him. They are considering too, right? They come into this and they're like, they could do this and this if one gets banned or the other. And we actually saw Curse yesterday. They were going and they said, wow, wait, they banned everything we were going to ban. Let's kind of leave the last one open and we free something up for us.
That was an interesting little adaptation by Curse because their opponents already banned out some that they were going to do. Trying to throw your opponents off by something like leaving your third ban empty is something that sometimes you can do in solo queue, especially if you don't ban the last thing and the other team is looking to get that one very strong and highly valued champion. It comes back to you at second pick. You get 2 picks, and you can pick up 2 extremely strong champions.
So it looks like we are going to have Karthus coming in this game. High won't be, and that goes to High. We have seen Karthus in the top lane, not much of late, but High usually has those quick assassination 1v1 playmakers.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a different look than we've seen recently from High going on that Karthus, but he's definitely very at home on this character. And we'll have to see how well he does at farming with the early lay waste, especially if he gets put into an off lane or a non-mid lane, one of the longer ones.
Voyboy and St. Vicious holding on these picks right now. They're just not even going to hover. They are discussing. It took Cloud9 quite a while to pick up that first pick. We actually have not seen a I was going to say we haven't seen an aggressive Edward, but I haven't seen an aggressive Zyra support coming in lately. It's been a lot of disengages, and that's what Edward would have brought us, but he goes for Thresh anyways. I'm fine with that.
I'm pretty sure everybody's looking forward to this. We just saw Xpecial perform very well on Thresh and show how strong of a champion it is and how many plays he can make. Now it's Edward's turn to answer. I'm sure that everybody wants to see the European style.
And a little bit of Ahri love coming out this week as well. Game 1 and 2 of day 2 finding play from her with that Karthus on the board. And that's actually a pretty rough matchup for Karthus, to say the least.
Karthus versus Ahri, yeah. Anytime you have one of the assassination mid laners like the Kassadin or Ahri or LeBlanc going against Karthus, then what they try and do is put the kill pressure on Karthus, so that he's always on the back foot and he's always trying to CS from the very back lines, because what he likes to do is just sit in lane and continue to CS. He loves farming games, whereas any of those assassin mages is going to look for the kill potential and then roam.
Awesome. because High still got his Zed, so he does have his 1v1 potential.
It's a very interesting change right here because with the Rumble banned, I was wondering what balls would go to next for a solo lane champion here. And by the way, it's just a solo lane that could go anywhere because Cloud9 have been very vocal about the fact that they don't really consider them mid and top laners. They can go anywhere, and we're going to see a little bit of an adaptation here from Cloud9. Karthus is extremely strong in the 2v1 situation. Yes, he's kind of squishy and you can dive him with 3 people, but it's still very risky. And Reggie has said that you should never, ever 2v1 Karthus. If the Karthus is a good Karthus player, he will be able to handle that very well.
We may see Cop clicking onto Caitlyn. I don't feel like that kind of matches his play style as of recent. He's had that Twitch, he's had that Draven, that kind of rush down, get in range for Expunge, get in range for a lot of damage. He's going to be on the backside of this one, firing in the ace in the hole as everybody gap closes. And
the Xin Zhao pickup along with that, St. Vicious definitely considers Xin Zhao to be a position or a very chancy pick. I mean, only in some situations would you want to use Xin Zhao, and that's when you want to get that early pressure, and you're going to be okay with 100% diving all in. So it's very interesting that he's just picked that up after commenting on the popularity of that Xin Zhao recently in Europe.
If Curse decides to go for that 2v1 lane and does put Saint on Xin in that lane, get that attack speed, get those towers down, it's not for that, but they'll be able to push that one down quite fast. You got Sneaky on the other side picking up Meteos' Nasus, so they're going to be able to do the same thing if they 2v1 these lanes and just take those first turrets out quite quick.
And the thing about this Ashe Zyra combo that I loved from Cloud9 in their previous 2 games was the fact that before they hit level 6, even both of those champions, they have very long range. Ashe with the 600 and 575 on Zyra. Most lanes, they can out-poke and out-trade because both the support and the AD carry are getting auto attacks off on you at the same time without being unanswered. And then when they hit 6, they have that crowd control combo that we saw in action. But one of the few champions that they can't outrange is a Caitlyn. So the Edward combination with a Caitlyn is one of the ones that I would love to see go up against this very popular Cloud9 combo that they've just returned to over and over again.
And I know, Kobe, you've kind of had fling with Tryndamere lately coming into the game. Voyboy picking this up. We've interviewed Voyboy recently, and he said, I love it when they let me play a champion where I can just completely carry the game. So we're going to expect to see that from him in this game.
And he loves to be split pushing. Tryndamere is a champion, very slippery. If you can make use of his kit by split pushing and just farming up in the late game, you're gonna catch people off guard that haven't been hit by one of your crits yet, because you can literally 2-shot an Ashe in the late game.
The only one that's going to be able to take a few of those shots is Nasus, because you have a Zed, you have a Karthus, who especially if into that top lane, because you are going to be going against that Trynd. Xin Trynd is going to drop a Karthus if he's in that lane in a few seconds.
Yeah,
if they 1v1,
one of the things I like about Curse, even though there was a Nasus pick here, and they've got an attack speed reliant character, they have 3 attack speed reliant characters. So if you're gonna wither somebody, you're gonna have to make your choice there, because Xin Zhao, Tryndamere, and Caitlyn all would be primary targets for that wither, and he's only got 1, so he's not gonna be able to get that on everybody.
All right, here we are hopping into game 2, Cloud9 versus Curse. Definitely gonna be a nail biter between these 2 teams. Curse on their momentum run, but Cloud9 momentous. These guys they are a monument right now. The highest and most winningest, getting all the inningest out, all these adverbs and just getting them out.
I feel like you're going to build a high statue or something. You're going to build a giant Meteos in your...
The comment train is not stopping. We'll see what these guys do for the level 1 invades. Meteos coming around the side. Not too much is going to come from a level 1 Tryndamere, so you can see not really giving respect to each other as they just do-si-do.
Yeah. You know what? If Cloud9 do get to Worlds and they perform well, at least getting to semis or something like that, I feel like they could deserve some North American monument here to saving the North American League. But in this game,
point of your favorite Cloud, it's theirs.
In this game, though, I think the strategy that Curse are looking for is split pushing, because they actually have a very dive-heavy composition, and Cloud9 have the queen of disengage, Zyra, who's amazing at countering that. She has so many answers with her Stranglethorns and her Grasping Roots that's going to be difficult for all these melees and even Ahri on the fairly short-range mage to dash in and be able to get their damage on the correct targets there. So the split-pushing Tryndamere, I think, is going to be the story of Voyboy today.
2v1 lanes being noted right now. High, we'll have to see where he brings himself. We have seen Scar take Zed in one of the solo lanes, and he has actually taken Diana and Karthus into a solo. Oh, that just happened!
Camera was on you for that one, Saint. Look at his face, though. You see that camera? He didn't flinch.
No, not at all. Not at all, because he's still going to get the smite.
Yeah, he was just practicing there. You know, maybe that's the reason. Oh, that's the correction they've made for his smite missing. They've actually switched St. Vicious' smite and flash.
Yeah.
Because he never used to mess up his flashes.
Nope.
So he's actually decided to trade them. Now he'll mess up all the flashes, but none of the smites.
Just being flashy. Starting it off at 2 minutes and 20 into this game. We're going to say that flash is the 100 gold lead we see coming in here. St. Vicious now coming up. He is not going to be able to flash for this, though. Oh, no! Oh, he got him still. The audacious charge. There's the third talent strike. Voyboy's not close enough. That's exactly what we were talking about. If Karthus hits Tryndamere and Zen, it's it.
So this is the situational pick. That was the word I was looking for earlier. That St. Vicious referred to as the Shin Sao pickup. And it's when he does have a champion like Karthus that's very squishy that he could combo for the early ganks there. And it's anytime you have a farm-centric person like Karthus in the lane, what a viable strategy is to match him up against someone else who loves to get farm for the late game, which would be obviously that Tryndamere. No surprise here down from Cloud9 though. Meteos goes to that 3 versus 1 situation to shove a lane down.
That Ashe and Zyra is so good at just pushing the lane. You can't get close. You're either going to get rooted or you're going to get slowed by volley and take a good amount of damage. And this turret, again, very Cloud9 TSM-esque, if you will, as we have the jungler going top in the same aspect. Or same respect, rather. And it's going to be Saint holding off. But Cloud9 grabbed this turret, and that's not even down. 25%.
So we're going to have the turret answered, but they are delayed. And this extra 30 seconds or so that it's going to take Terse to take down the top one means that Cloud9 can roll over for a very, very early dragon.
Absolutely crazy. They get the Spirit Fire down immediately, and they go at it. Gonna get some plants out and seeds from Lemon Nation to do a little bit more help. They're gonna micro this damage back and forth so they make sure they can get out safely. Great pressure by Voyboy in the mid lane. They're not seeing balls go anywhere.
Interesting choice here by St. Vicious to recall and not continue to put damage on the secondary turret here because they are aware that no one else from Cloud9's been seen. Edward with the hook onto high.
Whoa, Edward over. He's forced to flash. A very nice job there. First dragon going to Cloud9 at 4 minutes into the game.
And now High has the option to try and freeze this lane and just keep it building up as big as possible down at his second turret. It looks like he is just going for last hits right now, and the rest of Cloud9 rotating up from that dragon to mid lane.
Can almost hear that. Oh, Lemon Nation getting a little too close. He is able to get out a beautiful wall for balls. Edward's like, all right, I'll walk around.
And he throws out the panic ignite there. That's the one that's just to set St. Vicious on fire, tell him to get off of me right now because
surprise.
Lemon Nation was worried for his life right there.
7,200, 6,500. That's 72 in favor of Cloud9. Only at 5 minutes in, the turret working in their favor, and the roam pressure really to start coming into their favor as well. Cop answering for Curse to put the AD and support mid, as they will be facing off against Sneaky and Lemon.
So even though Curse did lose out on the dragon here, at least they didn't have to lose the giant minion wave that was up in the top lane, because High, having no vision, was too scared to push his giant minion wave all the way to the turret, and now that giant blob of blue farm is available for Voyboy, the Tryndamere, who is going to be getting extremely fed extremely early in this game. You can see the minion wave stop just before the turret, and now it's Voyboy's turn to control that minion wave and keep it extended so that High will be in danger anytime he goes very far up into this top lane.
Looks like we have enough time on these wards. Edward doing a great job, has a pink aggressively placed all the way at Cloud9's blue so they can get at that. It's going to be another minute, about 15 seconds before it comes up. They also have the bottom half warded, and Cloud9 is kind of working off just the lane vision right now, so we'll have to see if they can keep this up. No kills That's because these wards are keeping people safe.
And the next thing that we want to look for that wards won't keep you safe from is a Requiem from Balls.
Ooh, yeah.
As soon as Balls hits level 6, you can expect some action in that mid lane because the Zyra Ashe combo of the Grasping Roots and the Crystal Arrow, once they do hit 6, will combo so well with the added damage of a Requiem from bottom lane.
Wow, Nijaki level 4 to the level 6 of Balls in that bottom lane. You can see how much pressure he was given in that 3v1 as he was taken down with Meteos, Sneaky, and Lemon.
And High is getting completely zoned out in the top.
Ah, the play hits him. He's forced to flash. A great shot. The headshot was up for Cop, and it just obliterated the health bar of Sneaky.
So St. Vicious definitely taking advantage of the power that Shin has early in this game, which is exactly what they need to do. And now that they have pressure in the mid lane, they're shoved up against the turret already. Voyboy can start pushing this top lane against High, not freezing it anymore.
High trying to dance this one out, trading a little bit of damage
Jackie trying to dance down bottom, though.
Oh, Jackie gets himself taken out, going for that one. Just pressuring up a little too much. Like we said, he was level 4 to that level 6, and he really tried to go in too hard.
So Jackie, he didn't have the escape of his ultimate there, the Spirit Fire, whereas Balls recognized this, having the 2-level giant advantage over him, just exhausts Jackie, and there's nowhere for Jackie to get out of there. He does go down, didn't even burn his flash.
Things going back in that top lane. Voyboy, he has to have a smile on his face right now. Everything's happening the way it needs to. Nobody's pressuring him. He's free farming in that lane, and he's going to get bigger than he probably thought he would, a lot quicker.
Yeah, so we basically have the same situation that we talked about in mid lane. Balls trying to continuously farm, and Voyboy trying to continuously farm. They do get the pressure on Balls to force the flash out.
Not very close. He did that flash to come up. Could not Crescent slash him back. Looks like they're going to be able to get out safe. We do see Zyra coming up towards that top lane. Lemon Nation looking to give High a bit of assistance and possibly a bit of vision. And Requiem going down. Saint is alive. And we're going to check a replay of that Nijaki going down to the bottom lane right now.
Yeah, so I was watching this one, and it definitely is the level of disparity here. He goes in, pops the exhaust. At this point, Jackie's only escape would be to flash over that wall, but he doesn't want to waste it because Balls also had his flash, and he could easily just follow him there. So pretty easy kill. Solo coming out there. It's anytime you have that level discrepancy, you have to be wary. And this is one of the mistakes that we see when solo laners are forced to lanes they're not quite familiar with. Jackie having to leave the mid lane and go to the long lane before he's level 6.
And it's actually been quite different. The wards now all depleted off the map just about, and still a lot of pressure from Cop. We saw the pressure actually hurting Sneaky. Once again, these guys get caught. They had a ward on the bottom side, but it may not be enough. They throw it on the Stranglethorn. A great job on stopping the Audacious charge, but the slow did proc onto Sneaky. They're going to be able to get out with the kiting ability of Ashe, and now deal a little bit of damage for themselves here. They could finalize this one, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
And they just pulled off the clink there. That's why we call Zyra the queen of the disengage, and I keep on repeating the control that a Zyra Ashe lane brings. It's actually not even a ward that was in that Tribush. They make use of their hawk shots and their seedlings from Zyra to make all of their vision happen. This allows Lemon Nation to not spend money on wards, and he goes for the very early Philo Stone and then into the Sight Stone right after that. So as far as supports are concerned, we see him in the end game with a bit more items than usual.
Getting caught out. Jackie tried to do this. History may repeat itself here for Jackie. That's a full mana bar just about coming in for Balls. He hit the lay waste last time, takes a good bit of damage there. The hook from Edward, the finalizer, the Orbit Deception, but no, they give it over to Saint.
Jackie, no faith in Edward right there. Actually flashes instead of taking the Lantern ride. A little bit of miscommunication still coming out. Maybe that Russian to English didn't translate there. We need some Russian to Chinese going on.
2-1 here, 10.5 minutes in. The turret goes down, but the dragon on the other side of the map being brought into Curse's hands. This was a dragon for Cloud9 at 4 minutes.
Dragon is not worth an inhibitor turret, but Voyboy closing in on top with red buff means that Meteos is in trouble.
I don't think they knew they were all here right now. Meteos is going to go down. The KDA gets crushed a little bit more, and Voyboy throws down the Undying Rage to stay alive.
Does have to pop the ultimate at the very last second right there. Didn't want to go down to the last tick of Ignite and cut it too close there. I think the reason for that overextension from Cloud9 was the fact that they had a ward on the dragon and they wanted to answer for something because Curse was grabbing that global gold. So they forced it, and it was a little bit too much.
And you can see now that the mid laners were kind of pressured out with the compositions brought into the game. They're a good 40-30 CS behind everybody. 58-48, 80s for the top lanes, 70 and 90 for the AD carries. So we're looking to get these mid laners ramped up. We haven't seen Hai being himself. It's not that he hasn't, he just hasn't had the chance. He doesn't have the items yet.
So the reason that he doesn't have the items yet is because we had him halfway shove that wave I talked about earlier, and it allowed Voyboy to freeze that wave at his turret. And Voyboy made use of his level advantage to keep Hai off of the minion waves for so long that Hai was not able to grab any experience or money in that. But for Cloud9, it's not that bad. The exact opposite situation happened for them down bottom, where Balls was able to use his level advantage to do the same thing to Jackie. So really, the farm is concentrated where we expected it to be. Voyboy for Curse and Balls for Cloud9.
And it's actually not going to equal out as we look at Hai and Nijaki in this case. That 58 to 48 is now 80 to 54. All the farm is being controlled by the entire team of Curse, while Hai is getting free farm lanes to get where he wants. 12.5 minutes in, Cloud9 getting very scary, and you can see that Curse takes that into consideration now, guarding mid turret to just 2 members.
And Voyboy chases down Hai. He's got a red buff now. The Blade of the Ruin King active.
Oh, they go on him. The ultimate is going to be up for Undying Rage, but he's going to have the one slow. He goes, oh, he doesn't even get a chance to use it.
Baited in there. It wasn't a Blade of the Ruin King active. That's the Cutlass. It's just a little bit slower, but or shorter, but it does have a similar effect. Voyboy 100% baited it into that one there, and Meteos comes in to take out this turret.
Looks like they will be able to get it. Ghost and Exhaust still safe there. I think Voyboy knew he was going to go down. He's saving the cooldowns for this. The team looks to actually converge on this bottom lane. We'll see if they can get both, possibly just one.
Edward does get caught in the mid, though. This is the Zyra Ash combo.
No, he flashes out straight against the wall. They're going to be able to follow him here. He throws down the box with sneaky flashes for that as well. This is what they wanted. They're actually trying to make it back to the other half of the team in mid lane, though. Meteos may be able to make it. He throws it down the ace in the hole, takes him out. The team knows it's going to happen, and they save face. Walk out in the 1-to-1.
Voyboy's back up now. He's returned from his death chamber, so now it can be answered with 3 members of Curse on this mid turret.
And you got to remember, Voyboy did not waste anything last time. He's going into this fight with a full everything. Beautiful roots right down onto Voyboy. Does not allow his slash to get him into position.
Exactly. He also popped the Ghost. As soon as the Ghost was popped, we had the Grasping Roots from Lemon Nation sticking him in place, so the Summoner spell...
That was big.
Yeah, got used with no effect right there.
Very good play. We talk about that zoning of Zyra so much, and we can see just a simple E shuts down a Summoner spell right there. 4-3 here at 14 minutes in. 3,000 gold lead in favor of Cloud9. It's staying small, but it is staying in their favor here. 5-2 in turrets, a huge contribution to that, and it's diminishing Curse's vision on the map, so they have to start warding more.
Karthus just going up top lane to gobble up that extra minions. Anytime there's some left on the map, we see these 2 members go to collect all of the golds. Now Voyboy is also going to go up there and answer back.
In another one of these cases, too, you know, we bring up what Sneaky has said and Meteos being in lanes a lot. He is going to be down in CS, and while his team has shared a bit of it, that's the kind of way they play, so everybody can be on the same level to really engage.
Speaking of Sneaky, they are sneaking down towards this bottom lane here, and Curse only have 3 members, so they're aware that they're a little bit overextended, but they could still get chased down.
Oh, he's going to walk.
There it is!
He fires it out! Yeah, right by. But he still goes for the death mark. Tries to set it down. Saint Vicious right onto Hai. And that is going to be the Stranglethorns. The Zyra disengage. The re-engage coming back from Hai and Meteos. He is trying to walk past Edward, and he says, fine, I will take this one. Thank you very much.
Wanted to get caught for that one too, but not able to chase him down. So they do turn back and take the one that's closest to them. Even though the Ash Arrow did not hit, it forced the dodge backwards from St. Edward, which made them waste a lot of time. They couldn't run, and that was enough space for Cloud9 to catch up to them.
As you can see, since Sneaky has picked that, he has won every single time with the team. Balls onto Nijaki once again. This is the 3rd time we're going to see this engagement, and this time he does not get help from his team. 2 times in favor of Balls.
This is the problem when you do go and pick a mage assassin to try and counter Karthus, you have to give him the same amount of farm that the Karthus is getting. Because they're having Jackie in the off lane, he's so much weaker than Karthus. He continually trying to duel balls, but he just doesn't have the money to back it up.
That's almost half CS there, Kobe. 165 to 84 in those lanes. 6,800 overall gold to 4,500. And that's a complete core item.
Curse have put so much on Voyboy's shoulders by feeding that Tryndamere with the free lane that they had. And he just has not been mobile enough to make use of the power that he's bought with that gold. Tryndamere, as with all melee AD carries, has a very, very hard time with being kited. And since Cloud9 went with their Ashe Zyra combo, they've got plenty of abilities to make use of that.
We'll have to take into consideration now, Cloud9 takes another dragon. The last time they lost dragon, they took a turret. So with this happening, Curse was actually just set on the back foot. They watched that dragon go down. So Cloud9 has nothing to worry about coming off the back of that. A 6,000 gold lead now in their favor with 4 more turrets of an advantage on the map.
And closing in on the 20-minute mark, we're going to start to see that weakness I talked about in Champion Select of Curse, where they're a very dive-centric team with these melee diving champions in Tryndamere and Xin Zhao that are going to have a very hard time dealing with the Zyra disengage and the AoE damage of Karthus. If they dive in, all of them are going to be getting hit by the Defile and the Lay Waste as well.
Oh, he throws it down. Ball's actually looked at him for the time being, and he's going to try to go hard on this one. If he can just kite it out a little bit, the more Voyboy hits, the more he can slash at him, and he's able to get the kill there.
Requiem's up, you can answer.
Requiem is there, and they may be able to live through this one, but no, because there's no magic resistance.
He wanted a lifesteal to get that one back up, but not quite enough yet. So we see, finally, the two powers of these two teams collide. This was the duel that Curse could actually win. And even though Voyboy took him out first, he did end up paying the price. The thing is, cooldown on Karthus is actually a bit more important than the cooldown on Undying Rage. So a small win for Curse right there.
And with that fight, you can kind of see Voyboy still ramping up. He's not at that, I'm going to hit you 3 times and completely crush you in. So even at this time, Cloud9's taking it slow, but wouldn't you feel like they kind of want to engage before Voyboy gets to that point?
I don't think they're worried about it because of the 3 picks that they have in the Zyra, the Ashe, and the Nasus. They've got a lot of answers for Voyboy in team fights. So the only thing that they have to worry about is Voyboy in solo lanes and watching out for those duels. Cloud9, they don't feel like they have to rush just because of that Tryndamere pick. Even though Tryndamere is looking for that Blade of the Ruined King, once you get that combo with a static shiv, then he really hits a huge power spike because of the extra slow and percentage damage. They're not worried about it.
Just trying to clear out farm waves right now as we bring it up to the 20th minute here in the game. They're actually onto the inhibitor turrets right now, pretty average, but it's not even second-tier turrets coming in for Cloud9. So Curse definitely on the back foot as they try to figure out how to stop these fights and how to ramp themselves up more without sharing all of this farm that's coming into them, because their items aren't being finished as fast.
Right here, we can just see how Cloud9 are not rushing anything, and they aren't worried about the late game because they had everyone in position to march on an open inhibitor, which is the easiest fight you can take, and they actually decided to send balls back to that top lane to continue to free farm, and they just pull their forces out of the Cursed jungle. They are not worried at all about stalling this one out. I can talk a little bit more about this Tryndamere build and explain why the Static Shiv and Blade of the King are so big on him. If you guys haven't seen this popular Tryndamere build in the solo queue, Static Shiv, Tryndamere scales the best off of attack speed and crits. So it gives both of those, plus the proc there with the charges, where the 100 charges will give you a chain lightning, can actually crit too. So that is a 200 damage chain lightning come through your whole team if that crits as well. And since Tryndamere has so much crit damage, or so much crit chance, then he gets those crits on basically the whole team.
And you can see the way he's playing in the bottom lane. Is somebody going to farm this? Can I assassinate somebody? I'm getting to that point. It can start to happen. 2 minutes to come up onto Dragon, so they're going to make sure that lane is pushed. We're probably going to see another plethora of wards going down in that bottom lane. The last Dragon fight had at least 4 from each team.
You're right. Voidboy's desperately calling out in that bottom lane. Please send someone to duel me because we don't want to team fight you guys at all. And it looks like Hai is going to actually rise to the challenge here. He is not afraid.
He did pick up his last Whisper on that last back. 34,700 to 28,000 on the board. Those 6 turrets have slowed down. Curse is not allowing the fights because they know, like you said, they want to pause this.
Let's go!
I'm a liar. St. Vicious goes diving right in. Jackie has not finished the zombies. He's still on the Seeker. He's going to be focused. He goes down right away. Saint's not putting out the damage that they need, and the gap close finally comes in. Medios is only able to shoot or get shot by Cop right now. Cop trying to get himself into that fight. They finally can follow up here, but here comes Hai. The Requiem goes down. The Death Mark takes out one. There's still their elimination and Hai. A beautiful flash from Edward. The caster minion not strong enough to take him down, and they turn tail and run home.
Even though that was a lost team fight for Curse, that was a good call from St. Vicious. He took advantage of Zyra not being with the team. They didn't have their disengage at that moment. It's just too bad for Saint that he didn't have any members of his team in position to act on that one. So they almost were able to burst down Sneaky, but because of the barrier and the flash, Ash got out alive, and it was just terrible news for Curse.
The want is just so much right now. Hai trying to stay in the charm to come out. He does not dodge the charm, and he will go down. That is a shutdown, but it's a 3-kill shutdown. So not too much gold, but it does go to Nijaki.
Pretty small consolation prize there for Curse. They're definitely not happy with the outcome of that last one. They want to be able to jump on those opportunities when Zyra is not next to Ash. Those buddies need to stay hand in hand pretty much the whole game here because that's exactly what Curse are going to try and do. They're going to repeatedly try and dive that Ash, burst her down, and we saw in that last team fight also the effectiveness of the grasping roots from Lemon Nation, just negating Voidboy's Undying Rage completely. He popped the ultimate, but can't walk anywhere, so there's nothing to hit with that immense damage that he gets at that point, and he was just completely countered.
Gotta say that Curse is they are losing turrets consistently here, and that's not going to be good, but they're making the fights they need to make. They're showing Cloud9 that they need to be a little bit afraid, and that's what Curse has to do. They have to make Cloud9 respect them right now, because if they don't, Cloud9's gonna make this another one of their average 28-minute games.
And like Cloud9, even though Curse got a nice early start to this game, and they had a slight upper hand, they were not worried because they saw the team comp was prepped perfectly, and they knew exactly what they're going into at the 15-minute mark. Just like I called, they're not going to have to worry about the fed melee AD carries because they've got so many answers just built into the champions that they've already selected here, and they're still not worried at all about the time. This open inhibitor has been a free target for them this entire time, and they haven't gone back to it.
So this build for Voidboy here, he kind of ditches out Blade of the Rune King right away and says, I want damage. BF Sword picked up right away.
So he's actually decided to change because of the fact that it's dangerous now even for him to duel. Getting that completed Blade of the Rune King actually isn't going to help them at all since they don't have that inhibitor turret down bottom. He's going to have to be in the team fights, and he needs just straight AD to actually get that extra little oomph that would be the difference between Ash dying and Ash not dying.
Right. We'll have to see now. Curse adapting to what's going on in the game, seeing that Cloud9 may have that bit of a lead, and definitely showing that respect. Balls to back in the top lane. Requiem is up, so even if they saw him back, they still get that in the fight. Everybody mobilizing towards the bottom lane here. They really don't have much to do. It looks like they're just going to clean up and play some wards.
Wards are definitely a good thing at this point in the game because, as you can see now, Voidboy is always hesitant to pick one of these fights. There's no vision for him right now. He doesn't know if Hai has 3 members of Cloud9 standing right behind him, but he goes for it anyway.
He is going to try this. They're not engaging. He knows he's the only one there. It's going to be the death under the turret. He tries to get the charge down. He's going to have to back off the one more attack, and Voidboy's able to do it. All ultimates being thrown down in middle. They go for the haymakers here. It's going to be 2 down going onto the side of Curse. Haya's already down. It's going to be the Deathify from Karthus. So Balls follows, but he gets a double kill on the Requiem as Edward limps away from the fight.
The power of this Karthus, 568 AP, was enough to destroy Cop through that barrier.
So many times this season we've seen a lot of the Karthus going for the Seraph, not going for the Void, not going for the Rabadons, and they're kind of just, start the fight, initiate, or use the wall to get in there. But Balls is crushing people down right now. Like you said, 600 AP can't be stopped, and it's 4 members in the Death Chamber right now as the inhibitor goes down in favor of Cloud9.
And that was the upside of this Ashe-Zyra combo. Not only do they have the queen of the support disengages, Zyra, but they've got the queen of the engage ADs, which is Ashe, and they can easily start that 4v4 fight. As soon as Voidboy was able to win that 1v1, they immediately didn't hesitate because they knew that the rest of their team is strong enough to take out the remnants of Curse. Ashe Arrow hits, they get a free team fight.
And that as well, you can actually kind of... Yeah, you can actually kind of get on the static shiv as well, right? Trinamir looking for that crit damage to spark out and spike. You can get that with Ashe's passive as well on the static shiv.
And that's why we've got the Ashe with Infinity Edge and Static Shiv, which will both help with the crit damage, but also the wave clearing.
Yeah, crushing down. If volley wasn't enough. Taking down the waves every 4 seconds. Hi, trying to farm the mid lane. They have, besides top, successfully pushed everything past that river. Rule of thumb, cross the river with friends. It's dangerous, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Cloud9, now that they've already destroyed the front middle lane of Curse's base, going to go towards the bottom.
If they can chase this down, they got the Wither there. He did use the spinning slash just to get out. Throws down the ultimate. He's going to look angry while this happens, but he is going to go down in the end.
Undying Rage doesn't last too long, and Voidboy dies. He ran out of rage.
You can see that they aren't too thrilled about this. They're going to be coming into the base with some of their highest DPS down. The Death Sentence misses. The Inhibitor will go down 1 for 1 on the abilities, but the Inhibitor, a little bit more of a factor there. High going down into St. Vicious. One of the tankier people on the team still trying to be executed out here. He throws down his ultimate to save himself. It's going to be Balls going down, but the Requiem is still up. The health bars get crushed down. He picks up another kill for himself. The Nexus turrets in the eyes of Cloud9.
Congratulations to Cloud9. They've only got 2 more to deal with. Cop and St. Vicious are here.
It's going to be that Nexus turret. It's going to be the Nexus, Kobe. They try to get out of Sneaky. He puts the flash down. The kiting is there. He doesn't even need to kite because his team locks down Satan in shackles. Cop may follow with the Wither on him. Voidboy's actually here, though. He may be able to turn this around. Another good route coming from Lemon Nation, and these guys can't even approach the fight with HP.
They get the Wither onto Voidboy, and now they're going to go on the Nexus here. They should be able to secure this one pretty easily.
Cloud9 puts another 28.5-minute average game in their book, being the team, I think, to do that just the most in the LCS as well.
And let me just reiterate once again, the engage from Ashe. This is the reason why all the way back in Season 1, Ashe was the most popular AD carry, because in the late game, when you get a Crystal Arrow to hit and that guaranteed engage, they can take out whoever that one grabs. You can see Voidboy paid the price just in this last push, but it's such a strong utility skill in the late game, and it fits so well with Cloud9 because Sneaky, like we said, doesn't take a lot of the farm, so he's more of a utility-oriented AD carry, and having that extra guaranteed engage is perfect for their team.
I gotta say, obviously, it was the one arrow we talked about that made them force back in the walk that he missed. It almost like a long-range rumble ult. He was trying to hit it, but still the fact of his placement, he's like, I'm gonna make sure it at least goes in front of them, because it will stop them. So just the thought of the engage there, the hawk shot being used instead of wards, their map was completely dark on that top side, and they were getting ganked over and over again, but safe.
Yeah, I like the combo. It's the Hawkshot plus the seeds, plus the fact that Cloud9 always run side lanes that also push up. So you get extra vision from all your lanes being pushed up at the same time. And those will naturally draw the jungler out of the jungle. So half of the time, Cloud9 know where the jungler is because he's in a lane. And the other half, you can cover with those Hawkshots and the seeds.
So we got a replay of that matchup, a 4 for 3 in mid, with Cloud9 coming out on top.
Oh, so this was St. Vicious engaged right here. He got out sneaky. You can see how low they get him because Zyra wasn't with them, but because no members of Curse were with St. Vicious to capitalize on that. It was basically both teams kind of split and out of position, and since Zyra finally did come to the party there, you can see him locking up Boy Boy right there, and that was the negating that Undying Rage like I was talking about. They just completely controlled that team fight. So if the rest of the members of Curse were with him at that point, it would have been a beautiful engage, and that could have been the difference in this entire game. But since both teams were kind of split, turned against him.
You know, it just shows this game as well, opening up Balls' champion pool. He still has it with other champions, too. It's kind of crazy, the amount of impact he brings to a game in any lane.
And they were not scared either. They not only did they give him a new champion, though, they were confident in giving him almost all the farm. They wanted to funnel all their money onto Balls and let him carry with this Karthus that we haven't seen a lot.
He made it happen. Nijaki tried to face him more than one time, and 2 out of the 3 times, it was all Balls taking that down. Nijaki only lived the time he had his team helping him. So Curse was spread thin the whole time. Great job by Cloud9 to pick up another win. We've got to take a short break, but when we return, we'll be joined by Cloud9's Lemon Nation and Balls to talk about their perfect week. Then we'll take a look at the highlights from today's first 2 games. The North American League Championship Series, that's what it's called. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to week 6 of the North American League Championship Series. I'm joined by Elimination and Balls from Cloud9 after yet another victory. And this is now your fourth week over the course of the 6 without giving up any losses. Congratulations. I want to start off talking about the Ashe and Zyra bottom lane because you're trending towards this a lot now, Lemon. Talk to me about the picks. Why do you like it so much?
It gives absolute control in team fights. We have the best engage in the game with Ashe Arrow, and we have the best counter engage in the game with Zyra ulti. So we have complete decision making about team fights, and that's basically why we run it.
So what happens if the likes of Ashe or Zyra get taken away or banned out?
Then we run a different champion. I don't want to get into too many specifics.
Fair enough. It's something that you guys are doing a lot of, something we've seen yesterday. The Zyra, all the control it offered in conjunction with your Rumble. Today you picked up Karthus, another new pick for Cloud9. This is the first time you guys have used it this split. And Balls, you look home, completely at home with Karthus. What made you pick the champion?
We've been deciding to run Karthus for a while now, and since Hai doesn't like to play Karthus, we decided to try it out on me because I used to play Karthus in solo queue before, and I think it's my kind of champ because you're just basically running at people and just trying to kill them. So that's what I just do, pretty much.
Talk to me as well, coming into this matchup, we've heard that you had a bit of difficulty with Voidboy. He's one of your toughest lane opponents. So did the Karthus pick and lane swaps have anything to do with the pick?
Like, sorta, since I haven't been doing well against him. I guess I'll just go mid.
Well, that's actually fantastic to hear because it shows an understanding of your team's strengths and weaknesses and playing to them. So how much preparation and how much decision making goes into a sort of a strategy like that?
Well, it's more that we just want to run Karthus. We were considering running it yesterday versus TSM, but we decided to ban it because of what they banned. So we got it today.
Well, congratulations anyway. It worked out. I mean, we seen you pulling off 1v1s against Nijaki multiple times during the course of the game. You guys are now sitting 15-2 for the split. So it's impossible to have a less than 500 win percentage. You're starting to look really good for world playoffs and whatnot. How does your planning and strategizing now change as you're getting closer to the end of the split?
Well, we really have to focus on the world playoffs as we're getting there. We have to start researching who is going to be there and what they do a lot. And it's going to be a lot of effort put into that.
What's more important in this preparation? Picks and bans, the fact that the team's on 100% decided. Is it more important to know your opponents or to be prepared as a team?
They're both very important.
What would you value more? Well, in Cloud9's mind, is it more important to know who your opponents are, what they're picking, what they're playing, and build around that, or prepare to play a Karthus comp, prepare to play Ashe Zyra comp, prepare to play any other comp?
We always play our own game. We don't focus just solely on the opponent. So it's definitely, we're preparing our own game and then adjusting that to each opponent, not the other way around.
Okay, fantastic. Balls, something that we've seen you doing over and over and over is really stomping your lane and controlling. What goes into your planning and preparation for all of these things? Is it just mass solo queue?
It's just mechanics. Like, you shouldn't miss CS when you're in lane. Like, there's not really much to it. Let's hit the creeps.
I want to say that. I think Balls is the best mechanical player, like in the LCS, in NA LCS.
And it's actually good you say that because when we've seen his Karthus now in this matchup, just the way you were playing Karthus, a champion that we haven't seen before, even though you've played it significantly, and worked out well. So congratulations on the win, guys. 15-2 in the split, holding strong up there at the top position. We're going to be getting ready to head over to Replay Central with Jat today. He's going to break down the 2 games that we've already looked at throughout the course of the day, and then myself and him will take to the caster desk for the last 2 matchups. Jat, take us to the replays.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And I just have the one big team fight clip here between Curse and Cloud9. This was an interesting one because we knew before the game that Curse needed Voidboy to become a split push monster because they weren't able to win team fights. And this is going to play out as their plan. Watch how Voidboy specifically waits to exhaust Hai until after Hai has used his death mark onto Voidboy. So let's just roll the start of this clip because it gets more interesting after this. Voidboy corners Hai. Hai recognizes he's going to fall. As soon as he ults, Voidboy exhausts. So all the damage in between the death mark would go off. He kills Hai, and you think Voidboy's going to lie, but let's pause it here. The brilliant thing here, and we knew that Lemon Nation just mentioned it, is that Cloud9 has absolute teamfight control. Look at the size of this Zyra Stranglethorns as it knocks up 3 different members of Curse. And the control they have in this teamfight, even though they were already stronger, it's got to be good to be sneaky, because in all of these games where you see Cloud9 run Zyra Ashe, Ashe never gets touched. Let's roll this clip at full speed to just see how safe he is and how much Cloud9 actually dominates these teamfights. It's over almost before it started because everyone got started in the Zyra ult. And if we pause it here, you can see the kill callouts. Voyboy didn't actually make it through there. Because they team fought right after the duel, Hai actually had enough oomph to take out Voyboy in the end. So that's the type of team fighting coordination that Cloud9 has and why all of their control leads to victories. Cloud9 now moves only 2 losses on the entire year, and they're looking really strong as they move into World Finals and the rest of the NA LCS split. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, chat. All right, everyone. Earlier, we asked you to let us know what is your favorite pro champion combo in the NA LCS and why. And here's what you guys had to say. Wishy-Washy4 says Reginald Karthus. He's single-handedly kept TSM in so many games with it.
After that last one, we might have to change it to Balls Karthus.
His Karthus has been huge over a lot of Season 2. It was a staple champion that Team Solo Mid
I mean,
would run.
Reggie's definitely played it way more than Balls has in competitive play.
So Lightforce says, I love Meteos' Zac combo. He goes to the wall on that champ and has he goes to the wall on that champ. He goes all to the wall.
He goes
and
to the ball,
floors. He does
and then
everything.
bounces off of it.
And he has such a great initiation with him. And it's what you get out of champions like Zac. You can bounce over everything, and you can do fly-by Barons.
He really does play that champion exactly how it was meant to play.
So we see Roy Haru says, definitely daydreaming on Blitzcrank. I need to see those evil grabs behind his smile.
The one where he grabbed double lift, I believe, through in mid-thresh lantern. Whoever it was, regardless, grabbing someone mid-lantern ride is beautiful to watch.
It's pretty dang good. Trichromatic says, I love seeing ManCloud's Nidalee last split. Every single javelin was brutal.
It was, but, you know, he hasn't really played that champion a lot, and I'm kind of missing that
It's
one.
made me sad because they were able to run a really sweet, like, we have no initiation composition. We'll just meet you for every fight as you have half HP from this right here.
Yeah.
Just hit him always in the face. Raw5280 says, I've got to say special on Thresh. Them flays.
You can shout out Mad Life for the Death Sentence and Lantern combos, but the flays are all special. He has done so many perfectly timed backwards flays that it's ridiculous.
Get this guy signed up for some culinary school. Congratulations to our winners of the Logitech Gaming keyboards.
Keep hitting us up, guys, on Twitter with your answers. We're at LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag LOL. LCS.
It is LOL as well. Hashtag LOL and LCS, because it's both. All right, guys, now we have another chance for you to win something cool. We're giving away the Mr. Mundoverse skin and 1,000 RP to the fans who can make the best Dr. Mundo faces.
For more info on that contest, head over to facebook.com/League of Legends or go to the forums on the official League of Legends website.
Okay, coming up Saturday, Week 6 of the LCS continues live from Tenerife, Spain.
And their last day of coverage from Tenerife starts with the finals of the Challenger tournament between Copenhagen Wolves and TCM.
And then it's time for the pros to face off, starting with Fnatic taking on Gambit, followed by SK Gaming battling Ninjas in Pajamas.
After that, it's Evil Geniuses versus Meet Your Makers and Team Alternate taking on Lemonogs.
It all starts Saturday at 6 a.m. Pacific and 3 p.m. Central European time. But we still have 2 more games coming your way today from North America. Up next, it's Scara and Dignitas taking on Doublelift and Counterlogic Gaming.
After that, Vile Rose and Velocity take to the Rift against Mandatory Cloud and the Voracious Vulcan.
All right, these guys, all right, guys, you guys and us, we've got to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because the North American League Championship Series continues right after these commercial messages. Now go get your snack on.
Swapping to a new role takes a lot of dedication because you have to do a lot of research. You gotta change your whole builds. Not every role builds the same.
You have to just completely learn all new champions, all new lane matchups, all new positioning, all new everything basically.
If you're the top laner, usually the bruiser, you're the person who goes in. You have to know that, whereas if you're the AD carry, you're the one who's staying in the back, going in when you can damage safely.
Most AD carries are completely useless in every other lane except maybe a few which should go mid lane because they can farm there.
There's almost no overlap between AD carry and jungle.
I think that's a really good transition to make, jungle to mid. You're still controlling the map, but you're doing it from a lane perspective, and you learn a lot from the jungle how to control all the lanes.
For AD, usually you 2v1 or 2v2, but 2v1 is a whole different thing. If you go to top and play top champion against another top lane champion, the whole thing is different.
It just depends who pushes faster and what the matchup really is.
Welcome back to week 6 of the North American League Championship Series. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, and next to me is Joshua Jat Niesman. Now it's time for our third match of the day, Team Dignitas versus Council Logic Gaming. Both these teams are coming off tough losses yesterday, with Dignitas being controlled by Vulcan and CLG losing the late game after Velocity bounced back.
Yeah, and CLG got a little bit too creative with their team composition. They kind of went from everyone protecting Doublelift in their comps to having no one protect Doublelift against Velocity, and that didn't work out very well. But the good news for CLG is they've only lost 2 games in a row once this summer. Doublelift and crew have been able to regroup and come up with wins in 6 of the 7 games following a loss.
And today, CLG wants to atone for yesterday's performance versus Velocity when they battled Dignitas that they've already beaten once this year. When these two teams did meet all the way back in week 1 of the summer split, it was a marathon match. The match lasted over 71 minutes, and they accrued over 100 grand of gold each.
Yeah, that game was a little bit nuts. Doublelift and Cutie Pie were able to compile some incredible stats. They had over 500 mini kills apiece and each earned 27,000 gold or more. But that week 1 game wasn't really anything new. These teams do have a history of playing the marathon matches. Back in the North American Regionals playoffs last year, they also had a 71-minute game. So those long games are nothing new.
So we'll find out if we get another one today. And whether or not the match is going to go to the late game does depend a lot on which Skara actually shows up today. At the very least, that's what Doublelift thinks.
Skara is like the shining example of like hit or miss. That guy will hit, and he'll hit really hard with like something crazy like Master E, or he'll just miss and he'll feed and they'll lose.
Very strong words. A lot of these preambles have been very intense so far today.
Yeah, Doublelift has always been one of the outspoken bunches, so that's almost a little bit less outspoken because everyone's been able to observe Dignitas and Scar's inconsistency throughout the year. But to be fair, the same thing has been somewhat evident with CLG.
So we'll see which CLG rocks up on the Rift today. And talking about that, let's actually take a look at the starting lineups. For the blue side, it is going to be Dignitas in this matchup. Kiwi Kid in the top lane. Jungle is going to be Crumbs. Mid lane being played by Skara. And the duo lane of I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy.
And on the red side, we have Counter Logic Gaming with Nien in the top lane, Big Fat OP in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Outspoken Doublelift on AD carry, and Chouster always support.
All right, well, the players are busy jumping into the lobby, but before we get to Champion Select, let's take a look at who you think is going to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 65% of you think that CLG is going to win, but it'll take them 200 minutes.
That's a pretty bold claim right there, but the 65% is the CLG fan base usually coming through, not to mention all the CLG potential that's been coming out. Despite having that 8-8 record, they're 3rd place in the league because we have that huge stack of teams right between 3 and 7. So there's so much riding on this game for these guys, and it could take a long time because we got the history.
Yeah, and the position of the league, the fact that everybody's tied up, you're not going to play overly aggressive or want to make mistakes. You don't want to put yourself in that position to have a negative win-loss record or something like that right now. We are into pick some bans. Right out the gate, Vladimir has been taken away. Dignitas removing that from CLG.
Yeah, it's something that Nien plays a little bit. Nien has close to the largest champion roster of everyone who's played, so he does have a lot of champion diversity despite being new to the role. It actually kind of comes with Nien picking up champions and learning the role that he's able to start with such a wide champion pool because it's not like he's channeled in 100 games on a champion at this point. But It's an interesting bad by Dignitas. Really, I think a counter at Nyan.
That's something that Nyen was even saying in the build-up to these. He likes to prepare for the role by spamming loads and loads of champions. The follow-up bans, Graves, Jace, and Nunu. Obviously taking Graves away from QtPie. It's been his go-to AD carry throughout the summer split.
Specifically because I'm a QtPie loves to just try the spike Graves build. He'll go Static Shiv and Bloodthirster. And with the way Dignitas plays, always roaming around and trying to get the skirmish fights that are over quickly and then taking those into odd man team fights, it's probably his best AD carry at this point. So it's another very targeted ban by these guys.
One last ban remaining. It is going to be Zed taken out. So Shen and Zed removed from the pool. It does mean that Elise is still open and available, and it's something that, you know, is favored by both of these squads in this matchup. So we'll see what they decide to log in. Kiwi Kid with a big smile on his face. We're not believing any of this fishy business.
Well, it is his favorite champion. He talks about it all the time. He loves playing it, but it's not something that he's probably going to be pulling out here because, as you said, that Elise is the important pick in this game. He's something Kiwi Kid played a whole bunch of before, and it's something Nyen would have absolutely locked down if Kiwi Kid didn't just take it.
Yeah, it's something we've even seen in Crumbs' hands in the jungle as well throughout the course of the split. So it's one of those versatile champions that can go anywhere. Makes life a little bit more difficult for predicting the type of composition that you're coming up against. So it has been locked in. So the Elise is now secured. Hovering over Skara, and I think this is a little bit of toy. I think there's a little bit of bait here from CLG.
It's a dangerous path these guys are going down with all this mind gaming we have with each other. There's been times in the past where they picked the wrong champion by doing stuff like this, but not today. Nyen picking the Twisted Fate, most likely for Link. I gotta say Link is probably the best Twisted Fate in North America, and then Big Fat OP's Nocturnes, specifically not because he farms a crazy amount, but because of the way he denies vision with the Nocturne ultimate in a timely fashion. He's not just using it for the move block. Makes those both exceptional picks for CLG.
And of course, all the global and quasi-global pressure cannot be discounted either. Over on the other side, a very quick lock-in of that Lee Sin and that Sona. So we're starting to see some form of compositions take root. Dignitas already with a lot of mobility on their side of the map.
And a lot of skirmishing potential too, because Elise and Lee Sin can fly all over the place and probably win a 2v2 against anyone in this game. So look for Crumbs and Kiwi Kid to try to buddy up a lot in this game and make plays happen around Nyen and Big Fat LP's ultimate cooldowns.
It's going to be very scary because if they're not in the right place at the right time, it could end up backfiring for them. 10 seconds left on the clock. CLG looking to lock in. Most likely Thresh for support. It is Chowster's Thresh as well, and it's something that he has been steadily improving over the course of the split.
It's something he's definitely putting a lot of time and investment into because I feel like CLG plays their best when they pick Janna or they pick Sona for Chowster, but they recognize the power potential of Thresh, and they consistently put Chowster on it game and game again. Every game he's played on Thresh has gotten better, but I still don't think it's at a point where it's his top champion, but yet they continue to pick it. So they're in third place with the way they've gotten here with Thresh, so maybe this will take them through.
And a very scary lane combination as well when paired up with that Rat.
Absolutely.
All of the low-level damage with Expunge.
And you were mentioning earlier that with Draven's bleed change, Twitch seems to be supplanting his role a little bit in that, well, he's got poison.
Yeah.
That's really kind of like a bleed now if we're just being creative with names here. It's just green and true damage. And the bullying potential of that lane is very similar to what you can get with the Draven if Twitch gets a little bit ahead early.
And we'll see if they can manage to make that work. Over on the other side, Dignitas hovering over that Vayne does switch over. So still deciding what they want for their AD carry. It has finally been locked in. Going back to the Varus. Varus has always been a priority as far as AD carries are concerned. But the Kassadin.
Especially for I'm a QtPie, just to touch on the AD carry point really soon. I'm a QtPie almost always picks laning champions against CLG and Doublelift. Even though he doesn't say he respects Doublelift as AD carry, he'll always pick a Caitlyn or a Varus just so he can try to bully the lane or at least out-farm him at one point. The Kassadin is, of course, the most interesting pick here because it's been forever since we've seen Scar's Kassadin, and it's something he's very proficient with.
And another champion that can just hop in and out of battle, kite, and plays into the skirmishes like you were talking about. CLG now sitting in a position where maybe they weren't anticipating the Kassadin, and all of a sudden they need to start thinking, what do we do? Because a lane matchup, Kassadin versus Twisted Fate, may be a little scary for Link if they go for that.
And CLG needs to make sure they have some lockdown potential or even some extended silence here. So we know that they still have a top lane choice to pick, and Nyen has a very wide champion pool. That's very interesting. We need to think about this for a second.
So
it's either a Twitch or a Vayne that he's going to be ran in the top lane. There was a mid Twitch.
Froggen did it.
Froggen played.
Yep, that's
Tenerife.
my first pick.
but that wouldn't work for the Twisted Fate. Nien used to be an AD carry player, so he's going to be playing the second AD carry, I think.
35 seconds on the clock. So
top lane Vayne would be safer than top lane Twitch if they decide to go with this, but I feel like top lane Vayne will also get destroyed by Elise 1v1. So they're going to try to lane Vayne against Kassadin because Kassadin is weak to AD carries, and they're going to play a game of hide-and-go-seek trying to pick the right lanes. I think that's what's happening.
And it does look like it is basically coming to fruition right now. Cleanse Flash sitting in Niantonso's back pocket, so you can assume that's going to be for Vayne. A very interesting composition coming out of CLG. They're 1-0 up in the matchup. We were talking about it coming into this game, how they're going to play each other 3 more times in the next 3 weeks worth of games. Once this week, once next Friday. And if there's any time to pull something fresh and new that's going to help your team out, now's the time.
And speaking of CLG still, yesterday they lost to Velocity with a double AD composition with Link playing the second AD carry. Now they have Nien playing the second AD carry in another double AD composition. So 3 different players playing AD carry for CLG in the past 2 games. And the last one didn't necessarily work out for them. So this is CLG kind of telling the rest of the league, like they usually do, that they are onto something, even if it doesn't seem like it. So we'll see if this one works out for them.
One of the best things about losing when you run a composition is you figure out what went wrong. And we'll see if they've managed to figure out what went wrong from their loss yesterday, as they are pulling this double AD comp slightly differently off today. Dignitas, on the other hand, they've gone a little bit more traditional, dare I say that, even though they've stuck the Casted in there. But, you know, it's champions that we're a little bit more familiar with in the competitive scene.
And Scar has got to be really happy about this matchup, because Kassadin against double squishy AD carries and a very squishy mid laner in Link is just the happiest time Kassadin's going to have in a game. He's going to have so many people that he can potentially blow up. He's just got to get farmed.
I love the word usage of potentially. He needs to get to that point first.
He does.
We'll see whether or not CLG can do any of those lane shenanigans to actually shut him down or slow him down. Right now, a 5-man CLG, they've managed to find out Crumbs. The Duskbringer lands. The hook does not. And Crumbs manages to just sneak his way away from that one.
Got a couple scratches on his back there from the Thresh Lantern, but it never quite grabbed him. It means CLG gets the deep ward into Dignitas's red buff. Well, that also just opened up the door for Dignitas to go into CLG's red buff area. I'd say this is probably the most common start we've seen of all this week, is the red buff ward swap, and then they just kind of both happily go back to their lanes.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody can make use of that information. Something that CLG will have to be very wary of is that very squishy Vayne up top. We'll see if Crumbs is going to spend any extra time in that lane trying to help out Niantonso, or wherever he ends up, in fact. Right now, CLG staying together as they're actually going to try and get some vision or maybe even control of this blue buff.
I think that Dignitas is being very scared of where CLG goes right now, knowing that Link's gold card, if they caught someone off, would instantly chain into the Thresh Lantern, and it would be a kill if CLG were to catch Dignitas off guard in the jungle here. So that is why Dignitas is conceding so much in the jungle early on.
And luckily, they haven't managed to get caught out just yet. But we do see CLG starting off this blue buff. The Volatile Spiderling not going to make it into vision range, but Kiwi Kid is going to walk past and spot this one out. So he's well aware of what's going on.
This one.
He's a gold card for his troubles. Big Fat LP is going to smite that one away. So going to slow down his jungle a little bit.
Kiwi Kid's presence there was just to make sure that the smite was burned. And since Crumbs had no threat on his red buff, Crumbs is now going for the blue buff of CLG, and I'll be very interested to see if CLG tries to stop that blue buff invade, because they're outmanned here, knowing that Big Fat LP can't give the jungle. I feel like CLG is just going to go to lane happily.
So it does look like that is the case. You can see both Chowster and Doublelift move into position. What we do see, though, is that Niantonso has picked his lane, and it is against the castle.
And that's exactly the lane that CLG wants. Niantonso actually spent a fair bit of time at mid lane back in the Season 2 of Competitive Days, so he is familiar with the gank paths and how you position in here, as well as being a familiar AD carry player as he played for Marn in the spring split. This is exactly the matchup that CLG wanted, and we need to see if Skara can survive the laning phase against an AD carry player such as Nien on Vayne.
As it stands right now, he hasn't managed to get too much damage down, but he is pulling a little bit ahead as far as CS is concerned, as is to be expected. And we are going to see straight up matchups of our dual lanes in this bottom lane, and it's something that we're seeing a little more frequently now.
Exactly. It's been the story of the week almost. They're readjusting, even though the jungle spawners spawn times changed in the 3.8 patch. It's really in the 3.9 patch here in North America that we're seeing these teams go a little bit back to the standard lanes, and I love it's the I'm a Cutie Pie versus Double Lift lane, because I'm a Cutie Pie specifically picks laners that can outlane Double Lift's pick.
So we'll see how this goes to fruition. We've got two lanes where time will tell who's going to manage to pull ahead. What we do see, though, is Crumbs has snuck his way up to this top lane, but Big Fat LP has been sitting in the top lane bush for a little while. They're in position to counter.
It's telegraphed, though.
And it does look like they're going in. Gold Card eats Crumbs. The Igniter is down. The Fear Proc is going up, but Link is the one that takes a lot of damage. He manages to flash away from the Sonic Wave. Big Fat LP has just decided to give up and starts backing away. A lot of action, but nothing really happening.
I don't think that gank surprised either team, only because Link was pushed up so far on Twisted Fate without wards in the top lane that is just saying, I know you're coming to gank me, which is why COG had Big Fat LP there, and that's why they just kind of met each other, said, well done, you played the same chess match as us, everyone back away.
Yeah, if we do measure it up, we do see that Kiwi Kid got away with his flash, though, which is something they did manage to burn from Link. So if Crumbs can spend a little bit more time, then maybe the next gank can work out for them. This mid lane, Nintanso 30 CS to his opponent's 18. Skara is not being shut down, maybe quite as hard as Nien was hoping.
But the great thing about this for COG is Vayne is already an AD carry who generally struggles to get far.
Down on the bottom lane, Exhauster is out. Cutie Pie pops his barrier. Chaos is trying to set up the death sentence. Catches Patoy, pulls him backwards, carries on landing some auto attacks. Ignite is now burning away. Patoy forced to flash to
Teleport
safety.
behind him.
Double picks up a kill with the expunge. Here comes Skara. He's going to pick up the first one onto Chowster with one more auto attack. Does not have Rift Order available. Not needed as a hail of arrows closes out the rat.
And that's exactly what Dignitas needed in this lane setup. Even though Dignitas kind of lost the 2v2 lane that they'd picked to win, they ended up winning the fight because Skara didn't care about his negative lane matchup in mid, already enacting some map pressure before level 6, before Link could match with Twisted Fate, and gives Dignitas some breathing room in these lanes.
It's not over yet as Kiwi Kid jumps onto Link. His little spiderlings get eaten up by the tower, and Link is running low on HP right now.
And Link needs to survive in this lane, which is why Big Fat OP is giving him so much help. Twisted Fate is not a good top laner.
Gold card is picked. It's going to lock up Kiwi Kid, but they trade stuns for a cocoon. Kiwi Kid gets feared and thrown off to the side, so he can't dive himself onto Link. He's got no ignites available either, and eventually Kiwi Kid's going to get away with that.
And that was very curious because Kiwi Kid's Repel was on still a 10-second cooldown by the time COG went in, but the way that Link was approaching that fight was as if he was scared of Kiwi Kid jumping right on top of him. COG could have been more aggressive in that 2v1 gank, and I think they could have punished Kiwi Kid's lane positioning there, but they decided not to.
So the mind game's working out in favor of Kiwi Kid and Dignitas. The pressure is not over yet as Crumbs has once again showed himself in this top lane. He's bumped into Big Fat LP. They're trading a little bit of blows back and forth, but nothing coming from this fight.
And Link is doing an exceptional job surviving against Kiwi Kid's Elise here. Elise is one of Kiwi Kid's favorite and most proficient top laners, whereas Twisted Fate has no business being in the top lane in this 1v1 matchup. Plus, both the junglers have essentially lived up there, and the fact that Link is only 37 to 44 minion kills down is a testament to his skill on Twisted Fate.
So very well played there. He's keeping themselves in it. We do see Skara has snuck himself up to this top lane. This is going to be a three-man dive. Link just gets popped and evaporates underneath the tower. And Repel goes in and throws Elise up into the air. Big Fat LP is the next target. He flashes away to safety. Skara gets away with 100 HP. Kiwi Kid comes back in. Big Fat LP is still alive. He is on 14 hit points.
Here's Ned!
Picks up a kill from behind. That's a double kill on Yantanso. And Big Fat LP survives with single-digit HP.
And finally there, we see Nien mirroring Skara's movement and really making CO and Dignitas pay. It is very dangerous to try a 3v2 turret dive just because that's not much of an advantage just because of the turret. And since Nien made it all the way up there, the dive was very well avoided by Dignitas. A little sloppy by Dignitas and well avoided by COG. These teams play each other so much, you always get a little bit confused. But Nien really getting the dividends of that fight.
And we'll see what he decides to itemize into. 2 kills is definitely going to help him out. He's got double the CS of his lane opponent. And that's actually 2 lane ganks that we've seen from Skara. One thanks to the teleport, one thanks to the roam. The Intanso is feeling very brave.
Look out.
He's going to run himself into 2, tumbles away to safety, immediately cleanses it out, knocks Skara away, but the Riftwalk pulls him right back in. Crumbs carries on with a chase. He's going to dive over to the ward. That looked like a flash from Skara. Null Sphere plus one more Riftwalk closes it out.
That was not a very timely condemn on Skara right there. During the quarter-second cast time of Riftwalk, Skara got knocked back without the stun, so he just came in right over the top, and it was as if the condemn didn't do anything. So Nien was exploring. He got caught out and punished for it by Dignitas.
So 4th kill of the game is secured for Dignitas and makes it 100 gold that separates these two teams. They're farming relatively evenly once you balance out all of the numbers. And of course, thanks to that Twisted Fate passive, CLG will be earning a little bit extra bang for their buck with each creep picked up. And we do see that Big Fat LP and Crumbs, they've definitely signaled which lanes they want to spend more focus on. But now Link has moved to the mid lane, so this might change up the pattern.
And I really wonder how they're going to do in their respective lanes now, because once Skara hits level 6, it actually makes it too difficult for Nien to lane against him, because Skara can just trade too much damage with him up front, which is why they put Twisted Fate into the mid lane. But now is where Nien really has to start to struggle, because Elise's power spike is around level 7 to 9, and that is not Vayne's power spike. So we'll see if Nien can survive this lane against Kiwi Kid.
Right now, Crumbs is already moving himself up. He stood right on top of a ward, so the whole of CLG are going to be well aware of the Blind Monk's positioning, and they're not going to be doing anything to reveal that. The more time you can delay, the better.
And this is actually where the junglers are this game. They're just in the top lane, and that's why Big Fat LP is waiting in the wings. The difference in this fight is that there is a Nocturne ultimate and a Twisted Fate ultimate that can potentially join, and Scar's teleport is not off cooldown yet.
There goes the Paranoia, diving himself forward onto Crumbs. Gold card lands. Dragon's Range kick kicks Nocturne away to safety, but Nien is chasing. Gets a lot of damage down. The Katem is going to be able to pick it up. First kill of the game, but they trade 1 for 1. Now Nien carries on chasing. The Repel throws him up in the air, but there's nowhere to go. The Entancer decides not to chase, and Kiwi Kid gets away with his life.
Even so, that seemed like a great play for CLG. The fight bottom.
I'm a Cutie Pie gets pulled all the way backwards. The box is up. He gets popped by the expunge before the box can even get broken.
All right, we're going to cover both of these. I'll get back to what just happened bottom lane because I need to cover top first. Everything was burned by CLG in that gank, but because it was traded 1 for 1, that's actually a win for Dignitas. Then in the bottom lane, I'm a Cutie Pie, no business being there. His support was gone, and he was still pushed up to the turret, so CLG capitalized by landing a hook for Chowster.
So well played to at least get that advantage. Chowster and Double of putting the first real damage onto this bottom lane tower. And it's the most significant that we've seen of any of the lanes. We haven't seen this very early tower pushing that we've been seeing in many of the other games. And that's mostly due to those straight-up matchups.
And I really like this type of game because it's 5 kills to 5. It's not like they're sitting in lane and farming. There has been a lot of lane roaming and lane just tomfoolery as everyone's been everywhere. For an example, the last 3v2 we saw top lane was because Nien had a disadvantage in that lane.
And Link's been caught out once again. Crumbs and Skara diving onto him. 1 more hit's needed. The Rift Wall closes it out. And Crumbs and Skara once again pairing up, making buddies, and finding a CLG member to kill.
And Dignitas is superior in the skirmish game, assuming that the ultimate cooldowns of Twisted Fate and Nocturne are down. So Dignitas is continually catching CLG just in transit back and forth from lanes, and it's paying off a little bit for them here. It's just that pesky Twisted Fate gold that's keeping CLG ahead in there.
So right now, Double Lift down on the bottom lane. We haven't watched this lane all too much. 85 CS to 85. Got an extra kill over his opposing number. And it's a matchup that it's still very close, at least as far as the metrics are concerned.
Which lane was that again? Sir?
Bottom lane, Varus and Twitch.
Exactly, and that lane is another lane that actually is going in CLG's favor because Chowster's Twitch Thresh combination with Double Lift isn't super feared, but this is again the skirmish game Dignitas trying to force.
And take a look at this. Skara and Crumbs once again roaming. This is the 4th or 5th time Skara's joined a body. Nintanso very low on HP,
Ooh,
down to about 50% up. Kiwi Kid is going to be able to repel away and manages to get away from Vayne's ultimate timer.
And Yen is trying to lifesteal up as much as possible to survive the poke of Kiwi Kid. The very interesting thing here is, though, that Link's ultimate is up. In fact, CLG has a fair chunk of ultimates, and Dignitas is going for a fight.
The crescendo locks up Big Fat LP. You can see Link, he doesn't want to take a ride in the lantern. He's manages to just walk away. Big Fat LP goes down, and Dignitas just jumped on him before he could react.
And that was a smart peel by Dignitas. It'll be interesting to see how they continue this fight.
They just carry on chasing. They've managed to land right on top of Chowster. He's looking to get away to safety. He gets dropped. Skara continues the chase, and he's dived on top of Double Lift. The spray and pray was thrown out and dealt a lot of damage, but no kills.
And Link did not decide to partake in that fight. He was pushing up the mid lane, trying to increase CLG's overall gold advantage, but they gave up 2 kills in the process and didn't get an objective in return, so that was great moves by CLG, assuming that they can save these turrets.
So Link is going to try to do the best he can. He doesn't necessarily have the most amount of ability power or attack damage to kill it on this wave, but if he's left alone for long enough, sure as hell he'll take that down.
And Link is not having a friendly game right now. Top lane Twisted Fate with increasing jungle action going at him again and again. So he is more of a team utility member here. He just wants to survive and contribute in whatever way he can, because this is not, at current point, a Link carry game.
So we do see now Dignitas, Scara, and Crumbs, they've moved in.
Great
The
steal.
Dragon gets stolen away. Big Fat LP does have his flash available. Spell Shield goes up. He blocks some of the damage, but it's only a matter of time. He grabs the Lantern. He gets away thanks to Chelsea's positioning. Scara has not given up the chase, though. Now he finally backs away. But they lost the Dragon.
That's the friendship save right there. But the skirmishing continues here. And this game is too fast-paced for CLG right now. They need to slow it down if they want to get out of Dignitas's roam zone.
One of the things that could help them slow it down is a little bit maybe superior vision. If they're able to know where their opponents are, they can react, because Crumbs and Scar are basically walking to lanes. Teleport is up for Scar if he wants to set up any sort of ward teleport gank, however.
And the great thing that's happening for CLG right now, if they can slow the game down, is Nien's farm total. Holy crap, 3 kills and 126 gold, plus he started to win that lane against Kiwi Kid. This is fantastic performance by him in the top lane.
He throws on that final hour, tries to chase down Kiwi Kid, actually gets the teleport out of Scara. That's a Rift Walk into a flash, insta-flash from Niantonso, plus another tumble. Scara's going to carry on chasing. Null Sphere and Force Pulse is good damage, but not enough to lock him down.
Nien is going to try to turn this side lane Vayne into a 1v1 split-pushing duelist, like he would a Zed or an Elise in other games.
Right now, Chalster is going to be forced to flash away. He's going to pull himself over the Wraith Camp. Double lift is going to get revealed. Can he get to the Lantern? That's the question. He goes down before he can take a ride. Another kill on the board for Dignitas.
Double lift. That was an untimely stealth reveal right now, and that punishes CLG because they will have severe troubles holding this turret. They don't have the wave clear to prevent Dignitas from taking this.
And they've completely given it up. You can see Big Fat LP and Chalster have just backed all the way off. Link continues to push on that bottom lane, and he's trying to get some form of pressure in place, and he's putting a lot of damage on this tower.
And this is Dignitas going in.
The crescendo's down. Big Fat LP is locked up. Niantonso manages to get away thanks to his cleanse. He's put some damage down, but it's not all that much. Link is trying to find a place to get involved. The Destiny is up, but it is timed out. He's managed to make it to the mid lane. Now Chalster's been jumped on. He gets dropped as the rest of Dignitas are pressuring the tower.
But Link flashes in from behind. CLG might turn.
He carries on chasing. Spray and Sprayer's out. Double is trying to get one down. The Expunge is going to be able to pick it up. Sona gets dropped, but Dignitas should be mostly happy with that.
The pacing of this game is absurd. Dignitas is forcing it every single turn, and CLGs cannot keep up despite having Twisted Fate and Nocturne. This is their first step in getting back to it because of Link's collapse from the bottom lane. They're taking a turret for an answer.
Second tower of the game. They'll even that one up with Dignitas. And it is, of course, that very important mid tower that's down. So now both lanes, their top tower and bottom outer towers are still standing. Link got a lot of damage onto Dignitas' bottom lane tower during that push, though.
And I think he's going to be going back there. This is such an interesting game, Quickshot. 17 kills in under 17 minutes across the board. The gold is actually very close. Even turrets, 1 dragon to 0. And it's because Dignitas needs to outpace CLG if they don't want to get taken aback. Since Dignitas has been winning games by split pushing and skirmishing, CLG picked a team comp that can do that as well, which is one of the reasons we're seeing so many frequent team fights, because it's very rare we're seeing a 5v5. Everyone's trying to create pressure at different points on the map, and then the other team is going to stop them from doing that instead of just trading objectives, which is why we've gotten so many kills.
One thing in terms of the objectives that did go in favor of CLG a moment ago was that blue buff steal from Niantonso. Thanks to all that pressure he's put down in the top lane and taking that tower, he's able to safely invade, pick that one up, and you've actually seen 2 pink wards there in the top half of that jungle for CLG, so well aware that his opponents have no vision, and he was safe doing so.
And those pink wards serve a double purpose as well, because if Nien ever wants to hide in that part of the jungle or try to run away, the stealth from his tumble isn't going to be real, and Dignitas will never get juked in the jungle by Nien if he's trying to juke through those pink wards.
Members of Dignitas looking like they want to once again return to this top lane. Scara's walked his way back up here, and you can see Crumbs not too far away, getting a little bit of vision reveal. Niantonso. Now they've got some numbers advantage. They may want to put pressure on that tower.
I'm very curious to see how this game's going to evolve into a teamfight phase, because this is the 3rd turret getting taken by Dignitas. I think they're going to be able to get this one. Actually, Twisted Fate is coming around to stop, and Dignitas is scared off a little bit. But if these outer turrets get taken, the map is going to be so open, and the already large amounts of skirmishing we've been seeing might actually multiply into even more action.
We do see that just the presence of Nocturne and Vayne was enough to make Dignitas back off a little bit. Destiny still not available, but Link is close by, and they're actually going to give this one up. You know, just position. They weren't willing to pick that fight.
It was not worth that turret at this point in the game. The percentage gold that it adds to Dignitas is small enough that the loss Dignitas COG would have taken if they lost that fight would have been a Baron. Very smart to just give that one up.
So right now the pressure continues as the wave is onto the inner turret. That is a 5-man stack here for Dignitas, but they haven't revealed their full strength of numbers, hiding a little bit out of sight. And down in the bottom half you can see Sona and Castellan just waiting in the rafters. Flash Crescendo not available for Patoy yet, but the longer this drags out, the more it is.
But again, Doublelift is off split pushing, so this is telling Dignitas it's their time to go. And Dignitas might even consider diving into CLG's base, knowing CLG has no true tanks right now.
Doublelift has started the recall. The timer is on for when that opportunity is available. They decide against it, playing it safe and back away. And that instantly means Doublelift cancelled his recall.
Yeah, this is a mind game right now about how much Dignitas can take before Doublelift goes back to the base, because there's no way CLG will engage a 4v5 onto Dignitas. So wherever Dignitas goes, they can take uncontested turrets. The first contest they'll see is at this turret.
So 5 towers to 3. We're on the inhibitor turret. Dragon's about to respawn. The hook manages to catch Crumb. Scar's off to the side. Paranoia gets used, denying that vision as Chowster and Big Fat LP are about to get locked up by that chain of corruption. Nobody has died yet, as Scar is gonna find the first kill onto Chowster. Now Niantonso, his final hour. He gets the stun against the wall. Scara is actually dropped down in the fight. Destiny from Link throws him forward, but he gets killed before he can get anybody of himself. A great cocoon locks up Big Fat LP as Niantonso is now in the background.
And it's 2 for 2. Doublelift actually came back to base, bought home guards, and tried to join that fight, but because Dignitas was pulling away quickly enough, he never made it there. That was a tremendous save at the end by Crumbs, not falling to Link, being able to juke out the damage, and then Big Fat LP didn't hit his Duskbringer at the very end there to take anyone down, but because CLG has such high health after that, they're going to be able to take an objective.
So well played to secure the Dragon, managing to take that one away from their opponents, and Link just got shredded the moment he appeared after that Destiny. The burst damage that comes down from that top lane Elise and mid lane Castellan was too much for him to handle. He's trying to get his Zhonya's to survive.
And that's what he needs to do this game, is he needs to pull off initiations like that, but then be able to Zhonya's and stop Dignitas from just exploding him. Once you're 1 and 4 here on Twisted Fate as he just completed the Zhonya's, that's his job. It's not like CLG is lacking in damage with Vayne and Twitch. They need to have midline distractions and things that allow Nian and Doublelift to actually get off their auto attack. So smart build by Link for having a bad game.
So we'll see how well his next Destiny engage works. 50% of the cooldown has been burned for that Destiny, so it won't be too long before it's up and available again. And with 5 towers down, Dignitas need to be very aware of their positioning when they go down the map. Because like you've highlighted already, they can get caught out by CLG at so many different opportunities.
And I think we need to highlight as well how different this game is from the week 1 matchup, knowing that Doublelift and AmaCutiePie both had over 500 farm in that game. And this game hasn't even had much farming because they've been killing each other so much. These are very low CS numbers for being almost 22 minutes in. The highest in the game being 164 is almost unheard of in a CLG versus Dignitas game.
And trying to farm one another's champions as opposed to one another's minions.
It's a pretty fun way to play.
It is the order of business for the day right now. Blue buff is respawned. This is going to be Scar's first blue buff in quite a while, actually, as CLG has denied the previous one. And Castellan's going to be very happy maxing out that tier of the goddess as quick as possible.
And we said before the game that Scar was going to be licking his chops before this one, and he's about to go try to eat Doublelift and Yen. Eating rats is ill-advised sometimes, but at least Scara is strong enough to do that right now. He's 5 and 2 after having to go through a tough laning phase because he's been able to roam around and get so many good kills.
We'll see how much damage he can spread across the members of CLG who are particularly squishy. Crumbs is just farming up this mid lane very deep. He doesn't even have the best support super close by, but the rest of the team is pushing this bottom lane, and Dignitas are just really playing this map very, very well.
And I'm not actually sure who wins in a 5v5 team fight because both these teams are built around skirmishing. It's really all about who gets instantly killed first, and that could decide the team fight. If Scar goes in, or if he gets stunned when he goes in, is going to be very key.
And here they go. Destiny is being channeled. Link joins the party. Instantly, Zonya's up. Five members of Dignitas are jumping onto Link down in the background. The box is down. First victim to fall is going to be I'm a Cutie Pie. In the background, Scar is now taken out. Link still has a full HP bar as Choust is trying to apply some pressure. He has the red buff as well. He's slowing Crumbs down. Double if the big felt LPL going to zone him out. Niantonsa managed to get away with his life. He manages to pick up a kill. Niantonsa trying to survive off those Wolf Camp, trying to get some HP back. Crumbs gets out alive, but a 1 for 4.
Despite the miraculous play of Crumbs at the end of that fight, that was a disaster for Dignitas. I guess that kind of answered my question there of who's going to be winning the team fights here, but that's because of how well COG played that fight. Link got the Zhonya's initiation he wanted, and then it allowed COG's 80 carries to just rain chaos upon Dignitas. Doublelift got off spray and pray on almost everyone from Dig, and he did not get hit by the crescendo, which was the second key. Since Nien and Doublelift were spread in that fight, it confused the Dignitas targeting, and it allowed the 80 carries to carry that fight.
If CLG can continue to position themselves like that in team fights, it will bode well. And as it stands, they are still behind. They are 2 towers down, 2 kills down, and 1,000 gold down. So it's not all, rosy and sunshine for them right now. 2 members of Dignitas starting off this Baron, and they're going to try to take this as quick as they can.
And there are no CLG wards directly on this Baron, but they sense something is up. They have to go get a ward inside. They can't reveal it with Twisted Fate. They got to fight soon.
Baron is down to 3,000 HP, down to 2,500. CLG are trying to position. Baron's been taken. KiwiKid's the one that actually picks that up. Smite was used, but a little early. Link is focused. He gets the gold card off. He's shut down. Killed, taken out by Lee Sin. Now Double is trying to get away to safety. The rat has been killed. He was caught in the trap. Choust is doing the best he can to run away, but the Chain Warden gets dropped. 3 kills for no reply from Dignitas and the Baron.
A total reversal of what we saw in the last team fight, because CLG never had time to set up team fight lines, and they were down their important ultimates. There was no spray and pray in that fight, so he could not slice through Dignitas' team. Plus, the Baron was secured before CLG could contest. Dignitas is going to try to take as much as possible after that huge teamfight win.
Fantastic positional play and awareness that they could get that Baron down. Teleport comes out from Scar as he's trying to find Nien now. I think Nien's aware of this. He's picked a fight with KiwiKid, condemns him to safety. He's been silenced, cleanse away, tumbles to safety. He's not going to be enough. The fangs get sunk in and he's dropped yet again.
And the fights just continue. CLG trying to get rid of this Baron buff.
Big Fat LP is doing the best he can against 3 members. Link joins the party from behind. Destiny's there. They both get locked up by
Doublelift's
Destiny.
here.
Here comes Doublelift. Spray and pray is available in just a moment. Not going to need it just yet. He picks up a kill onto Patoy. Turns his focus now over to Crumbs. We'll pick that one up as well.
So that fight in particular was a 2-for-1 for CLG. If we don't count the Link, the Nien death over in the top lane. All right. We're going to take count of this.
Take a breather.
What just happened, quick shot? So the goal lead now sits at 4,000 for Dignitas. The Baron is a pretty big part of that because it wasn't only a Baron, it was a large team fight win for Dignitas. What still exists, though, is CLG's knowledge that if they get the right team fight, they can obliterate Dignitas. Likewise, Dignitas knows if they can get through the fight lines of CLG and get a strange, awkward team fight where CLG is forced into initiation, they're going to crush him because Scar is strong enough to just wipe out 180 carry and then they'll lock the other one up in crescendo. So it's still a very interesting, undecided game.
It's definitely something that Dignitas will be aware of. The team fight they lost was thanks to them initiating, and you were talking about Scar wanting to blow somebody up. The cocoon misses, but the forceful and the silence does not. Nien just gets obliterated, and that was 100-0 very quickly.
And it's fun to be a split push Vayne, but it's not fun to be Nien or a split push Vayne against Scar's Kassadin right now, because even though that cocoon missed, Kassadin's not going to miss, and Nien cannot do that safely for the rest of the game.
So 20 seconds left on his death timer before he's able to help defend his base. Has not picked up any of those home guard boots just yet. Chauster takes a lot of poke down as Link comes rushing in. His feet are on fire. Gold card was prime, but decides against it. This would be a 4v5 at the best.
And there's still Baron on 3 members of Dignitas, plus CLG only has 4 people alive, so they may lose their second inhibitor of the game here.
Now, Niantonsa has just respawned. Home guards are up. He's trying to pick a fight. They get the gold card down into Scara, but it's not enough as he rift walks to safety. Inhibitor taken down. Dignitas in a power position.
And CLG has been in the position of having their inhibitors down, I'd say more than most teams have this split, and they've been able to come back from it a couple of times. They are very good at drawing out games. Keep in mind, this was an extremely accelerated game from the very start of it. We're only 27 minutes in for the 34 kills and 11 turrets that have been taken down. COG's still yet to slow Dignitas down here, and since the Super Minions aren't knocking on COG's base quite yet, COG might actually be benefited by trying to get a fight on COG if COG continues to push.
All right, we'll see.
I got the teams mixed up again. No.
If Dignitas continue to push. We knew what you meant, chat.
Damn it.
Right now, Dignitas, they are recalling, going to be able to spend some of that gold that they have accrued over the last portion of gameplay. Dragon has respawned again, and Crumbs is going to be able to solo this one up under the knowledge that his opponents, they simply can't leave their base, really. And if they do, it's a very risky play.
They're totally trapped in here. COG was a part of that TSM game where COG's minions took down TSM's entire base, so we're not expecting COG to leave their base undefended, which gives Dignitas complete freedom over the jungle here.
One of the things that does play into CLG's favor somewhat is the fact they've got 280 carries. So all of the minions and creeps that are now pouring into their base, they should be able to handle them a little quicker than some other compositions, albeit they don't have the best AoE clear.
Still, 80 carries are the best things to have in base when you're clearing against Super Minions. You're absolutely right in that assessment. It's just a matter of how much pressure Dignitas puts on the other turrets while CLG is off farming, because while these two inhibitors are down, there is essentially always a full-time defender. So Dignitas has a permanent 5v4 at the door of CLG's third inhibitor.
And you were talking about the other turrets for CLG. They don't have many left.
No.
The last standing is in front of their inhibitor before you get onto those Nexus turrets. And Ntanso's clearing out the wave as best as he can. He's got that static shiv as well as the Blade of the Ruined King completed. Slightly different build to what we see out of your standard AD carry vein. Dignitas, they're just waiting for the minion wave before they even consider a dive.
And patience is the most important thing here for Dignitas. Knowing that the Super Minions will eventually draw either a Nyen or a double if back to their base means that Dignitas just has to wait for the 5v4 to happen, and rushing things or even positioning too far forward can be very detrimental.
Silence goes out onto Big Fat LP. He manages to get that Shroud of Darkness shield up and blocks most of the damage. Double Lift and Nien actually double duty on those mid lane Super Minions. It's bought time for Dignitas to get damage on the tower. Kiwi Kid gets pulled backwards. He repels up.
Man.
Chain of Corruption starts to spread. The question is, how important will this be? Chaos is looking to set them up. The Crumbs goes all the way forward. He's got a Thornmail completed as well as that Randian's Omen. They trade a lot, but it ends up stalling. The tower is still standing.
And COG has to go back to their base because they just lost a Nexus turret.
Nexus turret down, Inhibitor turret down. Destiny starts getting channeled by Link. He's trying to find an opportunity to dive in there. The third inhibitor is being bashed on by Dignitas. A flash hook. Crumbs gets pulled backwards, but Double Lift and Nien both hit by the crescendo. Immediately Double Lift is squashed under the boots of Dignitas. First to fall before Charles to follow suit. Ntanso's doing the best that he can. Link will close out the kill onto Kiwi Kid as the rest of Dignitas take down the inhibitor.
Patoy's got to be the MVP of this fight for locking off both of the main threats for COG in that fight. They got inhibitor number 3 and a Nexus turret for this push. The patience pays off for Dig, and they're just going to go back and buy some goodies.
Double Super Minions are now spawning down each of their respective waves, and the last standing Nexus turret, 160 HP. A warm breath will knock that over at this stage in the game.
Things are about to get real ugly for COG here because the Baron's coming up in 10 seconds. They couldn't hold with 2 inhibitors down. They're now down a 10th turret of the game, and there's going to be 6 monstrous minions pushing up in total to their base, and 5 Baroned up members of Dignitas if Dignitas just takes it slow, which, despite Dignitas flying through this entire game, I feel like they're okay taking the now patient victory.
Something that we're still seeing across the board, thanks to all of these kills, and that's more than a kill a minute right now. The farm totals are still very, very low. It's been a game of almost chess pieces, taking down the towers more importantly than just farming up towards items. The Baron has respawned. Dignitas have taken this one away completely uncontested thanks to that immense control they have on the map.
And the game has been all about skirmishing and finding more people in each fight. And Dignitas has just been better at that. That's what both compositions were generally built around. They weren't built around ideal team fighting or perfect positioning in team fights. It was just Dignitas who has outmaneuvered COG for most of this game, and that's why they're now, with Baron, with Super Minions, piling down on COG's base.
So CLG do have at least a moment of respite as the top lane inhibitor has respawned, but it won't last for long as Dignitas have their eyes set on it.
Chalster is trying to look for the hook to set up another fight as Niantonso is joining from the side as well.
Last-ditch effort by COG. They're trying to fight.
Spray and pray is up. The crescendo locks down Chalster. Niantonso gets the chain of corruption, locks him in place. The first to fall is Big Fat LP. Followed suit is the support for CLG. Now Double have forced out of the fight.
Man.
Scar is going to be able to pick that one up. In the background, they had managed to pick up Crumbs, but it's simply not enough. Vayne and Twisted Fate, the last two members of CLG standing. Can Niantonso and Link go huge?
I don't think so. That's a few too many minions, man.
Destiny is being channeled. They throw him over. Link gets dropped. And Dignitas with an action-packed game from start to finish. That, I think, is the most kills we've seen in a long, long time in that short space of time.
That is not what we expected from a Dignitas for COG game. Fights everywhere. Yes, we got to see double AD carries from COG, but we got to see much, much more from Dignitas in that match as they just sprawled themselves across the map and took out COG one by one.
0 for 2 as far as the double AD carry strat is concerned for CLG. They lost yesterday to Velocity, they lost today to Dignitas in very different styles. And you have to give props to Dignitas' ability to find champions to kill.
And Dignitas always says it's a little bit sweeter to beat COG, only because of how much Doublelift likes to trash talk. They love having that over him every time they walk by him. It's like, so remember that last time we played when we killed you a bunch? That was really fun.
Big smiles across the entire team of Dignitas in that particular matchup. That win is going to be doubly important as they get ready towards, working towards playoffs. Dignitas now sitting 8-9 as far as wins and losses are concerned for the split.
It's a really big step for them because if Dignitas were to have lost that game to COG, they would have been 2 games back and 0 for 2 on the season. Now everything is tied up for them as seeding is quite important for these guys moving in.
This middle of the pack is just going to get crazier and crazier as these weeks go forward. And we touched on it briefly in the beginning of the matchup. These two teams play again next week, Friday.
Yeah, and this game, if that's a preview of things to come, I definitely want to be casting that one because it's nonstop action and a lot of fighting. I think these teams will both have many adjustments to make for the next one. I think COG is going to go back to the drawing board a little bit on the type of compositions they like to pick because this skirmish double AD style has not panned out for them this week.
It's good they're trying it at the very least.
Because this is the time for them to experiment rather than in the playoffs.
Correct. And at least luckily everybody is nice and tight in the middle of the pack to allow for some experimentation. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. But when we return, Patoy from Dignitas will join us to talk about going out of week 6 on a high note. Then it's our final match of the day, Velocity Esports versus Vulcan. The North American League Championship Series will be right back.
go. Go in for this. Go in for this.
GG. I'm on Link.
Got
Okay,
it.
go on Link.
Link.
Get Vayne.
I got
Twitch.
Vayne,
Jump in.
I'm on Thresh now.
Okay, we're on Thresh by yourself.
All right.
Just shove middle. Shove middle. Nice.
Welcome back to week 6 of the NA LCS Summer Split. Before we get into our final match of the day, Velocity versus Vulcan, I'd first like to welcome Dignitas support Patoy to the desk. First of all, congratulations on an exciting win. It was a game that was extremely action-packed. We heard you guys talking there, yelling which champion to go for. How is it playing in a game with so many kills all the time? You know, you had a composition that worked around it, but how does your team handle that pressure?
The game pretty much was just like any of our regular scrims against CLG. It just goes completely haywire and different from just normal games. There's always like 3 times as many kills as normal and just a bunch of random crap that happens.
So why do you think that happens against CLG in particular?
We do a bunch of stupid stuff in scrims. We just do anything that even remotely sounds good, even though it's not, and then it just goes crazy.
Would you describe that matchup in a similar vein? Because it seemed like you guys were making the right decisions. You played for Baron fairly early on, got that one without losing anything, which is very un-Dignitas-like, and managed to work that out. Would you still say it was as chaotic and exciting, or poor decision-making?
It was a little bit on the poor decision-making side on both teams' end. It was, of course, just chaotic. I'm not exactly sure what snowballed it, but I just know it had something to do with the Vayne. So I don't know.
Yeah, you were able to kill Vayne pretty easily with Skara's Kassadin seemingly again and again, not to mention her crescendos that came through. That Kassadin pick is something we haven't seen from Skara really that much at all, and you last picked it. Why was this the time to pick Kassadin and bring it out?
I told Skara that with the new door and shield change, it's like the best level 1 item ever, so he should try it mid, and then even if he gets 2v1, it's alright, because it's just that good of an item. And then he ended up going against an AD carry anyway, so once he got the ramp up going, he just went crazy and just started killing everyone.
How important was the teleport bottom lane? We seen the matchup of coming up against Chowster and Doublelift. It was trading back and forth, but that level 4 teleport from Skara, did it really set you up to take control of that lane at all?
Yeah, that snowballed us a lot. They went for the support in an early skirmish, which is typically never good, and they got punished for it. And then from there, it just went out of control for them.
All right, and even moving on, we had a stat before this game that COG was 6-1 after losses, almost kind of leading to their inconsistency. But you guys as well have had a pretty up and down season. What is contributing to you guys being so hit or miss in these games?
It's my best guess it's just a few people's personal play. Like Crumbs is in a slump, everyone's in a slump, and the way we play is not the way that leads up to actually winning games due to them being in a slump. But we just try to push our advantage with me and Cutie and just go from there. But once they're out of their slump, it's going to be less reliant on me and Cutie.
So what steps are you guys taking then to get those players out of their slumps?
We just have to take it slow. They just have to make their own comfort zone again, because right now I don't think they have one. And once they get comfortable on champions, just all the little things basically will just be like our old team again.
How important is in-game decision-making then from the players? You've highlighted that who you feel is not performing up to par. Do you and Cutie Pie step up then and start saying, well, let's not do that, let's push this objective, let's do this, for example? Do you have a louder voice now in the team in-game?
Ever since we've been in a slump since last split, we've tried to step up a little bit more to pick up, but lately we've been stepping down because they have been picking up, but they're still really in a slump, and I believe they'll get back up, and then once they do, we'll just have to stop and then play a regular game.
And you guys actually have another game against CLG next week. Can we expect the same type of craziness, or is it going to be another one of those 70-minute matches?
It's probably going to be crazy. I hope they play Pantheon jungle again. I just hope it's just a bunch of wild picks, so it should be fun.
All right, for the last question then going into this, how does Dignitas prepare now looking towards playoffs? How do you balance preparing for your last matches in the LCS split, as well as maybe looking internationally if you make it through the playoff stage?
Ever since I've joined, we've always been an international team technically, so when we got into slump, I got really depressed, and I've just been trying to pick the team back up again. So it's really hard to look forward into international again until we pick back up as just a regular team again. So I'm just focusing on just getting back up to par again.
All right. Best of luck with that and for all your future games. Congratulations again on the win. All right, guys, coming into this summer, a lot of people didn't believe that Vulcan was as good as their third-place finish in the spring. But so far this split, Vulcan has surpassed their playoff performance and have been in control of second place for most of the summer.
And even though Vulcan has looked great in their games and have the respect of the other LCS teams, for most people, they're still flying under the radar.
Fans don't really think we're gonna win, but every single top team thinks we're gonna win.
Fans, the love is like in the other teams right now, but you know, we gotta like start stealing them. I mean, maybe they're just intimidated by all of our handsome.
72% of you believe that TSM will win this match.
And unbelievably, coming into today, Vulcan has only been picked to win one of their 12 games, which was their match against Velocity.
I didn't actually know our vote was that bad. That's a popularity contest, I think. The other teams obviously have bigger fan bases.
When I go up against teams like Curse, and we already beat them 2-0 in stomps, and then you see that we're 20 or 30% chance to win, it definitely feels a little disheartening.
It'll take a while, in my opinion, probably a long time for the fans to actually realize that the better team is us, of course.
Of course, the other teams, that have the huge fan bases, they've either been around a long time, or teams like C9, they're pretty much just all TSM fans that are C9 fans now. I don't even consider those real fans. They're just bandwagoners.
It's good and bad to have like a lot of fans on your side. You win and then, yeah, they'll praise you. And then if you lose, there's gonna be like more and more people that will hate on you.
I do read what little they say about us.
In the past, I guess I've seen like who is Vulcan, like, and they like misspell it with an A, or like Volcant.
24-minute victory for Vulcan. They took the strategy that TSM threw them completely in stride. And this is one of the reasons that almost all the teams we talk to, when we ask them, who do you actually fear a lot in the LCS, or who has given you the most trouble? More often than not, they'll tell you Vulcan.
Judging by what other people said, what makes us the scariest team to play against is our pick ban phase, and I'd have to agree with that.
Everything that's the strongest, we can play it all, and you cannot ban us out, and you don't know where we're gonna run.
I think the reason we're scary in the eyes of other teams is just like how much potential we have. I don't think that we have a cap yet.
We need to prove ourselves more. We only just now started doing good, so not everyone's gonna join right away. It's when we actually go to Worlds, once we start having like streaming sessions over and over and stuff like that, that we're actually gonna pick up devoted fans.
Our main priority right now is to get to Worlds, and the fan base can come with that as like a byproduct.
As far as like our progress goes in the standings, like if we keep going up or keep winning, we can only gain more fans.
It's such a fantastic video to hear a team that's almost the underdogs, not even really, you know, that they're winning games, but they're only respected in the eyes of their peers.
They have that nobody believes in us vibe, which is actually one of the most dangerous vibes a team can have before sports. As far as like to the rest of the league, it's dangerous because even though they're finding success, because they're not getting the respect of that success, they have no reason to slow down, and they're going to keep pushing. So it's looking really good for Vulcan.
And the other thing that really stands out for me in terms of that video is they're looking forward. Every single member of that team is like, yeah, when we get to playoffs, when we get to Worlds, when we get to playoffs. They're not planning for tomorrow's games or next week's games. They're concerned about making it to the end of the split in this top position.
Yeah, they're looking dangerous, and Velocity is going to be a little scared.
Yes, it is time for our fourth match of the game, Velocity Esports versus Vulcan. Both these teams were victorious yesterday, and Vulcan looked fantastic with their double AD composition, which CLG couldn't use to full effect. Velocity, on the other hand, was able to fend off this double AD comp from CLG with some fantastic team fights.
Yeah, and even though Velocity was victorious yesterday, they still have a lot of questions to answer because it wasn't the smoothest of victories. Vilerose, you know, despite the score, Vilerose needs to prove that he can hold his own in lane because that was a really rough patch for them last match, and Velocity needs to find ways to move around the map with cohesion so that they're not really pushed into their base while holding a 7-1 kill lead like they were in that COG game.
Yeah, so talking about the kills as well, yesterday's Mandatory Cloud maintained his grasp on the league lead in total kills with his phenomenal performance on mid lane Ezreal. He went 9-1-5 and never even gave Scara a chance to take control of his lane or even really get into the game.
Yeah, Vulcan again proved their versatile team, which makes them even scarier. And it wasn't just ManCloud's Ezreal mid, but Psycho Sid's top lane Zac that he pulled out of nowhere and crushed Kiwi Kid's Rumble with. Plus, Zuna pulled out Kog'Maw again yesterday. He's actually the only AD carry to win a game with Kog'Maw this season in North America. 3 AD carries have played it, so you never really know what to expect when you go against Vulcan. Their reputation is that they're a late game team, but they're constantly pulling ahead of teams early on in the game. So teams often focus on the wrong part of the game against Vulcan and find themselves in a big hole by the time they get to late game.
And we'll see what Velocity's been able to focus on. And, you know, while Vulcan has already beat Velocity all the way back in week 1, a lot has changed since then, not least of all the Velocity roster. And this is the first of 3 games that still need to be played between these 2 teams over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, exactly. And if Velocity wants to win those 3 games, the key for them has got to be Maple Street. When Velocity wins, it's because Maple Street has great games. But what they need to do is figure out how to not lose when Maple Street only has an average game. You can see such a huge difference in his score lines when they win or when they lose.
That is a massive, massive variance as far as the numbers are concerned. And it's something that actually the team has really not found a way to stabilize, that they need more than one person just carrying them.
And that's what happens to a lot of the younger and more inexperienced teams. They can do well in games, but they don't know how to hold that momentum through to multiple matches.
And it's closing out that becomes difficult. So while the players are getting ready to jump into Champion Select, let's take a look at those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is, of course, Velocity Esports. Vile Rose is in the top lane after Echo's in the mid lane, with Jungle being played by NK Inc. Maple Street and Evaniscus take the AD carry and support roles.
And in the red corner, we have Vulcan once again. Psycho Sid in the top lane, X-Smithy in the jungle, Man Cloud in that mid lane, Zuna on AD carry, and Bloodwater on support.
Bloodwater is a very intelligent guy. The more I talk to him and the more I talk to him about the game and his team, he's always thinking, he's always evaluating and always trying to make the best decisions for his team, no matter what it is, no matter what they're talking about.
He's always really short with his answers too, because that's the way he thinks, and it lends well to a shot calling support role if you can get out your words succinctly. So you're not cluttering their voice communication, which could be one of the reasons Vulcan moves so well inside games.
Evaluate, analyze, and commit. And it's something that they do very, very well. We're into picks and bans, and we are flying through them. Elise,
Speaking of
Rise,
which,
and Soda taken out.
Yeah, they don't take their time.
No.
Speaking of which, they're just going through. I like how they banned Rumble just because people have been attacking Vile Rose's champion pool as of late. It's Rumble, Kayle, and then he's played 1 game of Rise and 1 game of Shen. Specifically in the top lane now, he's just had that 1 Shen game, so getting out Rumble, which was his mid lane choice and he could very easily transition to the top lane, is the smart thing to do.
We do see the final ban of Evelyn once again, taking that one off the table. And Keyinks had that taken away from him a number of times during the course of the last couple of games. And a very quick lock-in. We're going to see Twisted Fate again in the LCS.
And since Echo's taken over the mid lane position for Velocity, he's actually performed pretty well, and Twisted Fate is one of his most proficient champions. So I really want to see what ManCloud picks against Echo's Twisted Fate, because ManCloud generally beats everyone in lane.
Yeah, he plays everything. He's got the most kills in the league right now. Yesterday he had another fantastic performance, demonstrating his versatility as well. Played Ezreal, but we do see the Yorick being locked in now. We'll see which Yorick this is. If it's a Dyrus Yorick or a Psycho Sid Yorick.
Or a support Yorick. We've seen that occasionally. And this is another one of those Vulcan things where they say they play everything, you never know what we're going to do. Breaking out a Yorick at the top of your champion picks actually might tell Velocity a little bit what they're going for. Oftentimes, for the most efficient Yorick compositions, you run Rise or Cassiopeia in the mid lane, sometimes Karthus, but I'm not a huge fan, and then you also need a really strong AD carry to clone, so either like a Twitch, Kog'Maw, or Vayne like that. So Vulcan,
and with
going to be interesting.
With Zuna, could be Tristana, could be Kog. It's his
do Trist as well,
his go-to sort of hyper carry ADs as far as they're concerned. On the other side for Velocity, Shen has been locked in again for Vile Rose. He struggled in the laning phase. He had a very tough time yesterday, so we'll have to see if in less than 24 hours he's fixed some of the problems.
He was down by almost 100 minion kills at one point in that game, but then he team fought well, and he called well for his team, and he was allowing them to come back in that game. It's a give and take with Velocity and Vile Rose right now, trying to get him more attuned to that top lane role, and I really need to see what Psycho Sid lanes against him. I would expect him almost... he can't quite pick this yet because NK Inc has played jungle Shen in the past, so they can't get a safe counter lane in the top against Shen if they go right away. I guess they have kind of said they're doing Yorick now against him with the Zac jungle.
Yeah, with the Zac jungle, it's also different. You know, with the Ezreal being locked in, it's not that hyper carry that we talk about and we prefer to see with Yorick's, but of course it can work out. At the end of the day, you do get that sixth man effectively in
Yeah.
your team fights up until the point that your carry actually dies. On the other side, we do see all that CC. You've got gold cards from Twisted Fate, you've got Zyra with all his CC, you've got the taunts from Shen, and they are the ones that actually lock in their hyper carry.
The Maple Street Vayne, something we haven't seen too much of. He was the Draven player coming in. He's also had some of his best games on Tristana and Varus, but just decides to go Vayne against this. Vayne is okay at dealing with the Zac dive because he's able to tumble away from the bouncing damaging man, but it's a dangerous pick against a team composition that might have too much close range damage, especially since Ryze is so good against Vayne. ManCloud's a good Ryze, and there could be two of it.
It could also be the fear factor that maybe putting thoughts of, hey, that could be Ezreal in the mid, and they might want to lock a hyper carry next as well. It's a thought process. It's maybe something else. We do see, however, they have locked in that Lee Sin as well. So NK Inc. will be taking the Blind Monk in the jungle. And the Velocity Esports, they've once again got double global champions, and it's scary to deal with.
And we were wondering, you were just saying it could be that Ezreal mid. I wasn't thinking that Vulcan was going to go for it because they were already quite low on crowd control, and they don't have the top lane Zac that can be the monstrous tank that goes in. They have the jungle Zac, who's a medium-sized tank that goes in. He falls down pretty quickly, and being able to keep velocity in fights could be a big struggle for Vulcan if they don't just completely crush in the early game. They really like the double AD comp, deciding to go for it again, but this looks a little questionable. They're going to have to win early.
Out of the 8 games we've seen yesterday and today, 4 of them have featured double AD composition. So it's the trend that we're seeing right now. The one thing that I do want to mention about Velocity's double globals, I distinctly remember them playing against Dignitas. Crumbs was playing his Nocturne at the time, and they were unable to make plays happen with the Shen and a Twisted Fate. They were shut down. They were playing very defensive. And I think if they play with that passive hang back mentality, they may find similar situations.
And the nice thing for Velocity is they are coming off a win against CLG, so they need to be able to carry that confidence through into this game, because if they play passively and let the Kog'Maw farm up with the Yorick on his team, even if they can't force team fights, even if Vulcan can't force team fights, they could starve Velocity out in the long run.
One of the things that maybe Vulcan will be thinking to do is reacting to team fights. Maybe they'll want to play passive, wait till they get dove on, use that Omen of Death and get the clones up and then pick the fight. So we'll have to see how this one pans out. It is the final game of the day that features Velocity Esports taking on Vulcan. One of these teams is going to go 2-0 for the week. And Velocity's one of those teams. So we'll have to see if they can keep their momentum from yesterday.
And you got to stay tuned for this one because can't count Velocity out. They beat CLG. They've beaten CLG twice in this season. They need to make something happen here.
Yeah,
they really do.
With the backs against the wall, the pressure is now on. And also, their team composition lends themselves to actually making things happen. They've got that Shen, if anyone gets dove on. They've got Twisted Fate to make plays happen. And you know what? If Zac does come jumping in there, just put the Zyra ultimate down, and the rest of Vulcan will have a very tough time getting through that.
And there is one thing I need to point out before the action starts about these team compositions, is that most double AD comps that have the most success have very high amounts of magic damage coming from their other solo lane. This is not the case for this Vulcan composition. Yorick also contributes physical damage. Yes, Kog'Maw can do slight amounts of magic damage, and Zac can as well, but if Vile Rose or NK Inc. get a couple kills or get a little bit ahead, their armor stacking could make it extremely difficult for Vulcan to take them in late game team fights.
Pressure is going to be on then for Vile Rose and NK Inc. to make those kills happen and get those items on the board. And in order to try shut that down, we do see that Zuna's Kog'Maw is poising himself towards this top lane. So it looks like we're going to have a lane swap coming in here from the members of Vulcan.
And ManCloud's going to be able to most likely lane against Echo, which is what he wants. He dominated the lane yesterday as Ezreal against, don't remember exactly, Scar's Rise?
Scar's Rise, yeah.
And Twisted Fate is not much stronger of a laner than Rise, so I expect ManCloud to have pretty good time there.
We'll see how well he pans out. Echo has actually decided to go with a flash barrier as far as his summoner spells are concerned. One thing that will at least play into Vulcan's favor, their 1v2 laner of Yorick will have an easier time picking up CS and staying sustained in that lane thanks to his Omen of Famine. He's going to get that HP back, and as long as he doesn't get rooted for too long, he should stay fairly healthy.
Exactly, and the Shen 1v2 is not the smoothest of lanes. So not only was Vile Rose having a struggling game yesterday on Shen, he's immediately put into a difficult 1v2 situation, so the pressure is on.
If nothing else, he's going to be experienced in having a difficult time at the start and bouncing back. So we'll see if we can channel his gameplay and his performance from yesterday. The lanes have set themselves up. Zach started by his red buff. He's already smited that one away, and there is a ward on his blue buff. So we'll see if Velocity or the rest of them maybe want to try to contest. Time will tell.
A very large number of wards out early for Vulcan. They put 5 down on the map immediately, which usually tells you that they're looking to make a lot of early game moves or prevent the enemy team from making early game moves. And already, Smithy goes for the blue buff steal.
Yeah, so he's managed to move himself up there. 3 of Vulcan's wards have been placed there, so he's well aware that nobody is around to at least challenge him for it. And he's just going to take that one up, while NK Inc., he's going to trade. So they trade buffs, nothing gained, nothing lost at this point.
They both walk through wards on their way to that as well, so both teams know exactly what is up. Now the question becomes, who's going to get dove and who needs to run away and concede minions at their turret? Psycho Sid and Valrose are both in potential danger of dying if they stick around, and Valrose hasn't even gotten a minion yet.
Psycho Sid is way more afraid. Valrose at least staying within experience range. Sid ran all the way back to his second inner turret, very afraid of that dive. It's actually going to be Xmithy making the move onto Valrose, and he manages to get away unscathed.
Yeah, Psycho Sid has the minion lead with 1 right now. Neither of these guys are going to have a good time, and I think this is actually in benefit of Vulcan just because Psycho Sid has so much more experience playing from a difficult 1v2 lane than Valrose does.
What we do see is that at 4 minutes on the clock, the 3-man pushes are going to trade towers here. First tower to fall is going to be Velocity taking down Vulcans, and I imagine it won't be long before Vulcan do the same.
And it's all about what happens next. Even though technically a team got first turret here, nothing has actually happened in this game yet. The laners have traded farm away from each other, and it's all about how they react now. It looks like Vulcan's going to continue to push up, whereas Velocity might be peeling for that dragon.
So it does look like they're stacking up towards the bottom. Psycho Sid with his 1 creep and a little bit of passive gold gain. All he's done is picked himself up more vision. That definitely signals an intent to maybe stick around in the lane and try farm his way back into a little bit of a power position. Dragon has been started for Velocity, as that's a 3-man stack they've got on that Dragon.
Yeah, and Velocity can try to take a couple extra Dragon hits thanks to the Zyra plants that Evaniscus had down early there. And that is a great start for Velocity, getting essentially the first objective of the game because they're the ones who decided to start in that bottom turret.
And it's definitely something that'll give them that global golden experience, which is going to help Valrose out, who is still yet to pick up a creep. And finally does it. As I say it, he manages to get himself on the board. And Zuna and Bloodwater now going to be in a little bit more of a difficult position if they decide to carry on with this pressure against a team with 2 globals, as they're going to get them fairly soon.
Especially because Psycho Sid's lane is pushing heavily away from the turret right now, so there's not a safe place on the map for Zuna and Bloodwater to farm right now. Echo's going to hit 6 as well, as you mentioned, and it will become more and more dangerous. So this is not the smoothest early game for Vulcan.
So one of the things that Velocity will need to do once they do get that Destiny available and once Valrose eventually hits 10 United is actually make those plays. We seen it yesterday against CLG. They showed that they had the team fight composition and they weren't afraid to pick fights, even though they were a little bit behind in terms of their gold counts.
And they were winning every single team fight as well. Vulcan just wins in multiple ways. So if they think Velocity has to win via, I feel like Velocity has to win via skirmishing and getting their ultimate cooldowns out, which means Vulcan's just going to try to work around and in between those.
So with the tower going down, Valrose has once again maintained presence in this 1v2 lane. He's moved to the bottom lane. Sid still around and hanging out as Xmithy getting some wards down. So this is a 3-man dive onto the tower as Xmithy's getting close.
Yeah, Vulcan has kind of merged their lanes together, and they're now trying to take turrets back to get back for the dragon they gave up. It could be a 4-for-2 if they decided to go for it, but it looks like they're just letting NK Inc. and Valrose 2-man defend this entire creep wave.
Bloodwater and Zuna focusing more on the champions than they are on the tower, trying to get some poke down, and they weren't really focusing the objective, so maybe not entirely on the same page. We do see that Valrose falling behind in terms of the CS sit with all the time. He's actually picked up a lot of creeps at this stage.
Yeah, let's try to figure out what Vulcan's doing here, because they don't just say, yeah, we're going to decide not to kill a turret even though we're losing turrets. They're specifically trying to deny Valrose farm instead of taking Valrose's turrets right now, because they don't want that Shen to be a threat in the side lanes at any point in this game.
So we'll see how long they can drag that one out. The longer they keep Valrose's Shen down, the more beneficial it is for them when they want to make a play. You do see that now they're going to start stacking up. Smithy's charging the slingshot, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. And there he does.
Ooh, gets a lot of harass down, but takes multiple turret shots. Once again, though, they're pulling NK in consistently to the bottom lane and making the other lanes just straight up matchups.
And also focusing on the tower this time round. So it's a little bit different to the previous engagement. They're trying to focus the objective down as quickly as is possible. Zuna is behind on CS in comparison to Maple Street's Vayne, and that's all thanks to the presence and the additional members that's been in his lane.
I think Maple Street's doing a great job, and this bodes well for Velocity. While he hasn't gotten kills yet, getting an early farm lead for Maple Street is always a step in the right direction.
So Destiny gets channeled, Echo's primed the gold card, he locks it down onto Zuna, but the Lantern gets him to safety. Velocity, they make a gank, it doesn't pay off.
So key to have Thresh against Twisted Fate, because he can play far back in the lanes and make every choice a bad choice for Twisted Fate when he decides to teleport in. Good positioning of my Bloodwater, completely shutting down that Echo ultimate.
Smithy dives into Echo, eats a gold card for his trouble.
ManCloud wanted to come around, which is why Echo had to peel back. And I actually do need to give a little bit of props to Echo here for doing so well in that 1v1 lane against ManCloud.
He eats an Ignite for his trouble, throws out the wild cards, doesn't manage to save the red buff, but it goes to Smithy. Smithy, can he click the Lantern? That's the real question. It's being bloody blocked, and Shen and Lee Sin deny it. The Bloblets are trying to reform. They're trying to reform into the giant monster that is Zac. He will be able to respawn up as Vile Rose dashes across the tree. Nobody goes down.
So a lot of people involved in that fight, but nobody going down. Vulcan did a good job of protecting the Zac Bloblets after he fell in that one. That was a Lantern body block that prevented him from coming through, and no harm done at the end of the day.
Sid gets ignited, stunned against the wall, put a lot of damage down onto Zyra, and in that 1v2 lane, he's actually doing very, very well. 51 CS, and he's actually trading fairly evenly with Maple Street and Evaniscus.
And this is one of the dangers teams run into when they play against Twisted Fate. Yes, Vulcan is down a Dragon, which is 975 of that gold. But the other 300 or 400 means that thanks to Twisted Fate's extra 2 gold he gives on last hits, if you are splitting with the team in lane, it means you are losing the gold game. So the emphasis is actually on Vulcan to make something happen, even though Twisted Fate is allowed to make something happen anywhere on the map every time his ultimate's up.
Zuna and Bloodwater keeping this pressure up on the tower, and farming themselves into a power position and trying to get as much damage down as they possibly can. Vile Rose has just hit 6 though, so Stand United is available if anybody goes low, if anybody gets caught out. And of course, the utility that offers cannot be discounted.
But it's still a Shen that would teleport in with a Doran shield and a little health bead. So he has been successfully denied farm by Vulcan, because Vulcan has spent so much time not necessarily pushing, but just stopping Vile Rose from farming. It means that Shen threat is greatly diminished.
He's only 1 level ahead of his support in the top lane, 2 levels behind his opponent, and it took 10 minutes to get to that Stand United point as the Dragon's about to respawn.
Vile Rose is actually 100 gold behind his support right now. So even though he has that Giant's belt, that just shows you the level of gold denial that's been put onto him.
So great denial and great control from Vulcan, exerting their presence and really shutting them down in the top lane and in that bottom lane. They had 4 members trying to keep Vile Rose on the back foot, and it worked out. Maple Street and Evaniscus now, they've moved themselves to this bottom lane. Another lane swap coming in for Velocity, and you have to feel it's got to do with Dragon spawning.
And I really wonder how Vulcan's going to handle this one, because there is a split-pushing Shen that Vulcan has no real way of matching now that they've sent Psycho Sid up to the top lane. So if Velocity wanted to force the Dragon, I feel like they could, and you can see that they're planning it with 5, 6, 7 wards, all within a pretty big radius around the Dragon Pit for Velocity. They want to go there, and they're positioning to do so.
So we do see Stand United is up, as is Destiny, so this may come into play. There's no pink ward though, or it is, but there we go, finally, ward was taken out. They do have vision. They know that Vulcan are unaware of this, and they're managing to get this one low. Maple Street
is really dangerous.
He's chasing down into ManCloud. The stun has landed as Shen is trying to join the party. A flash forward is going to at least get the shield down. First kill's picked up there by Twisted Fate. First blood secured onto Mandatory Cloud. Now Maple Street's trying to get away, but there's a Zac blob bouncing all up in his face. Destiny gets channeled from Echo. He's now turned his focus onto Xmithy. Xmithy's got 400 HP. He's trying to get away. The Void Ooze from Cogwell will help. Flash! Gold card! Smithy gets dropped. He doesn't have his passive available. Now Zuna's on the back foot. Gold card again for Echo. He's securing him. Time off the time.
He missed the time!
The taunt misses! Vile Rose does not hold him in place. It doesn't matter as Echo pulls the trigger on gold card once again.
And the barrier comes in at the end to save Echo from Kog'Maw. That was a bit of a disaster for Vulcan, as Psycho Sid has to burn Flash as well.
Psycho Sid trying to get the tower down. Inking's gonna look for the Sonic Wave. If it can get past a ghoul, it may be enough. Can he land it? That's the question. Red Pot has been drank. It's ticking over. The slow lands onto Psycho Sid. He's gonna carry on chasing. Dragon's Rage has already been used, so not available. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Didn't do anywhere near as much damage as I was expecting. Psycho Sid is just taking him for a walk through the jungle. 210 HP. This should be the final bit of damage, and even better, it goes to Maple Street.
That was kind of the ideal thing to happen to Velocity after all that fight happened. I gotta say, this game might be getting out of hand for Vulcan. Velocity's pulled now a 4,000 gold lead, as well as knowing we have a Vulcan comp that cannot reliably start fights to even come back in this game. Getting that 5v4 with the Dragon was exactly what Velocity wanted, and they didn't even lose a side turret for it, so everything went right for Velocity there.
Smithy throws himself into the mid lane, and not only do they get all of the objectives and the gold, 4 of those kills have been fed to Echo's Twisted Fate. 110 CS, he's got a Cage's Lucky Pick as well as that Zhonya's Hourglass completed at the 13-minute mark. And as one of the key playmakers for Velocity, that is so crucial for him and his team.
And keep in mind, this is a 3-13 team against the second place team in the LCS, and they are crushing at this point in this game. Fight in the jungle, so at the turret.
NK is going to try put some pressure down. Stranglethorns gets thrown down and knocks everybody from Vulcan up in the air, but it's just going to be enough time to get the tower, and that's the second tower of the game for Velocity.
And here's the trap that Vulcan has to fall into with this double AD composition. They need a lot more time to farm, but they can't farm safely.
Zuna instantly flashes away, but here comes Maple Street. Final hour is available. If he wants to chase, he's going to decide against it. Yes,
Yeah.
Vulcan has has 4 members in the mid lane.
But because of that extended chase, it actually gives Vulcan a bit of a window to take out a turret in the mid lane. Still a 5,000 gold lead at 14 minutes. That is very substantial.
And it's something that Velocity will need to hold on to. That is the key to this lead. They're in a very good position, and as long as they consistently pick up more ganks and make more plays happen, it'll work. Psycho Sid will secure this inner turret in the top lane after all of that work he put in earlier.
So he's finally getting some of it back. Vulcan needs to teamfight with Psycho Sid now, because they really need to be able to provide safety to ManCloud and Zuna if they're going to stand to be those turrets of damage. But at the same time, ManCloud and Zuna have to actually become threatening, because with just a Manamune and a Bilgewater Cutlass on Ezreal and Kog'Maw respectively, the Yorick clone isn't actually contributing much yet.
And especially when you consider that Maple Street's Vayne already has the Blade of the Ruin King completed, so he's a full item ahead of his direct opposite number, Zuna, in this regard. 5-1 up in terms of kills. Every single member of Vulcan has dropped. 1-1-1-1-1 all the way down the line. And with Destiny about a third of the way left before it becomes available for use, Velocity are going to bide their time. Going to play this one a little slower.
Oh, and look at that spike by ManCloud. They want to get Maple Street down.
Stand United is being channeled. They've got this one out. This is already a win for Vulcan. Maple Street dives forward onto Vulcan. He tries to get in range for the Blade of the Ruin King active, but it was not actually used. A taunt away from Vile Rose, and Maple Street just caught out by patient play.
And this is that communication and map cohesion that Velocity needs to pick up on. Even though they've had that 5,000 gold lead a little while ago, they're losing control of their turrets. This happened against COG to them as well. They were winning all the team fights. They were very close in gold, but they lost turrets and they couldn't catch the right fights.
So Vulcan, Smithy's going to jump all over Echo and NK, forced out of the fight. He sidesteps the Sonic Wave. Echo's looking to get the gold card down, but doesn't land it. And now Ezreal, as well as that Kog'Maw, are going to destroy this tower very quickly.
Double 80 carries kill turrets really fast right now, and Vile Rose is not necessarily threatening enough to get them off of it, but the whole team running through the jungle was.
Yeah, that's going to be enough to get them running with their tail between their legs. Destiny is now available for Echo as well, so at any point, if he wants to dive in there and get that gold card down, it can work out for him. ManCloud and Zuna, they're being patient in the grass.
And they could very well get a 5v4 if anyone from Velocity looks too far ahead. Evaniscus, look out!
Oh, he manages to get a little bit of vision, puts a little seed, weed, plant, tower thing in there, and reveals Zuna's position, so Vulcan back away.
You get the smallest of vision bubbles from putting that little plant down, but because he put it directly in the bush, he saved everybody's life, I feel like. So congratulations, Evaniscus. Good work.
It's something you highlight in every game. It costs you nothing to check. It costs you nothing to put a Jarvan flag down or get a little seedling in there.
Be a little patient and actually see what's happening. Third tower of the game for Velocity is going to fall thanks to Echo in this top lane. If he can get one more hit tonight, instead he's going to try back away. Gold card down onto Xsmithy, and he does get away safely. Tower at 150 HP.
And Xsmithy's not the type of jungler to do this, but he needs to take a lot of lane farm for Vulcan to win this game. He needs to become a big enough blob to just be a frontline for his double AD carries. This is what worked so well about Vulcan's double AD yesterday, is they had Psycho Sid in the top lane as Zac, so he was able to get a lot of that lane farm. And Xsmithy is off-splitting that top lane, so it looks like they're kind of moving towards that.
So we'll see what he decides to itemize toward. He's got those Ninja Tab I completed already to at least survive some of the auto attack damage and physical damage. Now in the bottom lane, Psycho Sid gets caught out. Stranglethorns does knock him up into the air. NK is trying to set himself up. The Lantern pulls him backwards, and the ghost of Psycho Sid continues to fight. We'll see if any presence can be earned as ManCloud is throwing out those Mystic shots.
And that is actually a lot burned for Velocity. There's no disengage if Vulcan wants to fight.
Zuna gets kicked backwards. The taunt locks him in place. Virus lands it this time. Zuna gets dropped, and will the passive be enough? Not this time, as a flash from NK throws him into the Dragon Pit. Now Psycho Sid is in trouble. Echo is putting enough damage down for Maple Street to close out the kill. That's 2 for 0 in favor of Velocity.
Echo made it into the back of that fight. We didn't see it on screen, but he made all the way through the top part of Vulcan's jungle and then finished off Psycho Sid despite that awesome Lantern escape. So again, Velocity outpacing Vulcan right now, getting their second Dragon of the game, and I think their largest gold lead of the match.
And such a good play from NK. Enki dove all the way forward, kicked Zuna backwards, and just set up a free kill there for Velocity to just focus him down and completely zone him out of that one. Maple Street left alone in this bottom lane, 111 CS. He's got 3 kills now, a double kill in their previous fight. And that Vayne can start getting very scary if he's continually fed that way.
You're right, the kill distribution on Velocity is perfect for them right now. Echo's Twisted Fate to stop either Zuna or ManCloud from ever safely farming, and Maple Street, because when Maple Street gets kills, Velocity wins. And these are the 2 important things that have happened well for Velocity so far.
We'll see how, if they can manage to take away any of the killing spree gold from their opponents. This will help Vulcan out, but it means they need to pick an engage that actually works for them. And we've highlighted so many times, there's no clear engage other than just throwing themselves at their opponents. They don't have a taunt or a gold card or a Zyra to lock anybody up.
One thing, though, with Echo's Twisted Fate builds, and we've always seen this, he builds to ult and skirmish. He doesn't build for team fights, really. Boots of Swiftness plus Twin Shadows, even Alacrity Boots of Swiftness, he cares about running people down when there's more people of his team in the fight. So if Vulcan can draw this out a little bit and actually just get to a fight where we have 5v5 fights, even though Vulcan can't really cleanly initiate onto them, Echo's build could start being detrimental.
He's only got 450 movement speed, so as long as he's running,
just 450,
he'll be doing well. A lot of wards still slitted across the map here for Velocity. They have spent basically all of that TF passive bonus gold on Vision, because there have been 7 or more wards pretty much at any given time throughout the entirety of this matchup, and you have to give them props for that.
Yeah, they're keeping the map full of vision, so Echo can go and make plays. That's why he's 4-0-1. And to give some context onto that 450 movement speed, no one on the map other than him is even faster than 400. The fastest member on Vulcan right now is sitting at 375 movement speed, so he's pretty fast right now. He can run down anyone he wants.
And he's going to be able to motion as long as he continues selecting those gold cards, as he has done many times this matchup already. It will work in his favor. We do see that the CS numbers have grown, as Echo and Psycho said. They're still trading. This has been a duel, but albeit a very slow one in that top lane.
Yeah, it's 185 minions and a 4-0 TF versus 0-2 Yorick that was stuck in a 1v2 lane the whole game. So Psycho Sid can hold off, but he's not going to be able to hold off that turret.
And especially now that he's run out of mana, he's not going to be able to sustain any of that HP that he's been taken away from Echo. So the third tower of the game does fall. Velocity continue to keep map presence and map control with their global champions, and the fact that they've got more global objectives down than their opponents.
Yeah, it seems like Velocity has assumed complete control over this map. Echo can join any fight, and Vulcan is too weak to actually fight a 5v5.
Well, now Echo continues the pressure against Psycho Sid, dealing a lot of free damages. In the mid lane, it does look like an engage almost gets set up. If Veniscus is looking to root someone in place, does manage to catch ManCloud out.
And Psycho Sid needed to go back to base much sooner, because if he can't defend one turret, what's saying he can defend the next one? Echo is getting a bunch of damage onto this turret, and he pulls a second member of Vulcan up to stop it.
Smithy can't even really trade here. This is a jungler. He doesn't have the most HP or magic resist. The tower's going down. He's bouncing around. Echo is losing HP thanks to that unstable matter, but the tower is saved, but with 100 HP.
It's saved for now.
For now.
It's not going to last much longer with the way this velocity split push is actually working out. Surprisingly, we're actually 4 turrets to 3 in favor of Vulcan, but Vulcan has missed out on so many creeps, so many objectives, and so many kills that they're just disastrously far behind in gold.
It's paying dividends as far as the items are concerned for Velocity. When they do pick these team fights, having that margin of error just allows you to, dare I say, make a little mistake, be a little bit out of position, because your items can carry you through some of those things. But they're not doing that now. They're picking the right fights at the right time. And this is now up to Velocity to continue this pressure all the way to the Nexus.
And it would almost be worth it for Velocity, it's going to come off the wrong way, but to do something stupid, to do something that would actually get Vulcan out of their turtle mode, because it does seem like Velocity is struggling a little bit closing in around Vulcan and actually getting a turret lead. So if someone on Velocity puts themselves in an attackable position, it will bait Vulcan in and then allow Velocity to take advantage of their item advantage.
So do you see that Echo is moving towards this tower? It literally is a warm breath away from going down. Psycho Sid next to Smithy going to dive onto him though. Echo forced a flash, pops that Destiny. He's running so quickly. He may even try and make this an aggressive play right now. Decides against him, but Maple Street, he's down to 50% HP. Stand United does get pulled across, and that's a massive shield on top of him. Stranglethorns whiffs and knocks no one in the air. The disengage actually helping save Vulcan, dare I say it. ManCloud's playing aggressive, but doesn't manage to land any of those mystic shots.
Still the next turret down for Velocity with no casualties.
Plays into their favor.
Yeah.
Perfect play, plays into their favor.
To say.
Psycho Sid next Smithy not able to lock him down, and that movement speed that we're seeing from Echo is really playing into his favor, just managing to kite around his opponents and not get locked down.
Yeah, it looked like Echo was in a rather difficult position after finishing that turret, but because the rest of Velocity was coming up through the jungle to help him, he was able to just walk away really quickly.
And something you've actually got to highlight as well is that was a good play from Velocity. Even though it looked as though Echo was a bit caught out, the rest of the team, they engaged on that. They played aggressively, and it's the one thing that I think has been lacking from Velocity in the last week or two, was the decisiveness to go in on any opportunity.
They might be on their way to a 2-0 week here, because right from the get-go, when they traded the turret plus dragon for just the turret, they started pulling ahead. And they have just kept pulling ahead again and again, specifically at these dragons. They've gotten all 3 of them, and 3 dragons with a 4th one coming up at 24 minutes is a crazy good pace.
This is the biggest hurdle to overcome, though, those inner turrets and inhibitor turrets. That's really where the game does slow down if you're not sure how to make use of these big leads. And Vulcan, a team that's actually experienced this. They've been unable to close out games, and they have had a very big lead. Echo right now is getting encroached upon by Psycho Sid as well as Xmithy. He's got gold card primed and should be able to get away from this one relatively cleanly.
Yeah, he is so fast that they can't catch in, but Vulcan now in a 3v4.
They've stunned Zuna against the wall. The taunt holds him in place. He turns backwards to carry on fighting. Now ManCloud forced to arcane shift away to safety, and that started from NK Inc. being caught.
And it also started because Echo had pulled 2 members of Vulcan away for that extra chase, so they were able to just capitalize on that 4v3 situation and potentially take another dragon here.
Zuna is 0 for 3 right now. Velocity are really showing they know how to lock him down. Maple Street gets knocked up in the air as NK Inc. dives forward. He gets pulled backwards just a little bit as Vilrose, he's actually going to lock Bloodwater for a couple of seconds. Exhaust is now worn off as Maple Street turns his attention. ManCloud gets dropped. That's a double kill for Maple Street. He's looking for his 3rd of the fight as the Bloblets get popped. NK Inc. is alive. Maple Street gets a triple kill. 6-2-3 right now.
And things are going from bad to worse here for Vulcan. They didn't want to give up another dragon, so again, they decided to fight while they were undermanned, and Velocity just crushed them. ManCloud got teleported on by Echo and destroyed.
4th dragon of the game secured for Velocity. They have 4 towers in the bag. They have 11 kills to 2. Double Randian's Omens have been completed there for Vilrose and for NK Inc. So if at any time ManCloud or Zuna are dealing any damage or moving around, pop those things, slow them down, and you can control the fight.
And that's exactly what they've been doing so far. There's actually been pretty good recovery by Valrose as well in that Shen. He's caught up in farm, 1-0-8, never died in his 1v2 situations, which oftentimes is the most important thing to do. And specifically because Vulcan put such a heavy investment into stopping Valrose from farming, the fact that they almost forgot about the real threats of Velocity here, which is Maple Street and Echo, is really paying off for Velocity.
Talking about Maple Street, he's finished off his Phantom Dancer as well as that static shift. Not enough movement speed, attack speed, or crit. Slightly different itemization. He's got up to about 21% crit, but 420 movement speed. So we've been talking about how I don't want to say easy it is for Echo to run away.
Yeah.
Maple Street can do the same.
And I think this could be a team-wide thing right now. Maybe I'm wrong here, and this is the way Maple Street builds Vayne, but bear with me. Since there's no strong hard initiation by Vulcan, if all Velocity's carries do is make sure they're fast, they will never die. Because as soon as they don't want to fight, or as soon as they want to fight, they just walk to and from these battles and get away with it. So it's not your typical Vayne build going for a double Zeal build before even a Last Whisper, but I think it's the right choice against this team call.
It's definitely working out in his favor. I think Maple Street has gone 6 kills without dying during the course of this game, and you know, with the killing spree sitting in Echo's hands as well, it's definitely a lot of gold that you could stand to gain if you were a Vulcan member and you could pick that one up. Psycho Sid can't really toy with that Sunfire Cape, Randian Zone, and Vilrose. He's just going to survive any of the damage that gets, you know, put on him.
Right now, the gold lead is just so massive that it would take a miracle for Vulcan to come back in this one almost, just because the Hyper Carry, Vayne, and the Twisted Fate are doing so strong right now. Maybe not a miracle. Maybe Vulcan just needs another 15 minutes, but with the way Velocity is pressuring on them right now, and how one-sided all these team fights have been, it becomes an increasingly difficult problem for Vulcan to solve here.
Yeah, if they are able to at least buy some more time, Cogmore will eventually be able to at least outrange Vayne as long as his Bioarcane barrage is on, and maybe that's the key. Maybe if they can just channel Zuna's damage and focus on Maple Street, they can make it work for them. For the time being, Vulcan are the ones that are being jumped on. They're the ones that fights have been occurring to them, so they've been unable to really pick engagements on their terms at their time, and that's really what's costing them at this point.
And I wonder if Velocity is going to be going for a Baron shortly, because that might be the thing they need to really push through. And another thing that's developed, we mentioned it right at the start of the game, since Vulcan has the double AD, but no strong magic damage source, as soon as Valrose and NK Inc. get heavy amounts of armor, it becomes even more difficult for Vulcan to teamfight. That's what NK Inc. and Valrose have gotten now, with their Randwinds, Ninja Tabi, and the Sunfire Cape. I don't see how Vulcan gets through that in a teamfight. Vulcan pretty much needs to steal Baron here to even have a chance.
So we do see the slingshot was being charged. It gets cancelled by Xmithy. Gets half of his cooldown back. While this is going on, Echo's been able to take out the tower on the bottom lane. He's trading with Zuna and actually losing that engagement right now, but he does have his Destiny available. Baron does look like it's been stopped by Velocity, and they've actually moved themselves into the jungle, trying to pick a fight with Vulcan.
Velocity is being cautious with what they're doing here, because they do not want to squander this 13,000 gold advantage at 30 minutes. So they're making sure they have vision control in this Baron area, and they're trying to actually avoid getting caught in the Baron fight, which would be the one way Vulcan can actually keep Velocity where they want them.
And once again, an immense amount of vision. They've got so many wards in and around that red buff area of Vulcan. Velocity now realizing they've got control. Evaniscus goes out the route, doesn't manage to catch anybody, and that may have just allowed Vulcan to get away cleanly.
And ManCloud just tried an assassination there on Maple Street, but the True Shot Barrage missed, so he decided not to go in. All these things are telling me Velocity has more and more freedom about where they go. Strong vision control, strong split pushing, and Lee Sin, with a lot of armor, is a very proficient Baron killer.
So do you see that Echo once again returning to that bottom lane? He's keeping out this Twisted Fate split push. With the Lich Bane completed, if he does get to towers, he'll take them down even quicker than we've been seeing him do already at this point in the game. And it's all on Velocity right now. They're making the plays, they're responding well, and they're not making bad decisions. They're not engaging on things that are poor for them.
The thing that they have to watch out for are the gold totals of Zuna and ManCloud as the game progresses. 9,000 on Zuna and 10,000 on ManCloud. If those guys get up around 13 or 14,000, that's when Velocity has to start worrying, because that's when they hit 3 and 4 big 80 carry items that can actually start shredding through the armor stacking of Valrose and NK Inc. So as long as they get the game in hand before that happens, they're sold. They're good.
One of the things that does work out in favor of Velocity is the fact that Valrose has really made that deficit up. After 8 to 9 minutes, he was actually behind his support as far as gold was concerned, and now he's 3,000 ahead of Psycho Sid, so in a very good position right now. And with that Shen, with all that armor on there, maybe even the makings of a Thornmail. It's something we've actually seen a couple times this weekend already.
He should absolutely build a Thornmail, and if Lee Sin can afford it, he should build a Thornmail as well. They can just turn that double AD comp right around
on
at
their
Vulcan.
opponents.
It's one of the best mechanics in the game against double AD to fight it.
So we do see it is completed almost on cue. Who would have guessed? Well played by Valrose. He's going to be even, survive even more. He's almost hitting that level 18. He's 3 levels above Psycho Sid right now. And he's definitely bounced back so incredibly well. This should be the 5th dragon of the game, if I recall correctly, for Velocity. And they extend that gold lead to 14,000 gold right now.
This is a game that's completely in hand. And it's actually really funny because right after the game, where the feature rolls for Vulcan saying, on the rise, under the radar, no one believes in us. Only once have they been voted to win a game. This is why, guys, you just got voted to win the game, and they're down 14,000 gold.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first time they were voted to win a game was against Velocity Esports as well. So I didn't check, I don't remember the vote for this matchup. I'll have to double check that after this one, but right now,
I can guess it was in favor of Vulcan, because this is a definite upset.
All the pressure is on Vulcan right now. Velocity, they've got such a great window and margin of error to work around and play with. If anyone gets caught, Stand United can save them. If a fight breaks out that's close enough for Echo to Destiny 2, that can turn things in their favor. So in a very good position, and they're thinking about Baron. They so badly want Baron, they're just not in a position to feel comfortable taking it.
And they're not committing on anything here, which is a little curious to me because they're in a position where they could. They just don't know their limits yet because honestly, Velocity's not used to being up this much in games. They gotta go, and here it is.
So there we go, the root is gonna at least lock them down. Stranglethorns throws up Xmithy into the air. They're focusing down on Zach as he flashes away to the side. Echo has joined the fight, throws down that Zonya's Algos, survives for a little bit longer. ManCloud gets turned into a ghost, but he's not doing anything. He may not have realized that Yorick brought him back to life. I'm lying to you because it was ManCloud that was done. There he is. Zuna gets dropped in the background. The ghost of ManCloud trying to put as much damage down as he can. Quadra kill for Maple Street, the second in as many games.
And Maple Street's gotta love playing against double AD compositions because if history means anything, it's that he gets a quadra kill here. 15 kills to 2 now, almost on cue. Velocity decides to commit, and they're just rolling through this inhibitor turret.
Tower is down. They'll be able to drop this inhibitor very quickly, and such great decision-making from Velocity. They pick the fight. Just as we say they're not committing to anything, they throw themselves over a wall into a team fight and grab the first inhibitor of the game.
So, just a continuation of their total control here. The double speed build for Maple Street allowed him to run down everyone on Vulcan. He actually flashed the Baron wall just to get into that fight. That is how little he cares right now about what Vulcan can throw at them. And that's because Vulcan just has to run away from the tanks that exist on Velocity right now.
And if the problem wasn't compounded enough, Guardian Angel is now being completed. So over and above the shield of Stand United and all the counter engage that Zyra offers, if you get Maple Street once, you got to do it all over again.
I don't think they have time for that. I feel like the rest of their team would be dead by the time they can finish off Maple Street twice. This is not a good position to be in if you're Vulcan. They're trying to maybe get some vision control back. I think Velocity can safely take the Baron this time if they want it, and then they can decide to push around and end the game.
Coming into this game, Velocity only had 2 victories for the entire split. And this weekend, they look to double that number. If they close this game out, it's going to be 4 victories on the board. Baron has been started, and that is just getting shredded as Echo pulls the numbers away.
And not only did that move secure the Baron, it made the Baron as safe as possible for Velocity because Vulcan all wanted to go and kill him to stop the split push. And during his escape, it told Velocity where everybody on Vulcan was. So another awesome play by Echo, and we really have to commend Velocity on that mid lane pickup because even though Velocity didn't see immediate rewards when they put him into the roster last week, he's been performing well every single game, and now they're looking to go 2-0 this week.
Yeah, after only 2 games, it may be a tiny bit premature to start talking about it, but Velocity have looked very good yesterday. They look phenomenally good today, and we'll have to see if they can continue this form. It's going to be an extremely tough ride making it into playoffs, but I don't think it's mathematically impossible considering how tight the entire group is above them.
Not yet, and even though we're now, after this game, 6 weeks in our 9-week season, there's still 11 games left for every team because we have 2 3-game weeks for teams and then a super week, which is 5. So there's a lot of season left for all these guys.
Velocity will get 2 more chances to crack the Vulcan games if they can pick this one up. Right now, True Shot Barrage gets thrown backwards to clear out the waves as best as possible. Next, Smithy is the designated wave clear man. Both of the double 80s stay on this top lane in hit.
And I think Velocity might just roll around mid because they feel there's safer access over there. There's 16,000 gold on Echo and 15,000 on Maple Street. They are just so far ahead of the Vulcan 80 carries here. It's a massive mismatch.
NK Inc. gets pulled back with Stand United, starts being channeled, but NK Inc. is backing away from the fight, so the cooldown is blown and not really used all that well. Evaniscus throws down the Stranglethorns, knocks only Psycho Sid up into the air as Xmithy is in the fight. He's probably going to be the first victim. They do trade his support though. Evaniscus, the first Velocity member to die in a very long time. Xmithy will get dropped as the Bloblets are squashed.
And yes, Evaniscus went down, but it's absolutely worth it for Velocity. They are just trying to clean house here in Vulcan space, and this has got to be close to the final fight.
Maple Street practically 3 shots. Mancloud, Guardian Angel has been popped. NK Inc., he kicks Zuna into Mancloud to secure the kill. Now Maple Street does get focused down. The killing spree gold goes to Psycho Sid as he gets the shutdown, while Echo and Vile Rose, they take out the top inhibitor turret. The pressure's not over as now Vile Rose dives forward. The taunt is on. Zuna forced a barrier. Ignite is ticking. That's going to close him out. Now Bloodwater is the next focus. They've dropped him as well, and the explosion true damage is not going to be enough. The ghost of Psycho Sid comes back to life to try put damage down, but Velocity want to close it.
And this is not the cleanest final fight by Velocity, but they don't need it because they have such a huge edge. They're looking to take the Nexus.
Velocity are going to finish this one out 20 kills to 4. They pick up their 4th victory in the game. 0 deaths for Vile Rose, 0 deaths for NK Inc., and 0 deaths for Echo. What a game.
Then 11 nice kills for Maple Street, adding to his amazing scoreline in Velocity victories. But that was a 23.2 thousand gold differential by the time this game was over. This game
I got this one.
Shocked everybody, I think.
I don't think anybody was expecting that. Nobody was expecting that sort of game. Another attempt at that double 80 comp for Vulcan, and they felt the bittersweet returns. It's 1 for 3 on the weekend. Only wicked up 1 victory yesterday. All the other double 80 comps have lost.
And I just gotta wonder what happened. Yes, we were watching the game, but Velocity had this from the very start, which usually just tells you they're a team in complete control. They know how to manage resources. They can take dragons. They know how to close out games, right? They're playing safe the whole time, not making mistakes. Why are they the last place team if they're capable of playing like this? And how is Vulcan in second place if games like this can happen to them? This is a very... This game needs some
To be very, very fair, it is a different composition. It is the fact that Vile Rose is now in the top lane, Echo in the mid, and I think, without maybe bashing on Vile Rose too much, Echo's making bigger plays in that mid lane than what Vile Rose has been doing all split long.
And Vile Rose was able to control the game with Shen in this situation. He didn't need to be put in the playmaking position. He could support people with that Shen, and he could provide the glue to hold the team together, which might be what Velocity needs. I'm very curious to see how they do next week.
Yeah, next week I think there's going to be 3 more games for them to play, so we'll have to check their performances. And after that phenomenal game, we do have to take a short break, but when we return, we'll be joined by Velocity's Maple Street, the quadra-killing beast, and NK Inc. to talk about their upset win and a perfect Week 6. Plus, we'll name our MVP and break down the standings after all of today's action. The North American League Championship Series will be returned after these messages.
I'm heading down. I'm gonna get an ult range. I'm gonna set my flash. Cock. He's rooted. He's finish him. Finish him. Taunted. All right, back up. No, I'm going in. Going in. Taunt. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Man cloud. 4 seconds. 4 seconds. He might be rooted. Okay, get out. Dragon. It's free.
Welcome back to Week 6 of the North American LCS. Right now, I'm happy to be joined by NK Inc. and Maple Street of Velocity. Going 2-0 on the week, also NK Inc. Congratulations on the first interview to the couch. Maple Street, you have warmed this seat before, but welcome to the interview lounge. Coming into Champion Select, NK Inc., we'll start with you. What were you guys thinking when you saw Yorick? It seemed like you guys were talking about on the couch. You had a kind of an inkling.
Yeah, as soon as they picked Yorick, we kind of knew what they were going to go for. Yesterday they ran double AD. And we know as soon as they picked Ezreal, it was going to be Zuna on a hyper carry and the Yorick to try to keep both the double ADs alive.
So Maple, what does that mean? We've been seeing this Ezreal come out a bit, but nobody's really talked about it. What does that open up for a team?
Well, it's good pushing mid, and if it's like a good matchup for them, then I guess the Ezreal can snowball turret pushes with his W since it increases attack speed. And he's got a lot of mobility and poke, so he's kind of like the new Jace, but I don't think he's that good.
So coming into that game, you guys obviously saw the Yorick. Maple, were the picks and bans different for you right off the bat, or do you guys run with what you went into the game thinking?
We had a set plan for bans and picks, but it could be adjusted here and there, but especially since they picked like the huge tank front line of York and Zach, I knew I wanted Vayne as my AD carry.
So going into the game now, we obviously saw that Vile Rose, again, in the bottom lane, was quite focused going into this. What's the mentality of you guys coming in, knowing he's most likely going to go with Shen since it's quite strong for him right now, knowing that lane may get focused quite a bit?
Basically, our mentality is just, we know Shen can catch up if he gets put behind because of that global ultimate that he has. So if they want to put all their pressure on the new guy and they want to put all their pressure on Vile, so because he's in a new lane, if they focus him down, he can catch up later in the game with his global ultimate. So that's like the perfect hero for the new guy on the team. And
you guys usually have Shen in your composition, sometimes running the jungle, so it works out perfectly. Also, for you, Maple, that you had to have so much fun that game. All the controls in the bottom lane, you farmed your face off.
I didn't farm that much, but I got a second quadra kill, which is pretty good. And I forgot to say I'm the best marksman now.
Oh,
totally.
Right. So coming out with that, throughout the season, you've had 5 Dravens, 5 Varus, a Twitch in there with the Avarice Blade coming out, some Trist and Cog. Why the Vayne this time?
Well, Vayne's really strong this patch. Draven got nerfed. I don't like to nerf, but Vayne is really strong now since there's no champion named Draven to absolutely murder her.
And now you guys, 2 changes coming in, 2 wins on this week. The momentum is definitely on an upward stride. NK, what's it like having Echo on the team? A Lux player, a TF, an Ahri player, somebody that can make impact plays while still having Vile Rose calling shots in the top. What does that open up for you having Echo now?
It's really nice to just have Echo there because he's a really, really solid mid laner. I know Vile's champion pool was kind of focused more on like assassins or like utility champions like Kayle, Zed, Karthus, like those kind of heroes. And Echo's pool is really, really diverse, so it gives us a lot of options. We can pick Orianna one game or go to Ahri, or we could go back to Zed too. We just have a lot of options with his pool. And Vile played a lot of top heroes at the beginning as well, like Rumble and Kayle, and he gets those banned out a lot still, even though he's not mid lane anymore.
And NK, we'll start with you and Maple. You can voice in if you want. The last split showed that, there were some teams on the bottom that started to rise to the top, which are now some of the top 2, Vulcan and Coast, or 3. So why do you think that is? Why do you think also you guys now starting to come back? Is it that the practice of LCS and the regimen of it is making everybody better, or you guys figure something out that's really just got the momentum going?
I think it's just we kind of found our groove and we're getting the train started. So hopefully we can keep the wins coming and get our record, above 500.
Right on. And guys, final question for you. What has changed recently with the strategies, with Echo and Vile Rose back in new positions on the team to bring out these wins?
Obviously, we haven't run the Janna comp yet with Echo, so it's obviously like there's kind of a difference there where we can't really run that yet until we practice it with him. So we're obviously looking to bring old strategies back and then develop new strategies with all of their champion picks and their different kind of pools that they bring to the table.
Well, the moves seem to be making the changes you guys definitely need. Congratulations again, 2-0 on the week. Thank you for taking the time to do an interview with me here. We have a bit more to go on the day. EU LCS going tomorrow as well, still in Tenerife. You'll be informed on that a little bit later from Trevor and Jat on the desk. But right now, Kobe is on the telestrator to break down the last few games of the day, and we'll leave you with that.
All right, thank you, Riv. I'm here today to talk to you about double AD comps, of course. First, I want to give you a little context as to why so many people have started running these double ADs. They're all often citing the Korean scene, but there's two things that are key which made the Koreans run these comps. First, they would always take Ezreal as their mid laner, their second AD, because they played it on the previous patch where Muramana would stack incredibly fast, much faster than it does now, and because of the Iceborne Gauntlet adding the kiting potential to that team, which is very important for any double AD comp. Now, if instead you're like CLG and you go with Vayne as the top solo laner and Twitch as your other AD carry, it just makes your positioning that much more important. And you will pay really dearly for it if you do not have a strong front line. So we're going to run this game here from the Dignitas CLG game to see what it has. Let's go 50% speed, and we can see it in action. They've already got the Baron, but look how CLG are still running into this for the team fight. We're going to see Big Fat LP. Okay, we'll pause it right here. You need a front line for a double AD composition. Look at CLG's positioning right here. They're all at the same distance right now away from the team, and there's nobody who can tank. Big Fat LP did not get tanky enough. He has no health bars, and Chowster tries desperately to get in there and bring some attention to himself, popping off the box to make some kind of peel for these dual ADs, but it's not going to happen here. We'll roll out the rest of the clip and see that they have no chance because they just have no beef, and there's nothing for those ADs to work around. They both split in different directions, and Dignitas just ripped them apart. Our second dual AD composition we just saw, where Velocity took this one from the very beginning. They used 2 global ultimates to continually catch out Vulcan and then kite them away during the Yorick ultimate. So first, we're going to start off this dragon fight with a Yorick catch. Let's roll a clip here. And we'll see Cyclosid get caught out early. Not only do they burn him low, but they also get his ultimate out of him. So let's pause it here. At this point, Velocity could have kept chasing around and going after that Yorick because they knew they got him low. But they do the smart thing. They kite back. The entire team pulls back here for the duration of this Yorick ultimate. And they also make the call to bring TF to start walking down the map so that he can then join them for the follow-up. So they've preemptively laid the groundwork for a follow-up extra kill in this team fight. All right, let's roll out the rest of the clip here, and we'll see. The entire team kites back as one. And then NK Inc. right here just makes an outstanding play, catching the immobile AD carry here. Zuna, pause here. So he's made the pick right now. This is the immobile one. They have Ezreal on this team, but since they went with the Zuna, Kog'Maw has no escapes. Really nice job there by NK, and they do not hesitate to jump on Zuna because they know there's no Yorick ultimate left. They already burned that one down. All right, let's roll out the rest of the clip here. Mandatory Cloud, TF is walking down the river right here, and he's going to re-engage after they're kiting this Akithian surprise. Now Echo comes in, that's another kill secured for them, and that is also going to secure that dragon for them. So that really what I'm trying to show there is the importance of positioning in these double AD comps and the importance of bringing that kiting potential. Let's send it back over to the guys to the desk.
Thank you for that one, Kobe. Double AD comps, the flavor of the week.
Absolutely.
If I can go that far. Now that we've completed 6 weeks of the NA LCS, let's take a look at the standings. Cloud9 is in first place for the 6th week in a row, while Vulcan is sitting in 2nd place.
And there's a 3-way tie for 3rd place between CLG, Dignitas, and TSM, while Curse and Team Coast are tied for 6th. And then, with the 2-0 week, Velocity sits at 4-13.
Let's see if they can pull that one back, all right? Yeah. It's time now to name our most valuable player for the week. And for helping his team go another perfect 2-0, the MVP goes to Cloud9's top laner, Balls.
And this is his 2nd MVP in a row, and it's because he earned it. He's one of the best players in the NALCS right now, mechanically, and part of that is due to his ability to play almost every champion in the game at the highest level. He carried Cloud9 as Rumble in their win over TSM, and Karthus against Curse really turned the game around. Lemon Nation even said that he had the best mechanics in the LCS, and We do have to give that special shout out to Maple Street and Echo for helping turn Velocity's season around really with their fantastic performances this week. But in the end, it goes to Balls.
And we'll have to keep our eyes on Vilerose as well if he can play other champions to a similar level. It's 2 games of Shen with 2 victories, but we'll have to see next week what else he can play.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, the LCS will continue from Tenerife, Spain tomorrow, where the Spanish players, they dropped all of their games on day 1. When they turned it around, they won all of the games in game 2. And on Saturday, it's going to be day 3.
Up first, it's the finals of the Challenger tournament between the Copenhagen Wolves and TCM Gaming.
And then it's time for the pros to face off, starting with Fnatic taking on Gambit, followed by SK Gaming battling the Ninjas in Pajamas.
After that, it's Evil Geniuses versus Meet Your Makers and Team Alternate taking on the Lemon Dogs.
It all starts Saturday at 6 a.m. Pacific and 3 p.m. Central European Summertime.
And next Thursday, we have 6 games coming your way from North America, starting with Velocity Esports taking on Cloud9, followed by Dignitas battling TSM and Team Coast versus Vulcan.
The second half of the day features CLG taking on Curse, TSM battling Vulcan, and Cloud9 squaring off against Team Coast.
Week 7 of the NALCS kicks off next Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific and 10 p.m. Central European Time.
And remember that if you've missed any of today's actions, head over to lolesports.com, click on schedule, and hit the match details button below to watch the games. That does it for week 6 of the North American League Championship Series. So for myself, Jat, Riv, Kobe, and the entire live broadcasting crew, thank you so much for watching, and good night.
Have a plan. We always need to know what's next.
I'm on him. Go. Nice. Push top. Push top.
Poke.
No, it's going to be Dyrus picking that one up. A long-range cocoon over from downtown. All ultimates being thrown down in middle. They go for the haymakers here. It's going to be 2 down going onto the side of Curse.
Let me at him! But double lift and Niet, both hit by the crescendo. Immediately double lift is squashed under the boot of Dignitas.